The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 28, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Glenn Thompson to act as Speaker pro tempore on the day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kevin.
Would you pray with me? Let all who believe in you, O God, offer their supplications, their prayers, their intercessions, and their thanksgivings on behalf of our leaders and all who serve in positions of authority. Let us each pause to take advantage of the privilege you have given us to pray for the men and women of this Congress. Lay on us, the American people, the awareness of our responsibility to raise our voices, not to condemn or cajole, but to pray to you, that you would intercede for our lawmakers, and to give thanks to you, showing our deeper gratitude for their service and sacrifice. O God, our Creator, Redeemer, and Sustainer, we lay before you our hopes and fears. In you and not in powers and principalities, parties, or people do we find the strength and hope we need to find our way in these challenging days. Let all who are in authority, engaging today's challenges and making decisions that impact the entire American citizenry, do so with a clear and certain awareness of your guidance and support, your counsel and your caution. In the strength of your name, then, we lift up the leadership of this body, every member who serves with commitment to the common good, every debate and demand that you would stand in the breach of our impasses, mediate our differences, and lead us in the way you would have us go. In the peace we find only in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The Chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announced to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I ask permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Danville Police Department officers who recently received the 2023 Valor Award. Each year, the Virginia Association of Chiefs of Police recognizes law enforcement officers who perform an act of extraordinary heroism while engaged with an adversary at imminent personal risk in the line of duty, presenting them the Valor Award, the highest award offered by the association. Corporal Todd J. Hawkins, Officer Lance I. Neighbors, Detective Lieutenant John D. Dixon, Detective Sergeant Richard Wright, and Detective Jordan T. Land were recognized with this reward. These officers were responding to a robbery when the suspect began firing at them. One officer returned fire, and the detectives chased the suspect by car until he crashed and fled the scene on foot. After finding the criminal as he was attempting to break into an occupied residence, the detectives de-escalated the situation and convinced the individual to surrender. Displaying the utmost valor and courage, these members of the Danville Police Department were rightfully selected to receive this award. They deserve our deepest gratitude for keeping our community safe. I'm honored to represent such an outstanding group of officers, and I thank them for their continued service and sacrifice, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, current U.S. policy towards Cuba is best described as continuing the sanctions and policies of Donald Trump. Every day, our policies hurt the Cuban people. One thing the United States can do to provide relief is to remove Cuba from the state sponsor of terrorism list. There is absolutely no reason for Cuba to be on that list, none, and its impact affects nearly every global financial and economic institution. Many European nations and U.S. allies want to help relieve the suffering of the Cuban people, especially in the areas of health and basic needs. But their hands are tied because of the SST list and its onerous financial restrictions and punishments. Our policy is a relic from the Cold War, and quite frankly, it's cruel. It drives increased migration to our southern border, and it makes no sense. It's an embarrassment. Madam Speaker, I voted for Joe Biden, not Donald Trump. The President needs to do better. He could begin by removing Cuba from the state sponsor of terrorism list today. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of Sergeant Richard Sherrill of Marionville, Pennsylvania. Army Sergeant Richard M. Sherrill was reported missing on July 25, 1950, at a 22-year-old. Sergeant Sherrill was deemed missing after his unit sustained heavy casualties while defending against the North Korean Army's advance near Yongdong, South Korea. Last week, Sergeant Sherrill's remains were returned home, and on Monday, with full military honors, he was laid to rest in Marionville. Madam Speaker, we still feel the pain of those missing from conflicts fought generations ago, and we are forever indebted to their service. My prayers are with Sergeant Sherrill's family during this solemn time. It is my hope with his return, his family is able to find peace and solace in knowing their loved one died a hero in the service to the nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House and revise my remarks for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to urge my Republican colleagues to stop the partisan brinksmanship and join House Democrats and Senate Democrats and Republicans in our efforts to fully fund the government. Back in April, Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans negotiated a deal with the White House to avoid a catastrophic default on our national debt, which stipulated fiscal year 2024 spending levels remain at 2023 levels. It passed with bipartisan support, 314 to 117. And yet now Speaker McCarthy is reneging on this agreement as the extreme MAGA Republican wing of his Chaos Caucus drives us towards a government shutdown. Realizing that their extreme agenda cannot pass on its own merits and does not align with the wishes of the American people, they are attempting to load down must-pass pieces of legislation with their harmful policy riders and severe cuts. The American people deserve better. In Virginia, we are the second highest number of federal employees. We have over 130,000 active duty military personnel who will be wondering if they can get paid. It is a very big deal. They deserve better, and I urge my Republican colleagues to stop their games and stop holding the appropriations process hostage. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to commemorate a milestone of endurance in the heart of Texas. In 1854, a brave community of Polish families planted their roots in Karnes County, founding the settlement of Virgin Mary or Panna Maria in their beloved Sicilian dialect. Through droughts and hardships, they built churches, they built schools and businesses. With resilience, they flourished and enriched the Lone Star State. Residents in the surrounding areas had to travel miles across creeks and open prairies in order to attend church. In 1873, a group of these original immigrants and descendants decided to venture a few miles up the road to establish a new church and parish. The land was donated and funds were raised to begin the project. Initial construction was completed in 1878. The residents renamed their They renamed and christened their community Sestahova, honoring their roots. The church dedicated to the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin Mary stands as a testament of their faith and unity. As Karnes County proclaims October as Polish American Heritage Month, we honor these pioneers and may their story continue to inspire us. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to introduce my legislation, the Pay Workers What They've Earned Act. As we face this extreme MAGA Republican shutdown caused by Speaker McCarthy's unwillingness to work in a bipartisan fashion, we must remember the lessons of past shutdowns. While you're hell-bent on shutting down the federal government, harming thousands of Nevadan workers and small business contractors, wreaking havoc on our economy and impacting essential services for women and children, our military, and delays to Medicare and Social Security payments to seniors, it's wrong, it's unacceptable, and it's why I'm committed to supporting a bipartisan solution to keep government working for my constituents in Nevada. Madam Speaker, my legislation would reimburse federal employees for fees and interest and fines charged through no fault of their own during a government shutdown. The bill would also reimburse state and tribal governments for costs incurred during government shutdowns. As thousands of federal employees and small business contractors learned in previous sessions, simply reopening the government doesn't help them pay their credit card fees or their overdue rent notices. This is something you may not understand, but the hardworking people of Nevada's 4th do. This is not their problem, it's our problem. Pass the budget to keep government open.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate and celebrate a remarkable milestone, the 35th anniversary of Micronesian Mall. This celebration is a testament to the vision, dedication, and hard work that have shaped the mall, their businesses, and the island of Guam into what it is today. Since 1988, the mall, under the leadership of the Goodwin Development Corporation, has been a beacon of economic success in the region, providing goods and services to locals and tourists alike as the largest shopping center in Micronesia. As I speak here today, I look back at the incredible 35 years while also looking forward to seeing what the mall will accomplish in the future. With new opportunities, challenges, and accomplishments on the horizon, I'm confident the mall's continued dedication to the island, and I wish the mall a sincere congratulations, and may the legacy of the mall continue to shine in our hearts and in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to extend to provide an extension.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to highlight East Carolina University Air Force ROTC Detachment 600's 75th anniversary. As a former Commandant of Cadets at this remarkable detachment, it was a privilege to participate in this celebration to see former cadets who are successful with their careers. During the celebration, a true American hero, our most decorated graduate, General Retired Gary North, shared a message that resonated deeply with everyone. He reminded us that our Air Force stands as the finest in the world today because of the unwavering service of those who came before us and the dedication of those who serve today. His charge to us was simple but profound. Always remember your oath. This oath is our commitment to protecting our Constitution, our values, our great nation, and our way of life. May God bless our Air Force and Detachment 600. Go Pirates! May God bless America. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss the urgency of reauthorizing the Farm Bill. This is my 23rd speech about the importance of this legislation, going back a year and a half. American consumers deserve the strongest possible farm bill, as do the American farmers, ranchers, and producers who face endless hurdles as they work tirelessly to feed, fuel, and clothe the world. Mother Nature is a fickle business partner. Markets fluctuate, and overly burdensome federal regulations only make things more difficult. We are seeing drought, high interest rates, and high input costs wreak havoc on the American family farm, and the Farm Bill is our chance to protect the future of American food and agriculture. I said all along that my top priorities for the Farm Bill in order are, number one, to strengthen and maintain crop insurance, number two, to promote trade, and three, conduct rigorous oversight of the executive branch. This Farm Bill must invest powerfully in research and innovation if America is going to remain the undisputed world leader in food science technology. Producers are working tirelessly. We need to work just as hard to pass something as soon as possible to ensure the strongest safety net possible for farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers across Kansas and the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand up for the men and women serving in America's armed forces. I'm working day in and day out to prevent a government shutdown in just over 48 hours. If Congress can't reach a deal on government funding before Saturday night, those serving in our military will not receive their paychecks. I will not allow the men and women who put their lives on the line to protect our country to go without pay. That's why I introduced the Pay Our Troops Act, which would ensure our troops, including the Coast Guard, will be paid on time no matter what. As we continue working to avoid a government shutdown, my bipartisan legislation would give our troops the financial reassurance they deserve. Our service members shouldn't suffer because of Washington's dysfunction, especially not at a time when inflation and interest rates continue to hurt our military families. I'm a Navy veteran, a Navy spouse, and a Navy mom. I know firsthand that far too many of our service families live paycheck to paycheck. In fact, 1 in 3 families have less than $3,000 in savings. For the sake of those families and all of our military families, I'm committed to getting our economy back on track by cutting wasteful spending. I'm also committed to ensuring our service members get a paycheck no matter what's happening here in Washington. Mr. Speaker, if there's anything that can unite us, it should be taking care of our troops. I believe that we can make common sense spending cuts while still responsibly funding our government and maintaining our national security. While we continue working to prevent a government shutdown, I urge my colleagues to join me in providing financial certainty to our military families by supporting the Pay Our Troops Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 4665, and that I may include tabular material on the same, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 723 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4665. The Chair appoints the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, to preside over the Committee of the Whole. Coming back.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4665, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of State, Foreign Operations, and related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you so much. I am proud to speak on the fiscal year 2024 Department of State, Foreign Operations, and related programs appropriations bill for floor consideration today. Anybody who's read the bill, you know that it's pretty straightforward. If you are a friend an ally of the United States, this bill supports you. But if you are an adversary or are cozying up to the adversaries of the United States, then frankly, you're just not going to like this bill. I am extremely proud of this legislation, which was carefully and thoughtfully developed over many, many months. In my judgment, it reflects the values and the interests of most Americans. We carefully reviewed all the organizations and programs that receive U.S. taxpayer dollars in this bill. And among the key factors, let me be very blunt, it's whether investments advance our national security interests, whether they can show demonstrated results, and our need to reduce the national debt and to reduce spending in a responsible way. So the State and Foreign Operations and Related Programs Bill totals $51.5 billion. It cuts $8.2 billion, that's a 14% reduction, below the 2023 enacted level, and $17 billion, or 25%, below the President's request. In fact, it is $2.7 billion below the FY19 enacted level, and it's $288 million below even the fiscal year 15 enacted level. So because of those cuts, of those responsible reductions, we are now able to prioritize funding for the national security threat posed by the Chinese Communist Party. Look, it's time that the U.S., that we get serious about that malign, destabilizing, negative actions of the Communist Chinese Party around the world. So this this bill does precisely that in an unprecedented manner. So let me talk a little bit about that. The bill includes $4.4 billion, which is $1 billion above the President's budget request, to fund programs to counter the threat of the Chinese Communist Party around the world. For the first time, this bill includes $500 million, $500 million in foreign military financing for Taiwan. First time ever. These funds, as everybody knows, are critical to support our friend and our democratic ally, which is on the front lines of China's bullying and China's constant threats. This bill provides unwavering support for our democratic ally, Israel, and other key partners around the world. Another priority is to strengthen efforts to counter fentanyl production and trafficking. I don't have to tell you all that deadly opioids, particularly fentanyl, are affecting every area, every district, every neighborhood in our entire country. 300 Americans die every single day because of fentanyl poisoning. And we must, and we do, use every tool to combat this horrific, deadly epidemic. And obviously, the migration crisis at the southern border is really just symptomatic of the administration's lack of a clear strategy towards the Western Hemisphere, and that's as nice as I can say it. Mr. Chairman, for too long, countries cozying up to our adversaries have been rewarded, and this bill puts a stop to that practice. This bill also recognizes the growing threat of authoritarian regimes, even here in our own hemisphere and around the world. Therefore, it fully funds democracy assistance accounts in support of freedom and human rights where they are most threatened. Now, before discussing funding for the United Nations, I just want to remind folks, members and also anybody who might be watching, who's running the show at the UN? It would be hard to even make this stuff up, but unfortunately, remarkably, what I'm about to tell you is true. So, Russia was chair of the UN Security Council during the month of April. Yeah, you've heard me right. Iran is currently an elected vice president of the UN General Assembly. Communist China, whose genocide against the Uyghurs and their bullying around the world is notorious. And Cuba, one of the world's oldest and most brutal dictatorships, both of those countries sit on the UN Human Rights Council. Yeah, you heard me right. And North Korea, well, I can't even begin to talk about the atrocities of that dictatorship, is a member of the World Health Organization, while Taiwan, a responsible democracy, has been blocked from membership of that institution by Communist China. That's all in the category, you can't make this stuff up. Therefore, it should come as no surprise to anybody that no funds are included in this bill for the UN regular budget. Now, my dear friends on the other side of the aisle argue that by cutting some of the funding to the UN, the U.S. has given up its leadership. I could not disagree in stronger terms. You see, simply continuing to unconditionally channel funds to a deeply flawed organization, despite multiple failures and, frankly, an appalling even continuously anti-Semitic actions by that institution, that is actually abandoning our responsibility to the U.S. taxpayer, and it ensures that nothing changes in that institution that I just mentioned. Actions need to have consequences, and the UN finally will feel the consequences of their irresponsible actions because of how we deal with them in this bill. This bill also prohibits funds for the Green Climate Fund and the Green Technology Fund. We also address a frivolous expansion of State Department bureaucracy. This bill eliminates funding for special envoys and special representatives that are not authorized or have not been confirmed by the Senate. Look, if they're that important, then for God's sake, have them authorized by Congress, or at least confirmed by the Senate. Finally, this bill includes all long-standing pro-life protections, which includes a prohibition on taxpayer funds from being used to pay for abortions abroad. And it builds on those requirements by applying the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance Policy to all global health funding. It is not surprising that after this bill was released, my colleagues on the other side immediately released a press release condemning it. Now, what might surprise you is what the minority party, in their written press release, actually chose to highlight that they are objecting to in this bill. Their press release criticized that this bill prohibits funding for the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Heck yeah, we prohibit funding to that institution. Or that we eliminate funding for the EcoHealth Alliance, or gain-of-function research. And, quoting from my colleagues on the Democratic side, their criticism of this bill, that we reduce funding for, quote, any lab controlled by China, Russia, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, and Venezuela. I'm quoting from their press release. Heck yeah, we're cutting funding for institutions from those countries. These countries are, in essence, the official list of the United States foreign adversaries. And 3, by the way, are on the state sponsor of terrorism list. Does any taxpayer think that taxpayer funds should be going to labs in those places? Really? My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, in writing, also expressed concerns of what they call, quote-unquote, partisan writers. That specifically highlighted, however, specifically highlighted the provisions on funds in this bill to the government of the PRC and the Chinese Communist Party, and also that we prevent lending from international financial institutions to the PRC. Yeah, they put that in writing. Well, one thing is true. They got that right. They caught me. We are eliminating funding to adversaries of the United States of America. And I would argue it's about damn time we did that. So I look forward to hearing my colleagues on the other side of the aisle explain why U.S. taxpayer money should be funding those programs. And, by the way, why writing a blank check to any organization is a demonstration of leadership. It is not. Mr. Chairman, before I close, I want to thank the staff from the Appropriations Committee for their amazing work on this bill. Susan Adams, who's here with me, Craig Higgins, Jamie McCormick, Trey Hicks, Meg Gallagher, John Muscolini, Clelia Alvarado, and Joe Cutler. And equally, from the minority side, and I always butcher her last name, and I apologize because I'll probably do it again, Erin Kolodesky. I butchered that again. Lori Mignon and Lillian Waisbury. I also want to thank from my personal staff, Cesar Gonzalez, Giselle Reynolds, Autumn Morley, from my personal office. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for bringing this crucial legislation to the floor, which supports our allies, protects our national security in a smart, efficient, effective, and thoughtful way. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you, sir.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose H.R. 4665 and yield as much time as I may consume. This bill would impose devastating cuts on programs meant to keep both America and the world safe. And with all due respect to my friend and colleague, the chair of this committee, I am not an adversary of the United States. Democrats are patriotic, and we want our country to lead in global security and peace, and this bill does just the opposite. This Republican bill would slash the allocation for international programs by nearly 1/3 to a level not seen since 2009. Do my Republican colleagues really think that our international challenges have shrunk? I don't know what world that they're living in. The bill undermines the fight against climate change, and it would destroy our influence at the United Nations during a time when China and Russia are working to expand their voice and their role. Most outrageously, the bill would gut programs intended to help the most vulnerable people in the world, undermining American global leadership and making a mockery of our human values and leaving a huge void for adversaries to fill. I've spent much of my time in Congress talking about the 3 Ds of our national security: diplomacy, development, and defense. Each of these has a role to play in keeping our country safe and secure and creating a world where kids and our grandkids can prosper. The SFOPS bill is supposed to fund 2 of those Ds, diplomacy and development. Instead, this Republican bill throws the 3 Ds completely out of whack. If House Republicans get their way, the Pentagon would receive, mind you, 20 times more. Let me repeat that, 20 times more. What this bill invests in diplomacy and development combined. Even our military leaders have spoken out against cuts to diplomacy and development because they know gutting these programs makes their jobs harder. Former Defense Secretary Mattis has famously said, if you don't fully fund the State Department, then I have to buy more ammunitions. Colleagues, the PRC now has more embassies and diplomats around the world than any other nation, including more than the United States does. But Republicans would cut funding for our embassies and diplomats by $1.2 billion. We have watched as the PRC challenges us at the United Nations and other multilateral institutions, working to insert their values of authoritarianism and disrespect for human rights. But Republicans are proposing to cut funding to the United Nations, leaving our adversaries waiting to fill the void that we leave behind. The Republican bill asks our diplomats and development professionals to do more monitoring, reporting, and oversight, but then it shortchanges them of the funding that they need for operations and staffing. This is quite sinister. The bill invites the culture wars into foreign policy by making diversity, drag queens, and critical race theory, boogie men and boogie women, distracting us from the real life or death challenges facing our world. Doesn't make any sense on this bill. The bill also takes a really dishonest approach to the threat posed by climate change. Right now, people all around the world are confronting the impacts of human-caused climate change, life-threatening temperatures, crop failures, floods, and severe weather. They need help confronting the problem we largely created. Yet the majority pretends that our climate finance investments are about controlling the planet's temperature like some sort of global thermostat. That's not how it works. We have countries that might literally not exist in a generation because of the changes that are already happening. We are spending billions each and every year, both here and at home, and overseas, dealing with humanitarian emergencies and responding to ever stronger storms, raging fires, and devastating droughts. Failing to invest in adapting to the new reality means continued and escalating conflict and crisis, which puts Americans and people everywhere at risk. Around the world, 218 million women, 218 million women do not still have access to the tools needed to decide when and how to have a baby. While hundreds of thousands of them die in childbirth, we are going to make it harder for women to access care through both policies and reduced funding in this bill. And I'm very upset about how this bill attacks efforts to strengthen diversity in our foreign policy workforce. The rich diversity of the United States is one of our greatest strengths. People around the world, religious and ethnic minorities, people with disabilities, LGBTQ plus people, they look first to the United States for support and inspiration as they seek to claim their human rights. It's unimaginable to me that my Republican colleagues, well, no, it's not really, given what's taking place in our own country. But once again, you all see a threat in efforts to make sure that our diplomats and development experts reflect and respect that same diversity. The world is watching us. The world is full of threats that don't respect borders, from climate change to pandemics to assertive dictators. Most countries would prefer to partner with the United States to confront these challenges. But by bringing this bill to the floor with these cuts to the House floor, mind you, the Republican majority broadcasts a clear message to the world: take a hike. Trust me, the PRC is ready to take advantage of our absence, and I think everyone has seen this around the world. Colleagues, it's September 28th. The government shuts down, unfortunately, even though we're fighting as Democrats to prevent this from happening. But today, we're considering a bill that has no chance of becoming law. We should be working today to make sure that we keep our government open. House Democrats will not support a bill if it means turning our backs to the world's most vulnerable women or the looming threat of climate change. In the end, final appropriations bills will need bicameral and bipartisan support. And today we will likely get further away from that goal, not closer. This really is wasting everyone's time. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this destructive bill. We are not adversaries. We're patriotic, and we want our country to succeed in its mission and its role as global leaders, leading peace and security efforts throughout the planet. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I am now really honored to yield 5 minutes to this champion of human rights from the great state of New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank my good friend for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the State Foreign Ops bill under consideration today continues and strengthens the President's emergency plan for AIDS relief, or PEPFAR, for another year, fiscal year 2024, ensuring that critically needed medicines, including antiretroviral or ARVs and other life-saving interventions, are available to those who need them in Africa and elsewhere. Special thanks to Chairman Mario Diaz-Balart and the Committee on Appropriations for insisting that the noble purpose of PEPFAR not to be compromised or undercut by integrating and merging other agendas, including and especially the promotion of abortion by massively funding pro-abortion foreign non-governmental organizations and even instructing them to repeal pro-life laws. To that end, the new State Department bill reinstates the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance Policy, also known as the Mexico City Policy. Sadly, upon assuming office, President Biden repealed Ronald Reagan's old Mexico City policy, when it ensured that PEPFAR's over $6 billion a year in taxpayer grant money wasn't subsidizing foreign NGOs that perform or promote abortion. Biden's PEPFAR core program, and this needs to be underscored because some people say, oh, they're not doing it. It says they will promote protecting and sexual and reproductive health and rights, including the ongoing rescission of the Mexico City policy. The executive director of UNAIDS, a prime PEPFAR partner, composed of WHO and the UNFPA and other UN agencies, welcomed Biden's repeal of the pro-life policy, saying that it showed his commitment to abortion rights. Mr. Speaker, a June 6th letter signed by 131 African lawmakers and religious leaders, including the Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, implored Congress not, I say again, not to exploit PEPFAR to promote abortion, stating, and I quote in pertinent part, "We want to express our concerns and suspicions that this funding is supporting abortion that violates our core beliefs concerning life, family, and religion." Most of the African countries are solidly pro-life, and they are under siege by the NGOs that we are supporting. Mexico City helps to ensure that that doesn't happen. They even went on to say, we ask that PEPFAR remain true to its original mission and respect our norms, traditions, and our values. We ask that those partner organizations with whom the U.S. government partners to implement PEPFAR programs are cognizant and respectful of our beliefs and not cross over into promoting divisive ideas and practices that are not consistent with those of Africa. Last year, I remind my colleagues, showing no doubt of the pro-abortion goals of this administration, they announced a sweeping new radical policy known as Reimagining PEPFAR's Strategic Decision. And they use the word, it integrates sexual and reproductive health and rights, and of course that means abortion with HIV/AIDS work. Mr. Speaker, in a recent op-ed, former Speaker Newt Gingrich wrote, and I quote him in part, "It is incredibly disappointing but not surprising that the Biden administration has hijacked one of President George W. Bush's greatest accomplishments, the President's emergency plan for AIDS relief to provide abortion on demand in the developing world." He continued, "President Biden's insincere and demonstrably false claim that PEPFAR isn't pushing abortion on demand in Africa and elsewhere collapses under any serious scrutiny of its partners." They say they're not doing it. They are empowering the NGOs to do it. And just like in this chamber, House and Senate, all over the states of this country, we know it is the NGOs, Planned Parenthood and others, that tee up and promote very aggressively for abortion right up until to the moment of birth. Mr. Speaker, I strongly supported PEPFAR when it was created in 2003, and I was the sponsor of the reauthorization of PEPFAR in 2018. Regrettably, it has been reimagined, hijacked by the Biden administration to empower pro-abortion international NGOs, deviating from its life-affirming work. It's time we got back to the original noble idea for which there's a strong bipartisan, bicameral consensus, and that noble goal is to prevent this devastating disease, robustly treat and assist those who have been infected, and ultimately end HIV/AIDS around the world, not supporting abortion, the killing of unborn children by dismemberment, chemical poisoning. And you know, what does the abortion pill do? It starves the baby to death. That is its operation. They are trying to disseminate that all over Africa. Yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would now yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro. Thank you.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the 2024 State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Funding Bill. I want to begin with comments from President Trump's former Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper. He had this to say in response to this very bill's cut of the state and foreign operations allocation. And I quote, "When we don't lead, we create a vacuum that will be filled instead by China." He continued, "America's leadership means more than just military capability. Diplomacy and foreign assistance are part of it too." This proposed budget would upend that relationship by gutting our civilian toolkit and depriving America of the diplomatic leadership whose benefits I have seen last a lifetime. End his quote. Also, the Global Health Council, together with 70 other organizations, Catholic Relief Services, United States Global Leadership Coalition, the American Jewish Committee, Interaction, the One Campaign, the Christian Connection for International Health, and CARE USA have expressed serious national security concerns with the House Republicans' funding plan. Mr. Chair, I plan to submit a compilation of these concerns for the record. We are told that this 2024 State and Foreign Operations Funding Bill is tough on our adversaries. The opposite is true. This bill cedes America's position as the leader of the global community. It weakens our national security, shortchanges foreign assistance, hinders our ability to address the climate crisis, and harms women around the world. This is a reversal of the United States' historic position on the world stage and promotes isolationism. We are supposed to be leaders of the free world. The majority is diminishing the United States, what we stand for, and what our values are, for our own people and for people around the world who look to us for inspiration and for hope. Damage has already been done as partners and allies wonder whether the United States will be with them or whether they will be forced to turn to China or Russia to get needed investment or support in international institutions. With China surpassing the United States as the largest trading partner in many countries in Latin America and in Africa. China has more embassies, consulates, and diplomats than any other country in the world. They are contesting our model of democracy and capitalism around the world, and they are going virtually unchallenged. This bill is an unfathomable reduction of our nation's ability to engage in diplomacy and to project soft power by over 1/3. But knowing such a cut would be irresponsible and lead to negative repercussions around this world. This bill claws back billions of dollars, $11 billion, which comes from the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, part of the Inflation Reduction Act. Yesterday, this body debated how to address the challenges related to thousands of desperate people reaching our southern border. And however, with these cuts, the Department of State and USAID will be forced to reduce programs that engage countries like Colombia and Guatemala to address the very conditions causing people to flee to the United States. We cannot wait to address the issue when people are already at our border. We all know what we should be doing right now, and this is not it. This is an exercise in futility because this bill is going nowhere. The urgent issue is to keep our government open. Everyone in this body knows that keeping the U.S. government running, passing full-year bills, will require bipartisanship. We have a bipartisan agreement in the Senate, a compromise to keep our government open and to address the nation's concerns. Let us move in that direction. Democrats and Republicans already compromised when they passed the debt limit bill, but because House Republicans immediately reneged, they have moved us to the brink of a shutdown, a Republican shutdown that will have consequences on every senior, veteran, and child in America, and on our diplomats and our service members around the world. Let us move to keep our government open and support the Senate compromise, bipartisan compromise. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I recognize myself for 30 seconds. I just want to be very clear that I've heard now that that somehow this bill damages the reputation of the United States. No, you know what damaged the reputation of the United States, Mr. Chairman? That irresponsible withdrawal from Afghanistan that kept that showed the entire world what bad leadership is all about. This bill confronts our adversaries. $1 billion more to confront China than the president could do while we spend a lot less money. It stands by our friends. It confronts our adversaries. Yes, the problem about credibility is not with this bill. It's with a president of the United States that at best is confused and at worst, much worse, I reserve.
The gentleman time has expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield now, Mr. Chairman, to the gentlewoman from New York. 3 minutes, Ms. Meng, a member of the State Foreign Operations Subcommittee.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the fiscal year 2024 State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill. As a member of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, I am appalled by the dangerous cuts and policy riders the majority has attached to this bill. Yesterday, we heard from our friends across the aisle that the purpose of our military is to deter a war if diplomacy fails. Cutting funding for our State Department to levels not seen since 2009 and proposing eliminating funding for USAID not only cedes America's position as a leader on the world stage, but also eliminates funding for the very programs that seek to prevent violence and advance stability in areas vulnerable to conflict. This bill weakens our national security, not enhances it. This bill also harms women all around the world, from eliminating our contributions to critical multilateral agencies, including UN Women and UNFPA, to cutting bilateral and multilateral international reproductive health funding by nearly a third. We are sending the message that the U.S. is willing to cede its role in helping the international community achieve global health targets, address unacceptably high global maternal mortality rates and gender-based violence, support healthy families, or promote gender equity. This is all at the behest of the majority's culture war. I do not accept the premise that we are willing to risk 8.2 million women and couples losing access to contraceptive services, resulting in 2.7 million more unintended pregnancies, leading to 1.1 million additional unplanned births and an additional 4,700 maternal deaths. Women and girls deserve better. I urge my colleagues to oppose this harmful legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Florida, a member of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Ms. Franklin.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the 2024 State Foreign Operations Appropriations Act because it cedes our leadership in the global community, it undermines human rights, it diminishes access to health care, education, food, and economic security for millions around the world. So why should we care? It comes down to this. When people have lack access to the basics in life, it means a greater risk for hopelessness and instability. And gutting climate change activities only escalates the consequences. And for Americans at home, that means less trading partners, more danger from violent extremists, global pandemics, and even war. We live in a very complicated world, and this bill undermines diplomacy and commitments to our allies, our partners, and to make the world a better place in which to live, upending our commitments to the United Nations and turning our back on decades of relationship building, leaving a vacuum for unfriendly countries to fill. And if it's not enough, it hurts the most vulnerable women and girls in the world, slashing funding for women's health care, family planning, and blocking access to reproductive care. And let me make it clear to the politicians in this room, women, not the folks in this hall, should decide whether and when a woman should start or continue
a family. Tragically, this bill is going to leave our country and the world less healthy, less safe, and even more divided, and so I must sadly urge my colleagues to vote against it. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for the yielding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in opposition to the State and Foreign Operations Bill, all while having tremendous respect for my colleague from Florida, with whom I share many points of view, but certainly not his on the State Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill before us. Here we are for the fourth time this week, bringing forward a bill that has no chance of becoming law. This bill is supposed to invest in programs and people that ensure the national security of the United States, protects her interests abroad, and promotes our democratic values around the world. This bill is supposed to show that the United States stands up for our allies and democratic values while countering adversaries on the global stage. This bill is supposed to fund the programs that improve the lives of women and girls around the world by investing in education, health, and economic development. It is supposed to ensure the United States can effectively wield our soft power. Instead, this bill packages devastating cuts with petty partisan riders. It needlessly harms our career service members and diplomats. It sends a message that the United States is willing to abdicate our role as a moral superpower, a role China and Russia are eager to fill. This bill says we will abandon our allies, our interests, and our democratic agenda, all to cater to the whims of an extreme fringe. The world is at an inflection point, more complex, more rife with threats than ever before. If there's any doubt, just look around. Russia has committed war crimes in Ukraine, and China has ratcheted up its aggression in the Indo-Pacific and ruthlessly cracked down on dissent at home. Authoritarians and dictators prop each other up from Latin America to the Middle East. They all bait us. They all bait the United States, challenging us to step up or stand down. In the face of that, this bill abdicates our responsibility to offer a viable alternative to protect allies and our vital interests here and around the globe. We all know that when we gut programs to promote global education and health, when we cast aside entrepreneurship support, and when we neglect multilateral institutions doing vital work, we undermine our ability and credibility to protect and defend, to truly make sure that we can keep the world safe with our allies. We lose our seat at the global table to ruthless thugs, dictators, and fascists when we try to pass harmful policy like this bill proposes. We do that at our own peril and imperil everything that Americans hold dear, which is why I urge my colleagues to oppose this cruel and dangerous bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. First, thank you. Let me take a minute on the many partisan riders, included in the bill being considered today to raise a couple of points. The number of prohibitions seems to be really enormous. They proliferated, often with little concern to what the actual ramifications might be. It appears to be the approach of, if an organization has ever done something that you have not liked or a wild theory has circulated about, we will just prohibit it. We will pick up our ball and take it home. This is not just ineffective, it really is immature. The bill prohibits funds for the Chinese Communist Party. This sounds tough, but I was the previous chairwoman of this subcommittee, and this bill has not provided funding to the Chinese Communist Party. It's a red herring. It prohibits scientific cooperation with countries we do not like, not stopping to consider that while there may be or not be active collaboration currently, there may come a time when it is the United States' best interest to partner, not with the government, but with the people, with scientists, to pursue common goals. Indeed, we carried on scientific cooperation with the Soviet Union during the Cold War. not because we agree with their government, but it was in our own interest. The bill prohibits gain-of-function research. That sounds good, but my colleagues consider that this same prohibited research is producing new therapies for cancer and cystic fibrosis. This research also helps us produce insulin for people with diabetes. Has the majority considered what the cost will be of cutting this off? The bill prohibits funding for the World Health Organization because they won't admit Taiwan. It is the member countries of the WHO that are making this decision, not the organization. With this bill, the PRC will continue to work against Taiwan's inclusion, but the United States won't be there to help. We are told that this bill is strong against our adversaries. I would argue just the opposite. This bill takes the easy route and leaves the field open for those who would challenge us. It makes dialogue and engagement harder, and it leaves our potential partners and allies who are deciding who they can turn to for help high and dry, and of course that won't be the United States. A couple of points on the United Nations. The UN is a forum for every country in the world. The United States, to my knowledge, does not get to pick who gets to be a sovereign country. Leadership of the United Nations committees, the General Assembly, they all rotate among members, which the chairman knows. This makes it even more important that the United States fully participates. This bill endangers that. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I have great respect for the ranking woman, the ranking member of this subcommittee, because I'll tell you what, she is consistent, and her and I have developed a very good relationship. But you've heard it right now. Yes, this bill prohibits funding for the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the EcoHealth Alliance, gain-of-function research, and it also prohibits funding for any lab controlled by China, Russia, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, and Venezuela. We have a difference of opinion. I believe that taxpayer money going to labs controlled by these countries is just not something we should be doing. There is an absolute difference of opinion on that. If anybody believes that U.S. taxpayer money should be going for those things, and then you're going to have a problem with that part of this bill. If you, however, believe that U.S. taxpayer money should not go to fund those labs controlled by those countries, I would then ask you to support this bill. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Reserve. I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
And the gentleman from Florida has the right to close. And the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, yes, the chairman and myself respect each other. We have different points of views, and I consider ourselves friends also. And I know, and I think the chairman knows, that many of our Republican colleagues do support robust investments in the SFOPS bill, because I've seen the thousands of requests that members have submitted this year and in prior years. There's a long legacy of enlightened Republican support for foreign assistance. Congressional Republicans worked with Harry Truman to create the Marshall Plan, which rebuilt Europe after a devastating war. I myself worked with President Bush to create PEPFAR, which has saved 25 million lives from HIV and AIDS. Yet the majority has chosen to force this bill to the floor because they cynically believe that their members will be happy to sacrifice the world's poorest people to make a political point. To my Republican colleagues, you know, I see you here on the floor today, and I'm asking you to stand up and, yes, oppose this terrible bill. Please vote no, and let's get back together and write a bill together that helps build the better and safer world that we want for our children and our grandchildren. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've discussed some of the issues in this bill. I think it's a very positive bill. It supports our allies. It confronts our adversaries. It also controls wasteful spending. Wasteful spending is one of the reasons that we have inflation at the highest level we've had in decades. With that, Mr. Chairman, I also, since the ranking member has yielded her time, I also this time would yield the remaining part of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment printed in Part C of House Report 118-216 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. Amendments on block described in Section 9 of House Resolution 723 and pro forma amendments described in Section 13 of that resolution. Each further amendment printed in Part D of the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debated for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of House Resolution 723, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of House Resolution 723, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill, for the amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or the respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to House Resolution 723, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 19, 21, 24, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, and 52, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Diaz-Balart of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, each will control 10 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this bipartisan en bloc amendment, which represents amendments with support from both sides of the aisle. The amendment includes 15 non-controversial amendments that advance the priorities of both sides, including support for Taiwan and addressing the passport processing backlog, which is everywhere in the country. So I would respectfully urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this en bloc. There's a list of bipartisan amendments in this to address various members' priorities, and I appreciate the collaborative way in which we've agreed on this package. I urge my colleagues to support this and will yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. We spoke on the amendment. I also yield the remaining part of my time on this one.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment en bloc offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 7 will not be offered. Mr. Crane. Okay. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 8, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer Amendment Number 8 as a designee of Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Crane of Oklahoma. Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to speak in support of this amendment, which eliminates nearly $39 million in funding for the United States Institute of Peace. This institute funds programs located in several adversarial nations, including China, Pakistan, and Russia. Their mission is to combat violence and promote peace through education. However, the institute covers areas such as gender equality, LGBTQ+ rights, climate policy, hardly topics related to peace between nations. The United States Institute of Peace claims to prioritize U.S. national security while using U.S. funds to counsel and mitigate feuds with known enemies of the United States. The expenses of this institute, whose mission would be better accomplished by nonprofits, charities, and religious groups, is an undue burden on the American taxpayer. I urge the passage of this amendment to prevent this unnecessary funding and work towards getting our fiscal house in order. And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman yields back.
Yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
It's really hard to believe that you all want to eliminate funding for the Department of Peace, P-E-A-C-E. The Institute of Peace is one of the best tools the United States has to bring people together to prevent wars. Government officials, civil society, practitioners, and defense experts to really creatively solve our world's thorniest issues. Congress created the United States Institute for Peace for this purpose in 1984. USIP applies practical solutions in conflict zones and provides analysis, education, and resources to those working for peace. Peace is patriotic, my Republican friends. USIP has specialized teams of mediators, trainers, and others in some of the world's most dangerous places, and works to equip communities with the skills necessary to prevent or resolve their own violent conflicts before they threaten the United States. I hope you understand that peace is the only option that we have to war. USIP works on the ground with local partners on the root causes of conflict that all too frequently result in America's military gains or diplomatic and development investments going to waste. In a world that becomes more dangerous and complex every day, we need the services and the creative thinking of the United States Institute for Peace. Once again, it's hard to believe that Republicans oppose peace. I guess that it says that war is the option for settling conflicts, and I think the American people are war weary and support our efforts for peace, and it's really a shame and disgrace that you're, uncovering this issue with you all in terms of your really opposition to peace. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman has the only time.
No, excuse me. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Members are reminded to direct their comments at the chair. With time expired, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman is recognized. and pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. Chair understands that amendment number 9 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 10, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216, and for what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer amendment number 10 as the designee of Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
The clerk will now designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise this morning in support of this amendment, which eliminates nearly $3 million in funding for the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe, salaries and expenses. This funding goes towards functions such as gender equality, and there has even been a gender action plan, a gender unit in the Secretariat appointed a special representative to the chairperson in office on gender issues. The work of this commission would probably be better done by an independent think tank than by a congressionally funded commission. With the current debt of the U.S. being $33 trillion, we must look for ways to cut unnecessary spending. The work of this commission is not unique to it, and similar consolation, if necessary, could be found in third-party sources that do not affect the already distressed national debt. I urge passage of my amendment to prevent this unnecessary funding and work towards getting our fiscal house in order, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
And the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the OSCE is the world's largest regional security organization and has been critical in addressing the violent aggression of Russia. The OSCE is actively engaged in conflict prevention, conventional arms control, peacekeeping, promoting good governance and human rights, the rule of law programming, also border security measures, counter-narcotics work, efforts to combat organized crime, anti-corruption and anti-money laundering activities, and election support. The OSCE is currently leading a special monitoring mission in Ukraine. This mission is an unarmed civilian mission tasked to observe and to report on the situation resulting from ongoing Russian aggression, to facilitate dialogue among all parties to restore peace, P-E-A-C-E, and to monitor and support the implementation of the ceasefire and other tenets of the Minsk peace agreements. It's the only nonpartisan international body that maintains a continuous presence at the line of contact between the Ukrainian armed forces and Russian-led forces in eastern Ukraine. Peace in Ukraine, that's P-E-A-C-E, will be through organizations like the OSCE. I'm completely perplexed by my colleagues and can't figure out why they would not find this a good investment of taxpayer dollars. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman has the only time.
I yield now 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we're here today, we appreciate so much the leadership of Chairman Mario Diaz-Balart. He is so correct earlier to identify the appeasement of Afghanistan has endangered all American families in the continuing global war on terrorism, with Afghanistan sadly now becoming a safe haven for terrorists. As the chairman of the Helsinki Commission, I strongly support the continuation of its very meaningful work. For nearly 50 years, the U.S. Helsinki Commission, uniquely made of senators and members of Congress with rotating chairmanship of House and Senate members, has worked to promote American values in Europe and the former Soviet Union. It is a small professional staff support bicameral, bipartisan commissioners to advance American national security and national interests of human rights, military security, and economic cooperation in 57 countries. It is a fulfillment of the dream of Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan of why not victory. The Commission has worked with fellow legislative members from each country to ensure respect for freedom of religion, to defend those persecuted from criticizing dictatorships, to fight against corruption, and to prevent human trafficking. It is a vital forum in the ongoing worldwide conflict between dictators with rule of gun who are opposing democracies with rule of law. We must stand and meet the challenge of power coming from the barrel of a gun. Commissioners have worked with countries to update their religious laws to allow smaller Christian and other groups to practice freely. Commissioners have put together numerous legislative proposals to counter corruption, including by highlighting the priority of anti-corruption in U.S. foreign policy, providing further authorities to end the impunity enjoyed by kleptocrats, and preventing them from entering the United States, and highlighting the work of U.S. law enforcement to recover stolen money hidden in America. Commissioners have authored much of the anti-human trafficking legislation here, and with the leadership of Chairman Chris Smith, and set standards for preventing human trafficking internationally. Most recently, the Commission has focused on supporting Ukrainian children who have been forcibly relocated by kidnapping or who have experienced extreme trauma of war. With only a small staff, the Commission has had a large impact. It is crucial that this important work continues and the Commission be funded for its future. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Yield back. Let's see, do we have any? Yes, I will yield to 30 seconds to Mr. Smith.
The gentleman yields. For yielding.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I associate myself with the remarks of my distinguished chairman. I've been on the Helsinki Commission, served on it since 1982. It's a remarkable commission. We get political prisoners out of prison. We did it during the Soviet times. Worked with Steny Hoyer, he was chair, I was chair, he was ranking member. It is truly a bipartisan commission that promotes democracy, human rights, and as my good friend mentioned a moment ago, we also combat horrible things like human trafficking. I'm the special rep for human trafficking, and we are making a difference. So
the gentleman's time is
no on this amendment.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Okay. Does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call vote, please.
The gentlewoman is recognized. The gentlewoman's call for a roll has been acknowledged pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 11, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from... 11 is not going to be offered. Which one are we moving on to? The chair understands that Amendment 11 is not to be offered. That's okay. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 13, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to offer my amendment to State and Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriation Act, which would reduce funding for USAID by 50%. USAID was established over 60 years ago with the noble intention of fostering the advancement of the developing world, a goal that could benefit the United States by creating new trade partners and stable neighbors. Unfortunately, current budget allocation at USAID indicate a shift towards a social and cultural agenda that caters to the radical priorities of woke global elites. USAID has become a front for unelected bureaucrats to impose woke nonsense and harmful agendas across the globe, all on the U.S. taxpayers' dime. We shouldn't continue to fund this organization that aims to undercut American values and objectives. Cutting USAID's funding by 50% would dramatically conserve taxpayer resources, otherwise wasted abroad on programs that do little to nothing to advance American interests. In fact, our core interests are instead undermined by these programs that include climate change, alarmism, and wasting money on ridiculous studies and programs that promote distorted gender ideology. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment to prevent American tax dollars from being wasted on an agency bent on sabotaging our best efforts around the globe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, the United States Agency for International Development's global operations are essential to defending United States national security, asserting United States leadership and foreign policy influence, and advancing stability, security, and prosperity worldwide. This account supports a direct hire workforce focused on advancing the most critical and effective foreign assistance programs and ensuring strong relationships and stewardship and accountability of U.S. taxpayer dollars. A 50% reduction to the operating expenses account would devastate USAID operations, including its workforce and its ability to implement critical foreign assistance and humanitarian assistance programs. At this level, the agency would be forced to reduce permanent U.S. direct hire levels by about 1,845 positions. U.S. aid would cut approximately 965 foreign service and 880 civil service positions. This 50% workforce reduction would require a reduction in force, since eliminating the backfilling of positions lost through attrition would achieve only about an 8% cut. USAID would significantly reduce its presence overseas, including closing some missions, once again leaving this void for our adversaries. This would leave these missions without American personnel to deliver aid from the American people and ensure our national security through development and humanitarian assistance. This drastic staff cut would leave programs extremely vulnerable to waste, fraud, and abuse, and impair the agency's ability to respond to ongoing and future natural and human crises, pandemics, and development challenges. It also will result in the termination of programs overseas, once again creating a void for our adversaries to fill. This amendment is really counterproductive. We can't short fund staff charged with managing our foreign assistance programs and expect them to be effective. If we reduce our development efforts, we are not countering Russia and the PRC's influence. We are opening the door for their expanded global influence. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Florida.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Strong support of my colleague from Arizona's amendment to cut funding to USAID. So for the American taxpayer watching, USAID is essentially a venture capital fund that Americans pay for, that invest in businesses and economic development in other countries overseas. So at a time when we're $33 trillion in debt,
facing $2 trillion annual deficits in this country, it would seem to me to be an easy decision to reduce the investments that we're borrowing money from China to go make in Albania or the developing world. That seems like an easy thing to do, but yet our colleagues call it drastic. Look, I would take USAID fund down to zero. They would fund it to the tune of billions of dollars. So maybe a compromise position is that we would be willing to send USAID everything that was found in Senator Menendez's jacket. Maybe that is something that can bring us all together, that if there's going to be international bribe money paid and we're going to be involved in it, rather than sourcing it from the American taxpayer, we could source it from corrupt Democrat politicians. I'm here to bring us together. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields, and members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities. Well, the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I respectfully rise in opposition. Look, the gentleman from Arizona brings up, I think, really legitimate reasons for his concern and the out-of-control spending, and frankly, what this administration has done. Now, however, because of that, the operating account of USAID in this bill has been significantly reduced, below the FY19 enacted level. Now, as the gentleman is aware, we get to the point, if we do further reductions, that this account, frankly, stops our ability to actually do some serious oversight. So while I agree with his concerns, I just don't think this is the right way to do that. Further reductions to this account would mean less oversight, less efficiency, and frankly, I think fewer positive outcomes. And by the way, in the manager's amendment, we reduced it even further. So I totally understand, and I look forward to working with the gentleman about his concern. I think we are addressing it in this bill. So again, it's one of those issues that I understand where he's going, but I just think this is not the right way to do it. So I respectfully oppose the amendment.
The gentleman's time expired. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Would request a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, for the proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. Chair understands that amendment number 14 will not be offered. It's now in order to consider amendment number 15, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I know Pennsylvania and Arizona are pretty close culturally, geographically. Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer amendment number 15 as the designee of the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The chair apologizes, and the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which eliminates $230,599,000. It's a lot of money, whether you're in Arizona, Pennsylvania, or in Washington, D.C., but that amount of money in funding to the U.S. Agency for International Development, funds appropriated to the President Capital Investment Fund. I once again bring up the amendment to address the mass spending that is appropriated to USAID. The Capital Investment Fund is for expenses for overseas construction and related costs, and for the procurement and enhancement of information technology and related capital investments. We all want a new office. We all want a new computer. We all want a new phone. We've got massive debt right now, massive debt. We're going to run $2.2 trillion behind this year alone. I don't know who at home, when they can't pay their bills, when they're literally borrowing money from their enemy, goes out and spends more. And we're not even talking about spending more on our own home or our own phone or our own computer. We're talking about spending more on somebody else's. And quite honestly, in many cases, in places that they don't even like America. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, our country is now $33 trillion in debt. How in good conscience can we continue with this spending? This is the time to invest in the United States of America and our constituents that are struggling to pay their groceries, pay for their groceries, pay for gasoline, to pay for their ever-rising electricity bill. And it's going to keep on rising. Your gas prices are going to keep going up. So are your food prices because of the policies of this administration. Mr. Chairman, we don't have any more money to spend on things that might be great to have, might be nice to have, might make us feel good. We don't have the money. And when you don't have the money, you don't spend it without a reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the United States Agency for International Development's Capital Investment Fund supports facility construction, information technology, and real property maintenance. These include efforts to accelerate the construction of new, secure, safe, and functional office facilities for USAID personnel overseas. Without this funding, these diplomats would be vulnerable and at greater risk for harm or on less secured compounds. This fund also supports information technology security, including efforts critical to cybersecurity and real property maintenance and repairs. I don't hear the gentleman talking about the fact that the policy of countering Chinese influence costs a little bit of money also. I think this provides us a bigger bang for our buck. Without this funding, the agency would be unable to upgrade and secure the IT environment against external and internal threats that could damage our national security and expose personally identifiable information of not only Americans, but the participants we assist in times of crisis. This amendment is short-sighted, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chair. And I agree with the gentlelady from the other side of the aisle. We should be countering China. And if we're going to use USAID to do that, well, that's all well and good too. But let's enumerate how we're actually going to use this money to counter China. What we're expected to believe is that, well, they need this money and we're going to counter China somewhere in Eastern Europe. Well, maybe we are, but let's make the case. But what you're asking is the American people borrow money from China to then somehow counter China and just give all these folks that are smarter than all the rest of us all the money, and I'm sure they'll figure it out. I don't know if you're keeping up with current events, but China's eating our lunch right now while we're spending all this money that we're borrowing from China. I think the case makes itself. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Does the gentleman seek recognition?
Yes, I would ask for a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 16, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk, number 16, number 43.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the manager and the chairman and ranking member of this committee. State, foreign operations, and related programs are the face of America. the most powerful nation in the world, the nation that the world looks to for guidance and direction in the interactions of this world. I'm saddened to say that this face has been altered and threatened desperately by some of the shortchanges in the funding. So the threat to national security by abdicating U.S. leadership and the underfunding of the UN Development Program and the UN, the underfunding of the State Department, and the threatening to women's health equality globally around the world. That's why my amendment is so very important, and I ask my colleagues to support it. I thank the Rules Committee, and I thank this subcommittee. For my amendment is an important and potentially life-saving amendment in an unfortunate and distracting approach to state and foreign relations. My amendment increases funds by $1 million and decreases funding by $1 million for the Global Health Programs account to highlight and support the fight against the practice of female genital mutilation. I've been a dedicated champion of this and introduced legislation in years past supporting the elimination of this very difficult and ludicrous practice of mutilating young women around the world. Female genital mutilation, cutting, FGMC, comprises all procedures that involve partial or total removal of the external female genitalia or other injury to the female genital organs for non-medical reasons. You may be shocked to know that some of this occurs in the United States of America. This practice is rooted in gender inequality, is often linked to other elements of gender-based violence and discrimination, such as child marriage, and recognized internationally as a violation of the human rights of women and girls. That's why it's so important that we fund women's global health. Unfortunately, this means an estimated 200 million girls and women alive today have been victims of FGMC, with girls 14 and younger representing 44 million of those who have been cut. For example, consider that around the world, at least 5 girls are mutilated, cut every hour. More than 3 million girls are estimated to be at risk right now with FGMC annually. The impacts of FGMC on the physical health of women and girls can include bleeding, infection, obstetric fistula, complications during childbirth, and death. I am going to reserve as I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson Lee Amendment. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? Oh, the gentlewoman seek recognition.
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition, though I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection.
While this amendment does not have a budgetary effect, I would like to thank my colleague for raising such an important issue for millions of women around the world. For more than 200 women, female genital mutilation can mean health problems that haunt them for the rest of their lives. The quest for gender equality will not be complete until women no longer are subjected to these practices. And I thank my colleague for raising this important issue, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Does the gentlewoman seek recognition? Gentlewoman is recognized.
I do. Let me first of all thank the ranking member, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, for her consistent, steady, and unrelenting commitment to world affairs and as well to the peace and harmony of women around the world and humanitarian practices. That is why this amendment and this emphasis on FGMC is so important, because other significant barriers to combating the practice of FGMC include the high concentration in Pacific regions associated with several cultural traditions that is not tied to any one religion. So it spreads all over. I want to emphasize to this body, girls as young as 14 that can make no determination but are put upon by this process. According to UNICEF, FGMC is reported to occur in all parts of the world, but is most prevalent in parts of Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Due to the commonality of this practice, many migrants to the U.S. bring the practices of FGMC with them, increasing the importance of combating FGMC abroad. As I said, it happens in the United States. My amendment prioritizes funding for foreign assistance to combat female genital mutilation, cutting, and internationally recognized violation of the human rights of girls and women so that it can finally come to an end. With the negatives of this defense appropriation, let's do something positive. I urge of this State Department appropriations, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the Jackson Lee Amendment, notwithstanding the vast, extensive work that is going on that is without restraint of dealing with FGMC around the world. I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson Lee Amendment. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this amendment. Look, this is a horrifying practice of literally just mutilating women around the world. An estimated 200 million women and girls have undergone this form of female genital mutilation, including, by the way, ones who are 15 or younger. And I don't have to tell you about the extreme psychological and physical harm that this does to these young girls and to the women. So I want to thank my colleague, Representative Jackson Lee, for condemning this practice wherever it is occurring. Anywhere in the world, we should object to minors, young girls, young women having genital mutilation performed for whatever reason. So I would urge my colleagues to strongly support this amendment. I yield back.
This is recognized for 15 seconds.
Let me indicate my appreciation to the chairman and to the ranking member for support of this amendment. I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson Lee Amendment. Let's end FGMC against women and girls around the world forever. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Salinas.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this bill for reasons beyond what I can list in the allotted time, but primarily because it would force America to abdicate its leadership role on the global stage. This bill contains too many harmful provisions to count. But for the benefit of the American people, I'll do my best to summarize a few of them. This bill would severely reduce our ability to combat the climate crisis. It would make massive cuts to global health programming through USAID and the WHO. It would shortchange economic and humanitarian assistance and global peacekeeping funding. And as if those self-imposed restrictions on our international leadership weren't bad enough, my Republican colleagues are using this bill as a Trojan horse for more poison pill writers, just as they've done with other appropriations bills. The majority's obsession with anti-choice, anti-LGBTQ, anti-diversity politics preclude them from putting forth a bill that has any chance of becoming law. Specifically, their bill would reinstate the global gag rule and prohibit contributions to the UNPFA, restricting women and girls around the world from receiving the reproductive and maternal health care they need. They're not just content to undermine reproductive freedom at home. No, they need to take their draconian quest abroad, to the tremendous shame of the majority of Americans who value reproductive freedom. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would strike the global gag rule and allow contributions to UNPFA. I strongly support reproductive rights and believe we should be a global leader guaranteeing it to all women and girls, regardless of where they may have been born. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 17, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 17, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment reduces the amount of funding allocated to USAID by $4.5 billion. As I've mentioned earlier, USAID is a vehicle through which the American taxpayer pays for economic development in other countries. I think, instead, we should spend more money on the economic development of our own country, and actually, if we spent less money overall, we probably would see less inflation, more prosperity, and the type of economic growth that we saw during President Trump's time in office. USAID may have started with laudable goals, but today they're promoting abortion globally with American tax dollars. They are pushing President Biden's national gender strategy. I never thought we needed a national gender strategy, but if we need a national gender strategy, can we at least not spend so much money promoting it abroad? Silly. The DEI programs that are embedded in the 1619 Project have been embraced by United Nations Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield, and we see that continue to manifest through USAID. American taxpayers should focus their resources and their efforts on the American people and the American economy. This is a thoughtful reduction. It should be easily agreed to, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from I'm sorry, for what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Once again, I have no idea what my colleagues are trying to achieve. All this amendment would do is double down on the harm Russia's aggression has already wreaked on the poorest countries of the world through higher food, fertilizer, and fuel costs. This amendment would cut $750 million each from global health programs and the international disaster assistance accounts. These cuts would impose tremendous harm and suffering to the most vulnerable, including 4 million children with malaria will go untreated. 350,000 deaths attributable to tuberculosis. 13 million fewer children vaccinated, resulting in a possible 115,000 additional deaths, and a reduction of over 45% of humanitarian assistance to Sudan compared to FY 2023 levels. This doesn't sound much like pro-life to me, Mr. Chairman. It would also eliminate entire development assistance accounts, affecting agriculture and food security programs, education, and clean water for millions of the most vulnerable people in the world. Development assistance is also used for counter-PRC influence programs, which represents one of our more effective tools to counter and compete with the PRC globally. It's really ridiculous, it's cruel, and it is not pro-life. These are not funds that would target to Ukraine in any significant way. It has no impact on the Ukraine debate and would inflict harm on millions of people. So I'd be happy to discuss with colleagues about how we support Ukraine's pursuit of freedom, but this amendment would only alienate the rest of the world and forsake many of our allies' reliant assistance on the United States. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
My amendment makes a $4.5 billion cut. $3.5 billion of that stops us from retiring global debt for Ukraine. Now, I don't think it's an unrealistic position to say that the United States of America should not deficit spend to retire the debt of other countries. Think about that. We are borrowing money from China to go settle the debts of Ukraine that they accrued far before this war with Russia. My colleague says that this exists to counter the PRC. We are never going to outbribe the PRC on the global scene. We are going to need another strategy. And if you listen to the debate of those opposing my amendment, hear the substance. Oh my goodness. People around the world are having problems buying food. in buying fuel. And if the U.S. taxpayer will just sacrifice a little more, it might be easier to buy food and fuel in other countries. I have a message for my Democratic colleagues. People are having a hard time buying food and fuel in this country as a consequence of the very inflationary spending that I am trying to reduce with this amendment. We should retire our debt before we retire Ukraine's debt. That is such an obvious statement, I am shocked I have to say it on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, where I'm just glad we're still hanging our flag. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, let me just suggest this. It really is an unrealistic position for the United States to allow 4 million children with malaria to go untreated, to allow 350,000 deaths attributable to tuberculosis, to allow 13 million fewer children vaccinated, resulting in a possible 115,000 additional deaths, and a reduction of over 45% of humanitarian assistance to Sudan compared to 2023 levels. Very unrealistic, cruel, and unusual. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to believe what I am hearing. The gentlelady is saying, but there's malaria and tuberculosis and sickness and ailment all around the world. The gentlelady need look no further than her home state of California, where the human condition continues to decline. She would need to look no further than the major cities throughout our country that are under Democrat control. So maybe before we go solve all the world's problems, maybe before we function as the world's policeman and the world's piggy bank and the world's debt payer, we ought to focus on the issues that we have here in this country, and they are real. And frankly, too often, they metastasize from the gentlelady's home state. I reserve.
Has the only time.
I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment.
I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Thank you. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, for the proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 18, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
I thank the chairman. When everyday Americans, like the folks I have the honor to represent in Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district, have too many expenses, they're simply forced to cut back. They don't have any choice. That's what they've had to do in this high inflation, high cost of living Biden economy, where gas, food, seemingly everything. I don't know that anything's gone down, but for sure, food, gas, electricity prices are just going up and up. So what do folks do at home? They don't go out to eat as often. They don't have a meal with their family out. They might have to cancel a few subscriptions, put off some repairs around the house, put off buying a new pair of shoes, you name it. The point is that they pare back their spending sometimes to the bare bones because they've got to keep a roof over their head and food in their bellies. Now, the paring back that I just discussed is something that this body, this institution, has been unwilling, unable, simply refused to do now for decades. Decades, $33 trillion worth of that. Many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle have highlighted via amendment the wasteful, bloated spending that this place has perpetuated, especially during the pandemic. Unbelievable amounts during the pandemic. And I appreciate the work of the chairman. He has worked diligently to bring this thing back closer to in line with some reality, but there are still places we can cut. This amendment reduces the amount of international disaster assistance from $3.9 billion to zero. Now, everybody's going to take a gasp. Zero? International disaster assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, in our country, the disaster assistance account is zero. It's dried up. The good gentleman from Florida, his state just suffered a hurricane. But ain't no disaster money for them. What about the folks in Hawaii? What about the folks all across the country dealing with floods and fires? There isn't any money in the United States of America for them, but heaven forbid, we got to make sure we're all around the globe helping all those folks at the expense of the people in America. I'm not trying, and no one's trying to be punitive or cruel here. The fact is that this process is broken, and the results of it are broken. And the American people are tired of being broke from what we do here in Washington. This is a nearly $4 billion line item that we simply can't afford. We want to be helpful. Every single one of us wants to help. But we're using the money that other people earn to help other people overseas, while the people that earn the money are struggling, and that is immoral and unacceptable. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
USAID's International Disaster Assistance Account, or IDA, is a critical tool which supports our country's foreign policy objectives and serves as a lifeline for millions of people. The IDA account provides life-saving support, including food, shelter, emergency health care, sanitation and hygiene, and critical nutrition services to the world's most vulnerable and hardest to reach people. And this assistance is needed now more than ever. After 20 years of decline, there are more people facing hunger now than in 2019, almost 30% of the global population. Regardless of whether you have faith or not, I think that our values compel us to really address those in most need, not only in our own country, but yes, throughout the world. It's important to provide this humanitarian assistance because it's morally the right thing to do. Once again, those who are people of faith or not do this because it really does solidify our commitment to humankind, and also, yes, our leadership and influence throughout the world. It's unthinkable that the United States would stop providing this support to those who have lost everything through a natural disaster or conflict. I am really ashamed that the Republicans want to do this. It's really a disgrace. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad that the gentlelady mentioned people of faith and their care for people, not only in their community, but around the globe. And it's awesome. And in the church that I attend, that's exactly what we do. And that's exactly what we should do. Be our brother's keeper. Be our brothers and sisters' keeper. But the good Lord never said, force your brother to be someone else's keeper. That's between them. And that's exactly what we're doing here, is forcing people that can ill afford their own bill and their own tragedies that they're suffering in the United States to pay for the tragedies in other places. And that's immoral. With that, I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman has the only time remaining.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 20, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 20, printed in Part D of House Report Number 118-216. Offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment reduces the amount of economic support funding from $2.9 billion to $1.8 billion. Like a few of my colleagues on this side of the aisle have said this week, this is a necessary haircut to a program that has ballooned massively just since 2 presidents ago. In the 5 years from FY18 to 23, this account went from $1.8 billion to $4.3 billion. People wonder, how do we get $33 trillion in debt? You get it $1 billion at a time, just adding up. Let's look at some of the use of these funds from the report of this bill. Cooperative projects, sustainability challenges relating to raw water resources, agriculture, and energy storage. That's interesting. You know, ever heard of Flint, Michigan? They're concerned about their water resources. Agriculture, our farmers aren't allowed to buy fertilizer or can't afford it in this country based on the policies of the administration. And energy storage, so we're paying for batteries overseas. It's not enough that we force our own constituents to use unreliable power. Now we're going to force the rest of the world to do it and pay for it. How about scientific research collaboration in the Middle East? That's awesome, because other than our one ally there, there's not much scientific collaboration that I'm interested in participating in, certainly not with Iran. The Middle East Partnership Initiative, which, according to the State Department, supports governments and their citizens to achieve shared political, economic, and stability objectives. How much money are we going to throw in this money pit year after year after year, decade after decade? In the administration's budget request, they'll say they use the funds to foster economic resilience in Greenland. Are they in peril in Greenland? Strengthen transparent governance and promote civil society and independent media in South Asia, and provide rapid, flexible support and assistance to government and civil society in Africa. These are all laudable things. The question is, can you afford them? And we cannot. I remind everybody, we're simply borrowing from China to pay for these things, all of these things. Reasonable people can disagree about whether the American taxpayer dollars need to promote civil society or scientific collaboration abroad. However, the fact remains we must find places to save, and this reverts a highly inflated item, highly inflated. Again, $1.8 billion to $4.3 billion in 5 years. And I would just ask, what is the metric we use to determine whether this is successful or does anything at all to support the American people? With that, I urge support and I reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is short-sighted. It would potentially cut programs to strengthen democracy and human rights, protect religious freedom, and support economic reforms, among others. Many of these programs counter malign influences and provide an alternative to the PRC's influence. Financing also activities. These programs also offer and demonstrate another narrative from the authoritarianism promoted by the government of the PRC. The Economic Support Fund also advances critical security programs, such as countering terrorist radicalization and recruitment and improving governance and accountability. These are bigger challenges than they were just 5 years ago. The fiscal year level that is sought by this amendment, totally unrealistic to accomplish our goals. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we all want to do what we can, but we shouldn't be borrowing money from China, our number one adversary. We're borrowing it from them, allegedly to counter them. And oh, by the way, while we're borrowing it from them to counter them, we're allowing them to operate on our financial markets or in our financial markets without the same controls and restrictions that we place on American companies. That's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that it probably costs us more to counter them. We could do much more by just not allowing that, but instead we're going to allow that and take people's money, taxpayers' money, and spend it to do this. It would cost so much less to do this if we would just do the right thing in the first place. With that, I yield the balance, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This budget, first of all, is less than 0.5% of the United States GDP. Let me yield now to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim, 1.5 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This amendment would have catastrophic consequences for priorities of our conference, our conference champions, including an elimination of religious freedom programming, gutting the Counter China Influence Fund, and hamstringing international cybersecurity capacity building at a time when each of those foreign policy priorities is under great pressure. The funds from the Economic Support Fund are available to protect human rights and freedom of the press, combat human trafficking and corruption, and increase public accountability. This account goes to countries of strategic significance to the United States and often intended to promote the political and economic stability of our U.S. allies. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal year 2024, this bill already marks a $2.4 billion reduction from the President's request and a $1.3 billion reduction from the fiscal year 2023 level. A dramatic shift proposed in this amendment would be an absolute whiplash for our partners and allies overseas and detrimental to many of the GOP and bipartisan priorities funded through this account. Mr. Speaker, I would go on about the priorities that would be lost if this amendment were adopted, like training for Taiwan, Cuba democracy programs, but I will simply say this amendment is a disservice to responsible and effective diplomacy. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman has the only time left. Oh, you yield back. Apologize. The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I would ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 22, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment cuts migration and refugee assistance funding from $2.5 billion to $0. This money, the $2.5 billion, goes towards refugee programs around the world, including for shelter, health care, and sanitation. Again, we all want to do what we can. We all want to help. Nobody's trying to be cruel or punitive here. We don't have enough money to deal with the refugee crisis in our own country, which is self-imposed. Our constituents here at home can't afford their own shelter, can't afford their own health care, their own food because of the policies of the administration, yet we're forcing them to pay for it around the globe, oftentimes with companies that have encouraged and inspired people to migrate to their countries and become refugees in their countries, and yet we're paying for that. Furthermore, during the debate on Homeland Security funding bill this week, many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle rightfully pointed out the disaster occurring at our southern border, to the tune of thousands of people every single day coming in. And oh, by the way, what other countries around the world are helping with our refugee crisis, with our refugee and migration assistance? So our taxpayers are paying for the one that we're encouraging and allowing in our country, and they're being forced under penalty of law in their taxes to pay for the ones in other countries too. All of our districts have been affected by the influx of drugs, including fentanyl. In my district, just in the last week, 6 people died from fentanyl that came across the southern border into my town, thousands of miles away from the border. One of the refrains of the Biden administration and border czar Harris seem to think that the only way to solve this is to address the root causes instead of simply enforcing our own border. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to solve any of this under the current policies that we're seeing, and we're certainly not going to solve it around the globe by forcing our taxpayers to pay for it, encouraging more of it all around the globe. And I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, the Migration and Refugee Assistance Account supports protection and assistance to ease the suffering of those that had to leave everything behind and become a refugee. The funding also contributes to broader USG and international efforts to resolve conflicts that cause displacement. This humanitarian aid saves lives and upholds the dignity of tens of millions of forcibly displaced and crisis-affected people, including refugees, victims of conflict, stateless persons, and vulnerable migrants. There are more than 108 million forcibly displaced people globally at the end of 2022. This is the largest ever annual increase and represents the largest number of forcibly displaced in history. Without assistance, nations will not accept growing refugee populations in their countries, potentially destabilizing regions and threatening global peace and security and stability. We should be doing more, not less, to support these individuals. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chair. Like I said, every single one of us wants to help. Every single one of our hearts breaks for people that are forcibly displaced. But I would say this as well. I question the numbers, forcibly displaced. There are people in this country saying that all the people coming illegally to this country are being forcibly displaced when that's obviously not true. And oh, by the way, maybe we'd be more amenable to taking the taxpayers' hard-earned money and spending it overseas on these migrations if we would solve our problem here in the United States of America. But how can we force them to do, how can we force them, how can we ask them to spend their hard-earned tax dollars overseas when we refuse to solve the problem right here at home and force them to pay for that as well? It is insult upon injury. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 23, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we fund specific programs, we should ask ourselves one question: what is the real return on investment? In the case of the Peace Corps, we're spending a little over $410 million. Is the investment worth it, given the rising cost of food and gas? Is it appropriate for Congress to prioritize the Peace Corps over our veterans? Prioritize the Peace Corps over securing our border? And keep in mind, my proposed cut is a modest cut. So how is the Peace Corps justifying its budget in light of financial hardships borne by millions of Americans today? In separate testimonies before the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, Carol Svan, the Peace Corps director, pointed out the agency's work on the following: helping illegals at the southern border, promoting DEI amongst its volunteers, promoting COVID-19 vaccinations in low-income areas, climate change adaptation, just to name a few. In the latter case, the Peace Corps is working to promote climate-smart approaches in agriculture and to focus on gender equity issues. It's clear the Peace Corps has become more of an activist organization than an organization determined to help people. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, the Peace Corps is one of the best investments in public diplomacy that we make. And there is no way that Democrats have prioritized Peace Corps over veterans. We support our veterans. We support the Peace Corps. What better ambassadors do we have than young American people willing to spend 2 years overseas and building goodwill with people around the world? Now, I know many of us have met these young people when traveling overseas or have discussed with our own constituents after they have participated in this life-changing experience. The Peace Corps count in this bill is already 20 million below its current level, endangering the return of volunteers in the field after COVID and the reopening of new sites, particularly in the Pacific Islands, where strong American diplomacy is sorely needed. Cuts are already threatening the ability to support the 5,000 volunteers across 51 countries that Peace Corps has responsibility for. Once again, Democrats support the Peace Corps. Democrats support and thank our veterans for their service. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, best investments? This is the best we can do? How about we invest in our veterans? How about we invest in our border? How about we take care of America? And look, I want to help those around the world, but not at the expense of Americans. And it should be noted that the Peace Corps has a long and sordid history of covering up sexual abuse of its participants. Think about that. Are we going to aid and abet an agency, an organization that has this sordid past while our veterans suffer, while our border is open, while we have migrants being abused on the border? I should think not. This is a modest cut. It simply returns the funding back to pre-COVID levels, merely a $14 million cut. We can do this. And at a time when Americans are suffering, at a time when interest rates are high, gas has gone up, food is more expensive, surely we put Americans, hardworking Americans, first. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm not so sure that our veterans would appreciate being used as a pawn in this game to try to defund and cut funding for young people. I've talked to many veterans who appreciate the Peace Corps and appreciate the work that they're doing to help ensure that Americans have the best ambassadors in the world. Our veterans would not want to hear this pawn game being played against them in support and in opposition to the Peace Corps. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would argue that the Gold Star families would like for us to invest in our veterans. I would argue the veterans that are homeless would like for us to invest in our veterans. When we look at the suicide rates among our servicemen and women, we should be investing in our veterans. And so to say that putting our veterans first is using them as a pawn is offensive. Mr. Chairman, I thank you. I ask my colleagues to support this. I ask that we put our veterans and our Americans first. Thank you, and I yield back.
The Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment numbers 25 through 26 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 27, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Kelly of Mississippi.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to reduce funding to the Global Environment Facility Fund from $139 million to $129 million, or by $10 million. We do well what we measure. That's what my father always told me growing up. We do well what we measure. Unfortunately, many of the organizations and many of the money that is spent by America are not measured well. We need to force people to prioritize and to account for the funds that they spend. This is a small little cut. Americans are struggling every day as they face high gas prices, inflation due to the reckless spending of this administration, and the radical climate change agenda of the Biden administration. My amendment claws back just a little bit of those hard-earned tax dollars going to fund climate change initiatives outside of our borders. I encourage my colleagues to vote in support of my amendment, and remember, we do well what we measure. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would reduce the contribution of the United States to the Global Environmental Facility by $10 million. The Global Environmental Facility is a multilateral trust fund that provides grant-based funding to developing countries to address the real global environmental challenges. Last month was the hottest August according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's 174-year record. In that 1 month, Hawaii had a devastating wildfire. The Southeast suffered from the Category 3 hurricane in Idalia, and Southern California had its first ever tropical storm watch, with many areas receiving more rain in 48 hours than they typically get all year. These disasters come with huge costs in the communities they directly affect and impact our entire planet. The Global Environmental Facility Fund benefits the United States economy and environment by addressing problems that affect our domestic health, safety, and prosperity, such as by protecting tropical forests, reducing global levels of transboundary pollutants, and combating illegal wildlife trafficking, which I know is of concern on both sides of the aisle. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would just point out that we spend a lot of money overseas to preserve our environment, and none of it is measured. There are no metrics of success. We spend billions and billions of dollars outside of the United States for climate preservation, which countries like China just refuse to acknowledge, or other areas in South America that do not do those. And I just ask to support my amendment. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
I just ask people to remember, we're asking for a small cut. We do well what we measure and what we account for. And with that, I yield back and ask for a yes vote.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Mississippi. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would respectfully ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Mississippi will be postponed. Chair understands that amendments numbers 28 through 31 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 36 in Part D of House Report 118-217, 216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Plaskett of the Virgin Islands.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of my amendment. This amendment would strike Section 7070D from the bill, removing language banning the State Department and other agencies from identifying, classifying, or facilitating the classification of any communication by a United States person as misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation, and banning the federal government from partnering with nonpartisan, nonprofit, outside experts to identify these threats. You know, on January 7th, 2021, a day after the January 6th insurrection, the National Intelligence Council, Central Intelligence Agency, Department of Homeland Security, FBI, NSA, and the State Department disseminated a then classified report entitled Foreign Threats to the 2020 U.S. Federal Elections. That report was declassified 2 months later. In it, the best minds of our intelligence community wrote, Russian President Putin authorized and a range of Russian government organizations conducted influence operations aimed at denigrating President Biden's candidacy and the Democratic Party, supporting former President Trump, and undermining public confidence in the electoral process and exacerbating socio-political divisions in the U.S. It went on to say that, unlike in 2016, a key element of Moscow's strategy this election cycle of 2020 was its use of proxies linked to Russian intelligence to push influence narratives, including misleading or unsubstantiating allegations. Listen, everyone, in the wake of the chaos and destruction caused by the former president and his followers on January 6th, I fear these facts are being forgotten. Why are we here today with multiple appropriation bills that prevent the federal government of the United States from even acknowledging misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, and getting that information to the American public, no matter who it is spouted by, whether it is domestic or foreign threats? It seems to be that my colleagues across the aisle want to use First Amendment rights as a blanket for those kinds of words and uses that are going to destroy the American people. We're not saying that people cannot say these things. What the federal government needs to be able to do is inform the American people where that information comes from, if it is in fact not facts, if it is conspiracy theories. I fear that this is being allowed because some are empowered corners of our Republican caucus know another presidential election is coming, and they've been given a cookbook on how to keep chaos in our society. We know that number one, page 1 of that cookbook, that first recipe is Russian propaganda and its penetration of the American people. So we're clear, it's not only the Kremlin that wants in on this dis, and malinformation game, this meal that they're trying to cook for the American people. Iran and China want to get into the kitchen too. We know foreign influence efforts are already active, and we know many more are coming. Let's make sure that our federal government has the expertise, the research to be able to stop it. I yield. At this time, I reserve my time. I urge my colleagues to approve my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas. Oh, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
You know, when George Orwell wrote the book 1984, most people took it as a cautionary tale. Some of our friends on the left took it as an instruction manual. And literally, we've seen this administration try to stand up a ministry of truth. We've seen accurate information about where a lab leak might have come from, labeled as disinformation. We've seen medical experts with life-saving information be labeled as spreaders of misinformation, having their careers ruined, and tragically costing the lives of thousands, if not millions of people. Let's talk about Russian information for a moment. The Hunter laptop was labeled as Russian information. We had a dossier that was paid for by the DNC labeled as Russian information. And so all this has been on the backs of the taxpayer. The U.S. taxpayer having to fund not only the demise of their own country, but having their First Amendment rights squelched by the government that's meant to serve them. And so that's not enough, apparently, for our friends on the left. They want to export that on the backs of the U.S. taxpayer to the people around the world. And so this is how this works. Right now, the State Department is funding a misinformation tracking group called the Global Disinformation Index. And they have labeled some news outlets like the American Spectator, Newsmax, the Federalist, the American Conservative, One American News, The Blaze, the Daily Wire, Real Clear Politics, The Reason, and the New York Post as potential spreaders of misinformation. And so they created this list and they aggregate this list to potential sponsors. And basically the word is, don't put any advertisement on these sites because they might be, quote, spreaders of misinformation. And so this is a way to strong arm and try to drain them of any sort of finances, all sponsored by the U.S. taxpayer. This is unconscionable. And of course, the understanding shtick is kind of like, if you're a business who maybe sponsors one of these things, we might lean heavily on you when it comes to government grants or, when it comes to enforcing regulatory burdens and all these kind of things. This is not how things are supposed to work in a free society, in a government of the people, by the people, for the people. We need to stop this nonsense, and we certainly shouldn't be exporting it across the world on the backs of the U.S. taxpayer. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just say that private media companies acting in their own business interests and in understood interests of public health in the midst of global pandemics, as well as our democracy and its maintained, are going to do what they think is best for their bottom line. That's what drives them. And as for Orwellian cries by my colleagues on the right, that's absolutely ludicrous that you would be concerned with that. You're only concerned with free speech now because it's impeding conspiracy theories that you want to put forward. The free speech is not an absolute protection. That's one of the first things you learn in law school, in constitutional law. It is not an absolute. It is not an absolute when it's going against the American people and our democracy, and when it is malicious speech. Additionally, we are not saying that people cannot say these words. We're saying that where the information comes from and how it is used, our federal government should be allowed to be able to track that, be able to use experts for it.
The gentleman is recognized.
I'd remind my colleague to direct her comments to the chair, and also remind her that our Constitution understands that those rights are a gift from God, not a grant from government. And I yield 2 minutes to my friend, the colleague from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
The gentleman is recognized. The chair acknowledges that members should direct their remarks to the chair.
Not my colleague.
Thank you to my friend from Texas. I rise in strong opposition to Amendment 36 offered by my colleague on the left. Protecting free speech is a vital duty and founding principle enshrined in our Constitution. Our founders embedded this protection in the First Amendment, the very bedrock of our republic. Yet today, forces inside our government seek to trample this freedom through censorship and intimidation. The so-called Disinformation Governance Board was a dystopian scheme allowing unelected bureaucrats to silence dissent. Though now dismantled, its specter remains. Recently, shocking evidence emerged of federal agencies, specifically CISA, pressuring social media platforms to suppress lawful speech. Make no mistake, any attempt by the government to dictate approved narratives, stifle open debate, or chill free speech is unconstitutional. The founders rebelled against such tyranny and wrote those protections into law. But once again, Americans face efforts to control thought and decree acceptable speech. Amendment 36 would remove vital protections against these abuses of power. It would open the door to continued coercion with big tech, the harvesting of private data without warrants, and other violations of the First and Fourth Amendments. I call on each member here to search your conscience. Will you defend the Bill of Rights or bow to illiberal forces attacking our liberties? The choice is clear. Stand alongside the framers of our Constitution in upholding freedom. oppose this amendment and affirm that government has no place policing protected speech or compromising privacy rights without due process. The American spirit rejects thought control and censorship. Our Constitution enshrines the right to voice beliefs openly, however controversial. Uphold this heritage. Vote down Amendment 36 and any attempt to enable silencing of dissent. The integrity of our republic hangs in the balance. Will you defend it or will you attack it? Amendment 36 attacks it, and so I urge all my colleagues to vote against it. Thank you. And I yield back to the gentleman.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I may ask how much time we have remaining?
The gentleman has 15 seconds remaining.
I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the chair of the noes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 38, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment would prevent the enforcement of several arbitrary, self-imposed State Department restrictions that limit communication and cooperation between U.S. officials and their counterparts in Taiwan. This amendment is similar to one that was adopted earlier to the Department of Defense Appropriations Bill. As I discussed then, these restrictions are not required by any provision of law and have been put in place at the behest of Communist China. They make it difficult for senior U.S. officials to travel to Taiwan and to interact with their Taiwanese counterparts. In essence, these guidelines are designed to prevent and limit high-level bilateral cooperation. Not only does this make little sense, it is in direct conflict with existing laws that call for expanding such cooperation, such as the Taiwan Travel Act. Mr. Speaker, a State Department memorandum should never trump the laws we pass in this body or outsource American foreign policy to the CCP. My amendment will make sure that neither of those things happen by scrapping these restrictive guidelines. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, first, the executive branch has the ability to determine how the United States engages and manages our relationship with Taiwan. It had that ability during the last administration. That's because Congress left it to the executive branch to conduct diplomacy and the recognition or non-recognition of foreign states and governments in this case. If you wish to legislate how the executive branch should engage with Taiwan, then mark up a separate bill in Foreign Affairs Committee that just deals with that. But in the absence of that, the executive branch needs to determine how to handle diplomatic engagements abroad. Again, the last administration did just that. It's their job to weigh multiple equities and balance delicate factors that are simply not considered by this amendment today. The gentleman knows that Taiwan is a sensitive geopolitical subject with respect to our relations with the People's Republic of China. That's why we have a select committee in the House on it. And I think this is something that they could examine. But there is too much at stake to have this amendment decide what the guidelines for engagement will be. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, why do we allow the State Department, through a bureaucratic memo, to impose these unnecessary and counterproductive limits on communication and cooperation with Taiwan? We don't have rules like this in place for the totalitarian rulers of Cuba or Russia, both of whom operate embassies just a few miles away from where we are standing right now. We don't have rules like this for our interaction with Iran. John Kerry has met on several occasions with high-ranking Iranian officials, and the White House just paid a $6 billion hostage ransom to the Ayatollah. We don't have rules like this for U.S. interaction with Communist China. Biden administration officials continue to sit down at the table with the same CCP officials who our own Secretary of State has accused of committing genocide. Yet we continue to enforce these degrading conditions on Taiwan, a longtime friend and fellow democracy. Mr. Chairman, as the old Sesame Street song goes, one of these things is not like the other. It is time to stop treating our friends like enemies and our enemies like friends. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, I'll just close out by, here's part of the memo that, and I read this last night from the State Department. You should not refer to Taiwan as a country or to the authorities of Taiwan as a government. Instead, refer to Taiwan authorities or Taiwan counterparts. That's the kind of thing that's happening in our State Department, and it projects weakness to countries across the world, in particular our adversaries. When we need a foreign policy that is strong, we are not receiving it now. That is why this amendment should be passed. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 39, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 39, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you want to come up with the right policy position on an issue related to foreign affairs, talk to Anthony Blinken first, and then do the opposite. We've all seen the Secretary's inability to be correct about any major foreign policy concern for the last 20 years, whether that be Iraq, Libya, Yemen, giving the Iranians $6 billion to deploy, as their president says, wherever they need it, or Afghanistan. He is undoubtedly one of the most professionally ineffective and incompetent individuals to hold the title of Secretary of State. But if incompetence by itself were sufficient ground to remove a Senate-confirmed cabinet official, the president would have very few advisors left. In the case of Secretary Blinken, it's about incompetence and perhaps outright corruption. For instance, Secretary Blinken received more than $5,000 in payment from the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, who notably praised the Taliban, received more than $5,000 for speaking at a bank opening in China, offering advisory services to a Japanese company who invested heavily in a CCP company that was blacklisted by Trump. Let's take one more. Mr. Blinken's consulting firm, West Exec Advisors, it advertised its ability to help American colleges secure CCP donations without compromising their Pentagon research grants. Think about that. Usurping America's rules for engagement with the CCP. That advertisement, by the way, was removed just 2 weeks prior to Joe Biden's acceptance of the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. We've since learned that from former acting CI Director Mike Morrell that the infamous Spies Who Lie letter, a letter that impacted a presidential race, was led by no one other than Anthony Blinken. The letter, signed by 51 intelligence experts, was intended, according to Morrell, to give Joe Biden a way to refute the Hunter Biden laptop story ahead of a presidential debate. You think this would be worthy of investigation, if not outright impeachment, but certainly defunding. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personality towards the President. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this is really despicable to target dedicated public servants and threaten their livelihoods. Public servants doing their jobs and carrying out the policy of the administration, regardless of which administration it is, they serve, and they should be commended, not demonized. Our government is dependent on being able to attract the best talent to bring their skills to public service, especially when in most cases they could earn much more in the private sector. Who is going to be willing to do that if their names can be dragged through the political mud? Secretary Blinken is a dedicated public servant who has proudly represented the United States while serving in multiple high-level positions. This is not how we solve policy differences. We should not make it personal and about people doing their jobs. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, serving the country or serving Hunter Biden, because we know through the work of Senators Johnson and Grassley that Hunter Biden kept his Burisma colleagues apprised of meetings and emails he held with Mr. Blinken. Mr. Blinken had previously said to Senate staffers that he wasn't aware of any communications with Hunter Biden, aside from one in-person meeting, which is a materially false statement and should subject him to criminal penalties under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Of course, the U.S. Congress never holds anyone accountable for misleading Congress, so why tell the truth? Mr. Chairman, Blinken has lied to Congress. He worked to prevent critical information, including the July 2021 dissent cable, from being reviewed by this chamber until confronted by the gentleman from Texas. He clearly has a closer relationship with Hunter Biden than he let on, and further engaged in questionable activities prior to serving as Secretary of State, very little of which has been investigated or vetted. These questions deserve to be asked. I urge adoption of this amendment and defunding of Mr. Blinken. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, this, quite frankly, is unconstitutional. First of all, it doesn't make any sense. Secondly, and it really sends the worst signal in the world for those young people who want to go into public service, serving our country and serving our country. You know, I'm really shocked and urge a no vote on this amendment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, you know, William Holman, with the Holman Rule, did actually come up with a way to defund someone like the Secretary. But back to the Secretary, you know, there should be accountability for our botched Afghanistan withdrawal, for helping establish the Islamist theocracy that is in power there today, the insult to the memory of those who lost their lives at Abbey Gate. This man is responsible. He is complicit. I urge adoption of this amendment. He should be defunded, and quite frankly, I would say he should be impeached. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 40, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 40, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you. I'm a big proponent of Israel, our closest ally in that region. And yet this administration has stopped at nothing to marginalize that relationship with the state of Israel. When President Trump shuttered the U.S. consulate in Jerusalem, it was a shot heard around the world. President Trump's action clarified our diplomatic mission to Israel. The U.S. consulate was inappropriately treated as something close to a de facto embassy to a non-existent Palestinian state. By getting rid of the consulate, President Trump made it clear that our only diplomatic outreach to that area is and should be the state of Israel. In place of that consulate, the Trump administration established the PAU and housed its operations within the U.S. Embassy. The PAU reported directly to the U.S. ambassador to Israel and could not act independently of that ambassador. These actions created transparency in our foreign policy where there was previously confusion. You think that that would be appreciated by both sides here? Unfortunately, you'd be wrong. Since taking office, the Biden administration has worked to roll back progress initiated under President Trump by announcing the administration's intent to reopen the Consulate General. Joe Biden has since closed the PAU in favor of the so-called Office of Palestinian Affairs, and an intended halfway step towards reestablishing their consulate. If you need further proof of the administration's intent to take note that the Office of Palestinian Affairs, the OPA, doesn't report to our ambassador in Jerusalem. It instead receives its instruction from the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs at the Department of State here in Washington. Our commitment should be to Israel and Israel alone, not to the PLO. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is a clear attempt to return to the punitive and short-sighted policies of the previous administration with regard to the Palestinians. Let's get one thing straight. American diplomacy and engagement are not rewards to our friends and things to hold over the heads of those we're trying to pressure to bring about change. Diplomacy and engagement serve our own interests. United States policy to support a two-state solution in the Middle East, that's the United States policy, the only path to peace, and to avoid any steps by any party that makes that goal harder to reach. By keeping a channel of communications open, the Palestinian Affairs Unit is an important part of that strategy. I have and will continue to urge the Biden administration to reset U.S. relations with the Palestinian people and to resume the United States' role of credible and constructive leader in the region. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleague, I thank her for the idea of communication. Mr. Chairman, we need communication with folks from around the world. But as far as diplomatic missions, Mr. Chairman, we should be focused on Israel. The creation of the Office of Palestinian Affairs is an affront to both our most important ally in the world and to U.S. law, which clearly states that Jerusalem should be the undivided capital of Israel, the Jerusalem Embassy Act of 1995. The OPA is unfortunately just the latest in a legacy of foreign policy driven by an animus toward the state of Israel. This should be a bipartisan bill, Mr. Chairman. Israel is our greatest ally in that region, arguably one of our greatest allies in the world. And to diminish that is really unjust. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify and to tell the truth, this is a unit. It's not a mission. It's a unit, mind you, within the embassy. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, you know, it's often the case in foreign relations that symbolism is policy. And what the Office of Palestinian Affairs symbolizes is a destructive policy that will only serve to embolden the enemies of Washington and Jerusalem. Our friends in Israel are under attack daily, from bombs lofted in the air to attacks on the streets. And to do anything but have unwavering diplomatic support really jeopardizes lives. It threatens their sovereignty, and we must stand with our important ally, the State of Israel. Mr. Chairman, I urge the adoption of this bill. I would urge my colleagues for this to be unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate having expired, the question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 41, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Unanimous consent to withdraw amendment number 41.
Without objection. March with 42. It is now in order to consider amendment number 42, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would prohibit funds from being provided to assist Ukraine. Over a year and a half ago, Russia invaded Ukraine, but now the United States has basically taken over Ukraine and is fighting a proxy war in Ukraine that we never voted for. We are funding their government. We are paying for their small businesses. We are paying their farmers. We are handing military equipment and weapons over to Ukraine and paying for their war. According to the Congressional Research Service, in 2022, the United States provided $113 billion in total assistance to Ukraine. Every single year, the United States spends billions of dollars on foreign aid, much more than any other country. Ukraine has now taken the top spot. The $50 billion state and foreign operations bill includes an unspecified funding amount for Ukraine. Section 7046B2 would make funds available for Ukraine to support the ability of the government of Ukraine to defend their sovereignty and withstand the impacts of Russia's invasion, combat corruption, and promote transparency and democracy. This is nothing more than a blank check for Ukraine that Joe Biden's State Department will get to write. And even more dangerously, they get to waive oversight, claiming national security. All this will do is fuel another never-ending war and push the United States even closer to the brink of nuclear holocaust. After Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan wars, haven't we had enough of taxpayer-funded state and foreign operations? They tell us we have to fight them over there so we don't have to fight them over here. But paying for wars in foreign countries will eventually have consequences on our country. And we will bring the war to America, and we will end up fighting them here when countries have had enough of the United States. After a year and a half of being engaged in this conflict, the American people no longer support the additional assistance to Ukraine. My amendment will help stop this brutal war and help push for peace in Ukraine, which should be our ultimate goal. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? I'm sorry, the Georgia reserves. For what purpose Ms. Lee, do you seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Russia's brutal and unprovoked attack on Ukraine is not just a threat to Ukraine and its neighbors, but to the world. If Russia succeeds in its aggression, other unprovoked attacks are inevitable. As my colleague Representative Hoyer said last week on the House floor, we are locked in a struggle between freedom and fascism, democracy and despotism, might and right. The war in Ukraine is that struggle manifest. Ukraine's democracy is being undermined every single day. Entire cities have been demolished. Women and girls are being sexually abused by Russian soldiers. Hospitals and schools, which should be safe havens, are being intentionally attacked. Thousands of innocent children and their families have been brutally murdered. Millions of Ukrainians have been forced to flee their country. Colleagues, we must continue to ensure that Ukraine has the funding and support it needs to defend itself, and that vulnerable people continue to receive life-saving assistance. And I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend from Illinois, Congresswoman Miller.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Congresswoman Green. Joe Biden has forced Americans to foot the bill for hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine, while our southern border is being invaded by terrorists, drug cartels, gangs, and human traffickers. I oppose sending any additional money to Ukraine oligarchs in a proxy war that we are being dragged into because Ukraine was paying the Biden family $1 million a year in cash. Americans deserve a spending bill that puts America first by securing our border and putting us back on the path to energy independence, which was achieved by the Trump administration. I want to thank Congresswoman Green for offering this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1.5 minutes now to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sadly, the world is in a conflict we did not choose between dictators with rule of gun opposing democracies with rule of law. War criminal Putin began the current murderous conflict invading Ukraine, shocked to find out that Ukrainians courageously resisted. The brave Ukrainian people are an inspiration to the world, as they know Putin falsely claims Ukraine does not exist, as Putin is trying to reassemble the evil empire of the Soviet Union. Fellow dictators clearly see the conflict as dictator of democracy as North Korean Kim Jong-un joins Putin. The Chinese Communist Party is conducting the largest peacetime military buildup in world history. The regime in Tehran builds drones for Putin to murder Ukrainian civilians as they plan death to America, death to Israel. We must stop the dictators today, or there will be a direct threat to American families tomorrow. We must always remember, of all things, Pearl Harbor. We must remember 9/11. For these reasons, I oppose the amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman, I believe, yields back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It needs to be recognized that we represent the American people. And the polling shows very clearly the American people do not support continuing to fund a war in a foreign country when our own country has been having a war waged on us by the Mexican cartels. 55% of Americans say the U.S. Congress should not authorize additional funding to Ukraine. 51% say the U.S. has already done enough to help Ukraine. Americans demand their hard-earned tax dollars be used to secure our own southern border and stop the Mexican cartel's war on America that's killing 300 Americans every single day, that's human trafficking, sex trafficking. You want to talk about women and children? We should care about the women and children that are being trafficked at our own southern border, not pay to defend another foreign country and worry about another country who, by the way, is not the 51st state. We only have 50 states in the United States of America, and our tax dollars should pay to defend our states here. I urge the House to adopt my amendment, and that, Mr. Chair, I yield the rest of my time.
The gentlewoman from Georgia yields.
I yield, Mr. Chairman, I yield the remaining time to the my remaining time to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Speaker, when Ronald Reagan stood in front of the Berlin Wall and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, take down this wall," he did so not because we were in opposition to just the Soviet Union and Russians. He did so because we were in opposition to authoritarianism. We were in opposition to communism. Now, that wall fell, but it didn't fall because the Soviet Union took it down. It fell because they merely didn't shoot the people who were doing so. But when it fell, as a result of Ronald Reagan's words and a call to the world, the line between authoritarianism and democracy marched all the way to the border of Russia. Right now, today, Putin has told us straight up he wants to move the line of authoritarianism back. He wants to reclaim that land, not just Ukraine, but Poland, Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, Eastern Europe, and the Baltics. We must support democracy or freedom, or yes, if we don't, ours is at risk. Ronald Reagan's words are meaningless if we allow Russia to reestablish authoritarianism and move that line of democracy back to where the Soviet Union had claimed Eastern Europe and had imposed authoritarianism on people's lives. Now, this is not just an American mission. The world is with us. Democracies are with us. This is a chart that shows the amount of contribution of the total aggregate of all aid. This is up on my website, by the way, my official website. If you go there and click on Ukraine, you'll see these, along with a report that verifies this information. The United States is not the major contributor of total aid. But what's more important, when you get to military aid, the United States is less than half of all military aid. The world's democracies are standing against Russia for democracy, against authoritarianism, and the United States, the light of the world for democracy, needs to be there and needs to support the Ukrainian people against these atrocities. If you go to my website, you'll see the documentation that supports this. We are $42 billion. The rest of our democracy allies are over $50 billion. We need to stay in the fight by supplying Ukrainians the weapons that they need for them to be in the fight for democracy. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise as a designee of the gentlelady from Texas, Mrs. Granger, and I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, first, something that has to be recognized on this floor is my colleague from Georgia who's presenting this amendment has been transparent, open, and clear from day one. And that is something that is not always seen in this body, and I think we need to recognize that. And I think that's something that has to be respected, regardless of if one agrees or disagrees with her. And I think that's something that has to be recognized. Now, I just want to take the opportunity to talk a little bit about the bill. I clearly recognize my colleagues, and it's not only her, frustration about the administration's lack of transparency, lack of articulation, lack of a strategy, how the funds have been used, on the communication from A to Z. I get that. And so while there are no funds directed for the Ukraine in this bill, there are a lot of directives in this bill for accountability for any assistance going to Ukraine. And let me just take a moment to read the list of requirements that must be completed before one single penny would be used to go to Ukraine from this bill. A strategy, and this is now or later or whenever, a strategy within 90 days. We've not gotten that from the administration. In-person monitoring of all programs. Cost matching requirements, making sure that other donors must do more than the United States before one penny can go out. A certification that comprehensive oversight mechanisms are in place, a notification to Congress so we can assess, if any, of how those funds may be used, an obligation report every 90 days accounting for all monies provided, an oversight report every 90 days detailing any allegations of waste, fraud, and corruption and how those will be addressed. And finally, and I think this is key, all reports must be clearly posted on the internet so that every American can look where their taxpayer money is going. So the reason that I am so optimistic and so gung-ho about this bill is that we need to pass this bill in order to have requirements, these requirements in order to not have a blank check. I am looking at not only the short term but also long term. We need to have accountability. We need conditions. We need oversight. We need to take away as much flexibility from the administration. That's precisely what we are attempting to do in this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. California yields back. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment 43, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would prohibit the Secretary of State from using funds to initiate a drawdown and delivery of defense articles and services from the Department of Defense stocks to Ukraine. Those stockpiles of our equipment and weapons are for the United States of America and should not be sent to Ukraine. I will reiterate and remind everyone, Ukraine is not the 51st state. Just this past weekend, when we were sent home, I had an emergency town hall in my district, and many of my constituents showed up. Most of them were veterans, and they made it very clear to me that they would rather fight a war at our southern border against the Mexican cartels that are leading an invasion into our country, thousands and thousands every single day, smuggling deadly fentanyl across our border, many other drugs, and killing 300 Americans every single day, than they ever support a single penny of their hard-earned dollars to go fight a war in Ukraine. Our veterans are fed up, and there's 22 million of them in this country. They want our border defended. The Secretary of State plays a central role in the initiation and coordination of these drawdowns, and they put Ukraine first. Since August 2021, the Secretary has exercised authority delegated by the President to direct 44 drawdowns of defense articles and services from the United States Department of Defense to Ukraine, which, by the way, is not the 51st state. As our southern border is being invaded every day, Joe Biden and Antony Blinken are shipping all of our weapons and equipment to Ukraine. Nearly a week ago, President Biden announced that the Department of Defense is sending an additional security assistance package valued up to $325 million more American hard-earned tax dollars, which would include AIM-9M missiles for air defense, additional ammunition for high-mobility artillery, rocket systems, Avenger air defense systems, 50 caliber machine guns to counter unmanned aerial systems, 155 millimeter artillery rounds, 105 millimeter artillery rounds, 2 Blanche optically tracked wire-guided missiles, Javelin and AT-4 anti-armor systems, over 3 million rounds of small arms ammunitions, 59 light tactical vehicles, demolitions munitions for obstacle clearing, and spare parts, maintenance, and other field equipment. By the way, that also goes with our money paying farmers in Ukraine while our farmers are going broke, paying small businesses in Ukraine while our small businesses are going out of business under Biden's ridiculous inflation. This is America Last across the board. This security assistance package will utilize assistance previously authorized under presidential drawdown authority for Ukraine. This is utterly disgraceful. This administration will continue to deplete our military readiness and strength in favor of fueling another forever war in Ukraine that the American people no longer support. While our own country is weakened and destabilized by the invasion, the daily invasion of our border at the southern border and the northern border, and while we go even further in debt fighting Russia in Ukraine, not even defending our own border, China is getting stronger. They are beating us economically. They are growing their military, growing their equipment, and they're not wasting it in some other countries defending their border. They're saving it up to fight us. I am sick and tired of hearing we have to fight Ukraine in order to stop China from invading Taiwan. That is the biggest lie that is being told to the American people. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Mr. Chairman, Russia's brutal and unprovoked attack on Ukraine is not just a threat to Ukraine, as I said earlier, and its neighbors, but also to the world. If Russia succeeds in its aggression, other provoked attacks are inevitable. Drawdown of existing equipment has proven to be the fastest and most efficient way to get defensive weapons, mind you, defensive weapons to Ukraine. We must continue to ensure Ukraine has the military equipment and material it needs to defend itself. These materials are determined by the Department of Defense to be not to be needed, domestically, and supplying them to Ukraine will not endanger U.S. readiness. The stakes cannot be higher. Russia will not stop with Ukraine if the resolve of the world is not clear. And remember, this is the most efficient way to get defensive weapons to Ukraine. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to give 1 minute to Congressman Matt Gaetz from Florida.
Gentlelady only has 45 seconds remaining.
45 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason we are here debating these issues is because my colleague from Georgia, Congresswoman Green, has found where there are distributions that could possibly be used to go to Ukraine, and she is fighting admirably, often alone, and she is the reason that we are actually making some progress in this Congress to comport the will of this body to the will of the American people who think we have sent too much to Ukraine. Okay, $115 billion. It is inflationary, it is escalatory, and it could likely lead to an accident that could sleepwalk us into World War III. I'm in strong support of the Taylor Greene Amendment and all of her amendments to engage in this very noble effort to stop the United States from funding the war in Ukraine. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes on my time to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a 31-year Army veteran myself and the grateful father of 4 sons who have served overseas, I want America to maintain peace through strength. As a senior member of the Armed Services Committee, I know firsthand we have the capability of drawdown, not reducing our capabilities. When concerns were expressed that providing 31 Abrams tanks to Ukraine reduced our defense, I quickly researched that we have 8,000 tanks available, and actually the 31 were in excess. I support the proven Republican policies of Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan of why not victory over dictators. Peace through strength with American leadership has led to the largest number of nations living in democracy in world history as fascism was defeated and communism crushed. Ukraine should receive the weapons it needs to achieve victory of restoring Ukrainian territorial integrity. The alliance of war criminal Putin, the Chinese Communist Party, and the Tehran regime must be stopped before they achieve death to Israel, death to America. I urge as quickly as possible that we provide the equipment that can bring peace to the region by bringing the equipment to the people of Ukraine who are so bravely fighting back against the war criminal Putin. Therefore, I oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. All time for debate having expired, the question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I ask for the recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment 44, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to answer the question: how can we justify appropriating America's hard-earned taxpayer dollars to a foreign military that emboldens Hezbollah and their reign of terror and hate for America? Hezbollah's influence runs rampant throughout the Lebanese government. Even advocates of aid to the Lebanese military concede that Hezbollah's influence runs rampant throughout the Lebanese government. What matters is not the addressee, it is the address, Hezbollah's house. Money is fungible, and we are pumping cash and hard currency into a terror haven infested with terror finance and corruption. Even those advocating to aid the Lebanese military say that this is an entity unwilling and unable to counter Hezbollah. Then why are we wasting our money? My amendment ensures that none of America's taxpayer dollars may be made available for the Lebanese armed forces. Funding to the Lebanese armed forces is a policy that has been in place since 2006, essentially on autopilot. Since then, the U.S. has provided more than $3 billion to the Lebanese military, supposedly to build up state institutions as a counterweight to Hezbollah, but with little to show in return. In fact, Lebanon has come more under the sway of Hezbollah and Iran today than when the U.S. began funding Lebanon's military. Hezbollah's chief Christian ally, the Free Patriot Movement, is the political party literally in control of Lebanon's defense ministry. This is a policy on autopilot that gets renewed every year without Congress really having a chance to review this funding and ask whether this is a good place to spend taxpayer dollars and in our national interest. We are funding an army who just yesterday shot smoke bombs at Israeli troops, which it called enemy troops. This should not be a partisan issue. Anyone who takes a look at this issue objectively, I think, will have serious questions about why we continue to fund the Lebanese armed forces, one of the most corrupt and bloated armies in the world. Most of Lebanon's military expenditures go to personnel salaries and benefits, a whopping 93% compared to 29% in the United States. These benefits include health care, maternity leave, compensation in the event of death, as well as domestic workers and drivers for high-ranking officers. For example, the Lebanese military, which consists of 80,000 soldiers, has 400 generals, which are extremely highly paid, while the U.S. Army has a force of 500,000, but just 295 generals. This did not stop the Biden administration from notifying Congress last year that it was repurposing $67 million in aid to the Lebanese military in order to provide them with livelihood support, which just funds their salaries even more. Rather than funding armed Mercedes and other luxury goods for Lebanese generals, we should be funding our southern border. Lebanon's financial system is soaked in Hezbollah money laundering and financial crimes, and the terrorist group touches almost every facet of life in that country. It is impossible that any administration could vet all the recipients of this taxpayer dollars and their families because there are no controls. There is no way to know how these individuals use this money. Some of it could flow through Hezbollah exchange houses or possibly be spent in Hezbollah-run businesses. Mr. Speaker, by safeguarding the actions of Hezbollah and other terror groups, the Lebanese armed forces fuels Iran's mission to kill American troops and wipe Israel off the map. I can't justify funding such horrific activity. I encourage my colleagues to recognize the dangers of funding the Lebanese armed forces by voting for my amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. For what purpose does gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman claims the time in opposition. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, there is no doubt that Lebanon is in full-blown crisis. It has lacked an elected leader for almost a year. Its economy is crippled, and the presence of Hezbollah has been and is an armed actor and a political party, remains a challenge to national unity. At the same time, it hosts 1.5 million refugees from Syria. However, the Lebanese armed forces are considered by many to be the only functioning institution in Lebanon transcending sectarian divides. This is largely thanks to the successful United States program to train and equip it. The Lebanese armed forces are broadly respected and have traditionally played an important role in promoting national unity with neutrality and moderation. They have also been instrumental in maintaining domestic security and in counterterrorism by tackling threats posed by groups like ISIS or Al-Qaeda. The United States needs to pursue a democratic, pluralistic, and sovereign Lebanon, and the armed forces are a key part of that. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I can only say that the gentleman from Florida is mistaken. His amendment assumes the Lebanese armed forces is in some sort of disarray. It is not. It is the most respected institution in Lebanon. It assumes that it has not been a good steward of the monies it has received. It has. As a matter of fact, our multiple administrations have certified that not a single piece of capital equipment has ever been lost. It assumes that somehow it's in the pocket of Hezbollah. I was in Lebanon and Israel in 2006 as Israel tried to defeat Hezbollah and did not. Since that time, we have continued to bolster the Lebanese armed forces to fight ISIS and other forces and to maintain a situation in which American oversight is possible, both military and civilian, because of the Lebanese armed forces. Lebanon is in an economic freefall, and as a result of its economic situation, there is direct aid. But that aid is not highly paid generals. As a matter of fact, if not for our aid, it would be likely that most members of the Lebanese armed forces would not report to their barracks. They would not have enough money for gasoline. This essential support was necessitated based on their economic downfall, and we who visit Lebanon, who have seen it and worked with both our military and our State Department, stand behind the necessity and the accuracy of this support aid, and we oppose the amendment.
The time has expired. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes now to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I'm proud to represent over 8,000 Lebanese American families in my district in Illinois who care deeply about U.S. national security. The longstanding U.S. military investment in the independent Lebanese armed forces, known as the LAF, has worked to support U.S. security interests in the greater Middle East for over 15 years. As the co-chair of the U.S.-Lebanon Friendship Caucus, we work closely with the brave men and women in the U.S. military to ensure robust and stringent oversight of the U.S. investment in the LAF and other foreign military funding abroad. The stability of the LAF is important not only to the security of Lebanon, but also to the neighboring countries and the United States. The LAF works to prevent the furtherance of terrorist and extremist groups like Hezbollah and ISIS in the region. It fights against weapons, drugs, and human smuggling and maintains stability in a country that is ripe for terrorists and malign actors. I agree with my colleagues that we must be stewards of taxpayer money and reduce wasteful government spending. However, we must also support successful policies that continue to return on the investment in protecting long-term U.S. security interests here at home. That investment in the LAF has helped to promote U.S. interests in the greater Middle East and in Lebanon. I oppose this amendment.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was described on the other side, and I'm quoting, a full-blown crisis in Lebanon. Why in the world would we send money to a country that is recognized by the opposition to be in a full-blown crisis? And other speakers said that this money goes to pay the salaries of Lebanon's soldiers. And if they don't receive this money, some of these soldiers won't be able to pay for their gas. Since when is it the American taxpayers' responsibility to pay the salaries of Lebanese soldiers and ensure that they can get from one place to another? I've watched the debate on this floor for the last week or so, and we're giving money to the Palestinians. We're giving money to Lebanon. We're going to put $500 million to Jordan for their border wall while we're not securing our border. The American people are sick and tired of giving foreign governments money and not putting America first. We have a $33 trillion deficit, and we're more concerned in this body to give money to Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, Ukraine, you name it. It's time to put America first. The American people have asked us to do that. That's why they put us in charge of the House. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It is the opinion of the chair that the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from Florida.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in the order to consider Amendment Number 45, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, and the member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As stewards of America's hard-earned taxpayer dollars, we must ensure that such funds only go towards measures that advance our American interest, not undermine them. We have provided billions of dollars to Iraq and lost thousands of lives in that country. Yet in 2023, we continue to provide a blank check to Iraq, despite this country going more and more against American interests and essentially having transformed into a proxy of Iran. My amendment ensures that none of Americans' taxpayer dollars may be used to provide assistance to Iraq. I served in Iraq, and while protecting American interests in the region remains critical, Mr. Speaker, we cannot justify sending our taxpayer dollars to a nation while being unable to safeguard those dollars from exploitation by Iran, ISIS, and other terror groups. Iran's influence over Iraq is so emboldened that Iraq essentially serves as a proxy state and haven for Iranian terror activity. Iraq has a literal arrest warrant out for President Trump for killing terrorist Soleimani. The Pentagon has disclosed that large portions of Iraq's security forces are overrun by Iranian-backed militants and IRGC terrorists, the same ones who continue to target American troops in the Middle East and the same ones who attacked the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad in 2019, and we want to send them money. This money is not countering terrorism. On the contrary, throwing millions of dollars at a country which uses its resources to put Iranian-backed terrorists on the payroll, terrorists which have attacked U.S. forces and the U.S. Embassy, is insane. This does not give us leverage. It's unacceptable to appropriate American dollars for these purposes with the likelihood that some of the money could fall into the hands of terrorists. This bill should support our diplomats and service members serving overseas, not threaten them. I encourage my colleagues to recognize these dangers by voting for my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek to be recognized?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, there's no mistake with regard to the error the United States made in going to the war with Iraq in 2003, a decision which I proudly opposed. It was based on lies that there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and we knew there were none. While 2 decades have passed since then, there's little doubt about the trauma experienced by the country that is still felt to this day. Iraqis fell prey to conflict and instability, experienced an unaccountable number of deaths and displacements, and saw an erosion of their basic services, including health and education. An entire generation of children grew up in a chaos-filled environment with war and the subsequent emergence of terrorist groups and militias. That's as a result of the United States invasion of Iraq, which I believe, as I remember it, very few, if any, Republicans opposed. There were about 133 Democrats opposing this. We cannot walk away from our responsibility to help Iraq, now a key partner in the Middle East. As Secretary Blinken has said, America's greatest strategic asset lies with the alliances and partnerships that we have with other nations. In partnership with Iraq, we have worked to ensure a stable, prosperous, and democratic country, which, quite frankly, we, in many ways, destroyed. Our assistance to Iraq mitigates extremism through programming that promotes mutual respect, tolerance, and understanding, provides support to the recovery of religious and ethnic minorities liberated from ISIS, including Christians and Yazidis, and supports private sector development and increased work opportunities, especially for women and youth. Additionally, USG-supported stabilization programs have enabled the return of nearly 5 million internally displaced persons to return to their communities of origin. But nearly 1.2 million people remain displaced, including 200,000 Yazidis who survived genocide at the hands of ISIS. U.S. aid assistance is critical to restoring essential services and increasing stability among these vulnerable populations. Furthermore, our continued assistance in Iraq is vital to ensure the defeat of the ISIS by supporting the reintegration of Iraqis repatriated from northeast Syria, which meets the national security priority of the U.S. government's Al-Hol Action Plan. It's in the security interest of the United States to continue supporting Iraq, as well as our moral responsibility not to abandon our partnership, especially with the unnecessary invasion and war in Iraq, which many of us opposed. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Aderholt.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time to speak on this, and I do rise in opposition to the amendment. I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Diaz-Balart, for his leadership on this bill. And while certainly I don't think any of us want to send American dollars for terrorists, I do think this amendment would effectively prohibit financial assistance that is key to protecting religious minorities in Iraq. The United States has long been committed to the principle of promoting religious freedom around the world, and our support for Iraq for this purpose is no exception. As drafted, the amendment before us would eliminate critical assistance to religious and ethnic minorities, including the Christian Chaldeans, the Syrians who have been victims of the ISIS extremism and genocide. These people have suffered unspeakable horror in the name of their religious beliefs and quite honestly, their Christian beliefs, and they needed our assistance. And I would encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
The woman has 30 seconds remaining.
Then I guess I get 30 seconds.
Gentleman
I'll
is
yield the
recognized.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In short, this is overly broad. I repeat, this is overly broad. As an American of Arab ancestry and a Christian, it would in fact be devastating to the Chaldean community left in Iraq. It would be devastating to the support we have. Representing one of the largest Chaldean districts in the country, I meet every week with these Iraqi Christians who know that their families depend on our continued engagement. I oppose the amendment.
The lady's time has expired. Gentleman from Florida.
May I ask how much time I have?
Gentleman has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to serve our country in Iraq and had the opportunity to work with the Iraqi army, the Iraqi police, and it all sounds well and good if we're going to send money and it's going to go to these Christian organizations, it's going to go to these different individuals that we want to help. However, that's not the reality of what's happening. Based on the things that I originally said in my opening, you don't have control over that, and having had the experience of actually serving there and working with these individuals and the clans that are there and the groups that are there, the money isn't distributed the way that we want it to be distributed. And you're seeing that in Lebanon, you're seeing that in all these foreign entities. And it's very interesting to me to stand up here and listen to my colleagues who talk about cutting spending and that we have a deficit and that we have a spending problem in Washington, and they would rather prioritize monies to Iraq, to Lebanon, to Palestine, to Ukraine over the needs that we have in this country. It's just, the people in my district don't understand it. When I talk to people in my district, they don't get it. They don't understand why we would prioritize sending our hard-earned tax dollars to countries that are completely corrupt and hate us with no assurances that it's going in the places that it's going. Why would we do that? I just don't understand why we would stand here in the current economic situation that we have in this country and send money to foreign governments that hate us and try to kill us. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It is the opinion of the chair that the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from Florida.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 46, printed on Part D of House Report 118216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment ensures that none of the funds appropriated in this act will be used to administer the Paris Climate Accord. The Paris Climate Accord is the unilateral surrender of the American economy, not for the sake of any sort of environmental improvement. It merely uses the veneer of climate change to execute a permission structure for some of the dirtiest countries in the world, for some of the greatest polluters, to be able to benefit at the expense of the United States. The Paris Climate Accord represents a circumstance where we were dead money at the table, putting up cash in exchange for economic development in faraway lands that would not benefit our people. This was a globalist enterprise. It was America last, and U.S. taxpayers should not be funding the Paris Climate Accord. That's the amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, it is very clear from the science that the most existential crisis the world faces is from the growing climate crisis. Without intervention, our warming planet will have irreversible negative impacts on the United States and throughout the world. Climate change has resulted in lives upended in Texas and Florida, has led to extreme flooding in California and Vermont and throughout the country. And climate is not an issue that can be addressed by countries on their own. Air, water, pollution, they do not respect boundaries or sovereignty. The Paris Agreement, in recognition of this, brought all countries together around joint goals achieved by individual country plans. As proposed, this amendment would significantly damage the efforts of the United States to support developing countries as they pursue efforts to implement their commitments under the Paris Agreement. In addition, a wide range of U.S. climate and development programs would be impacted by this amendment, and it would seriously impede our ability to implement our obligations under the Paris Agreement. It would also prohibit the Department of State from participating in critical international climate negotiations. The climate crisis poses threats to the stability of countries, heightens social and political tensions, and adversely affects food prices and availability. And this is according to our own military. The need for foreign assistance will only increase if we do not address this significant driver of crises around the world. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I'd yield such time as you may consume to Chairman Diaz-Balart.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank the gentleman from Florida because he raised some, I think, very important issues regarding the Paris Agreement. Look, even if it were true that global emissions will result in this global apocalypse in the distant future, the truth is that most developing countries are irrelevant in any climate model used to speculate about temperatures 100 years down the road. These countries have emissions that are nearly frankly undetectable when compared to the real culprits, which are China and other countries in Asia, which, by the way, are exempt, by the most part, from this climate accord. So while our bill already prohibits funds for the Green Climate Fund, the Clean Technology Fund, and other vehicles that could be used to carry out this Paris Agreement, I agree, and I thank the gentleman, that we should ensure that no parts of this wasteful spending, this really virtue signaling, is allowed to continue. So I thank the gentleman, and I strongly support his amendment. I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Sir. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, many of our developing country allies have made it very clear that strengthening their ability to address climate change and the threat that it poses is an overriding national priority, and they are looking to the United States for support. I was in COP27 in Egypt a couple of years ago, and this is exactly the message that was sent. The FY24 House SFOPS bill willfully ignores the changing climate and its implications for so many other global challenges this bill is intended to address, including promoting food and water security, global health, the protection of tropical forests, and other vital natural resources, and social and political stability in strategically important regions. According to the World Bank, climate change could pull 132 million people back into extreme poverty by 2030, and could drive the internal migration of an additional 216 people by 2050. Every one of our districts have been challenged by severe drought, rainfall storms, and heat. We are continuing to spend more and more on humanitarian needs caused by these disasters, both domestically and abroad. We need to get ahead of these crises. Helping communities cope, especially those with the least means to do so, is both moral and smart. Why are we demonizing these programs and cutting ourselves off from valuable tools? These are not problems anyone can solve alone. We must work with others, which make cooperation and our multilateral tools work. That's what we need, such as the Clean Technology Fund, the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environmental Facility. All of these and more are so important. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
It is neither moral nor smart to drive our nation deeper into debt, to jeopardize the future of this country so that we can engage in a globalist virtue signal. If this global agreement were real and benefiting our country, I think you'd find more people that were open-minded about a desire to ensure that we have an environment that is good for all of the inhabitants of the planet Earth. But unfortunately, that's not what the Paris Accord did. The Paris Accord required the United States to put up the cash, and then it gave the exemptions to China and India and the worst polluters on the planet Earth. So this isn't a question about whether or not we support the environment. This is a question about whether or not, under the veneer of environmentalism, we are going to kill American jobs, kill American manufacturing, make our country less competitive, drive down our GDP, while China and India play us like fools. We are better than that. The underlying bill does great work to ensure that our resources are directed to America's interests, not to these interests of these global institutions. I would encourage adoption of the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just one point I'd like to mention with regard to the climate emergency, which it is. You know, our young people deserve a future. They deserve a planet that is here for them. And I think we need to understand that the work we do in this House, or that we are not doing, really affects their future and their lives and their livelihoods. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings of this amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 47, printed in Part D of House Report 118216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of UN Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield to $1. Ms. Thomas Greenfield has been entrusted with representing the United States on the world stage and has done a terrible job. She made the decision to allow the U.S. to rejoin the anti-Semitic United Nations Human Rights Council, which routinely ignores some of the world's most worst atrocities and grants membership to countries with egregious human rights violations, giving countries like China, Russia, Cuba, Venezuela, Pakistan, and Somalia an international platform to speak on human rights. Rather than focusing on China's systematic oppression of millions of Uyghur Muslims or the inhumane treatment of women and ethnic religious minorities across the Middle East, this council disproportionately targets the state of Israel. She was also involved in the decision to resume funding the UN Population Fund account, which supports coercive abortion and involuntary sterilization. During her Senate confirmation, Ms. Thomas Greenfield expressed support for taxpayer-funded abortions in foreign countries. In 2021, Ms. Thomas Greenfield was quoted saying, quote, White supremacy is woven into America's founding documents and principles, end quote. In the same speech, she went on to say, quote, we have to acknowledge that we are an imperfect union and have been since the beginning, end quote. Let's give this very important job to someone who loves America and doesn't hate the values that our founders ingrained into the strongest country in the world. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and hold Ms. Thomas Greenfield accountable for her poor representation of America on the world stage. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from California.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, really, it's quite, as I said earlier, it's quite despicable to target dedicated public servants and threaten their livelihoods. Public servants doing their jobs and carrying out the policies of this administration or any administration, they deserve to be commended, not demonized. Our government is dependent on being able to attract the best talent to bring their skills to public service, especially when, in most cases, they could earn much more in the private sector. Who is going to be willing to do that if their names can be dragged through the political mud? Ambassador Thomas Greenfield retired as one of our most distinguished Foreign Service officers after 35 years of service to this country. She returned from retirement in order to take on her current role as United Nations ambassador, and she represents the United States admirably each and every single day. This is how we solve our policy differences. We should not make it personal and about people doing their job. I have worked with and have known Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, and all of the unbelievable bashing of who she is and her credentials and what she has provided for this country is unacceptable, and it's disgusting. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Does the
I
gentlewoman
reserve the balance of my time. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Once again, I hope that the gentlelady and others really understand that public service is public service. This is not a private corporation. This is our federal government. This is who we are as a country, and bringing forth our efforts to achieve global peace and security in the world, and to continue to try to demonize our public servants is something that hopefully our young people are totally ignoring, because we want them to come on board as Foreign Service ambassadors on behalf of this country. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I once again urge my colleagues to support this amendment to hold Ms. Thomas Greenfield accountable. This is an unelected rogue bureaucrat, not a public servant. This is someone who has not taken her role seriously. Being involved in the decisions to resume funding the UN Population Fund account, which supports these coercive abortion and involuntary sterilization. This is absolutely grotesque to me. There's many other reasons that I've listed here that we should be utilizing this Holman Rule to hold this unelected rogue bureaucrat accountable, and I urge adoption of my amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. For what purposes the gentlelady from California seek
Mr.
recognition?
Chairman, yes, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 48, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member of the opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of the Director of Secretary of State's Policy Planning Staff, Salman Ahmed, to $1. This extreme leftist was a partisan hack for the Obama administration for 8 years, and prior to that spent 15 years pushing globalist and anti-America first policies for the United Nations. In his role with the State Department, Ahmed has pushed for squandering tens of millions of dollars on misguided policy pursuits like the Green New Deal and climate change, which he wrongfully believes is an existential threat. Ahmed is a pro-China sympathizer who consistently criticized President Trump for taking a tough stance on Chinese adversaries. As the director of the Secretary of State's Policy Planning Staff, Ahmed also played an instrumental role in the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. This poor planning and not well thought out withdrawal resulted in the death of 13 American heroes, a shameful surrender to the Taliban that left our own lifeless. Ahmed is a principled player and one of the main reasons America has become an embarrassment on the global stage. Our brave men and women in uniform and department public servants overseas deserve better than Salman Ahmed. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and hold Mr. Salman Ahmed accountable for his terrible performance and reduce his salary to $1. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, let me just say very briefly that
I'm in opposition.
Yeah, I'm in opposition. No, I'm sorry, in opposition, yeah. But
Gentlelady is recognized.
Just to repeat once more, these amendments really are disgusting. They're a mockery of our serious foreign policy debates. They're harassing in many ways our public servants, and they become really about vengeance. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I see nothing wrong with taking a stand as an elected official to hold unelected rogue bureaucrats accountable. And the one way that we could effectively do that is through our House rules, utilizing the Holman Rule to affect the salary of these bureaucrats who are abusing their position, not taking it seriously, or should not have been appointed there in the first place. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, these are not rogue bureaucrats. These are public servants who are implementing the foreign policies of the United States of America. If, in fact, one does not agree with our foreign policies, then it's up to members of Congress to change those foreign policies, not denigrate and demean our public servants. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose? Or the gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlelady?
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 49, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of the department's acting chief diversity and inclusion officer, Constance Mayer, to $1. Simply put, Ms. Mayer is working in an office that should not exist, doing a job that should not exist. In addition to hundreds of ambassadors, the department already boasts a whopping 55 special envoys, representatives, and coordinators with overlapping responsibilities. Special positions, like Ms. Mayer's, often create both resentment within the department's existing bureaucracy and confusion among foreign governments as to who is actually setting policy. At the direction of Joe Biden's DEI executive order, the State Department produced and published a 19-page equity action plan, the first sentence of which proclaims, quote, addressing systematic racism is a core tenet of Biden's foreign policy, end quote. The core problem with this plan is that it does not identify a clear set of problems, and it does not prescribe specific measurable solutions. It simply cuts the American social justice template and pastes it into a plan that is supposed to inform U.S. foreign policy across the world. This office is also functionally redundant to the extent that it has a mission. The responsibilities of the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer overlap with the Office of Civil Rights, which is charged with propagating, quote, fairness, equity, and inclusion at the Department of State, end quote. This job is yet another unaccountable, ideologically motivated, politically charged senior office with vague goals and no yardsticks for measuring success. The federal government's obsession with diversity, equity, and inclusion needs to come to an end. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to remove this unnecessary position that has proven to undercut our core American values and waste more taxpayer dollars. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would decrease the salary of a career public servant to $1. Why? Because this individual is the acting chief of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. The mission of the office is to build and support a workforce at the State Department that reflects the people of our nation. The State Department is an essential component of our national security. The gentlelady talked about no clear set of problems that exist. Well, you know what? The clear set of problems is systemic racism. It's discrimination. It's the lack of equal opportunity within our foreign service. That's all. Conducting diplomacy that serves the interests and honors the values of the American people requires a Department of State that reflects the rich diversity of our nation. Otherwise, if it doesn't, then that's a very unfortunate and very backward perspective, given the fact that discrimination is still alive in America. It's alive and well. Our diversity, once again, is our national strength. It's a comparative advantage that we have for our engagement and leadership in a diverse world. This individual has over 30 years of State Department experience. She should not be personally demonized and targeted for her work on behalf of our nation. What she is doing is trying to ensure that we honor our pledge to live up to liberty and justice for all, and it's going to take some intentional work of the State Department to correct hundreds of years of racism. I yield. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady has the only remaining time. The gentlelady from California has the only remaining time.
I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am so proud to be an American. And I'm proud to be an American because the world watches as this experiment of so many different communities, racial and ethnic and religious groups have come together. And by and large, we have been successful by our United States military, by our educational system, by our neighborhoods, and so proud to be a Houstonian. An eclectic city with so many different wonderful, diverse communities, including the LGBTQ plus community. And so I rise today with shock and dismay because my good friend from Colorado has followed a train wreck of amendments against those of color and diversity, as well as the LGBTQ plus community. Day after day, after all of these appropriations, these poison pill riders of getting rid of the Civil Rights Office, getting rid of the Diversity and Inclusion Office is absolutely absurd. And why? Because I lived exclusion in this nation. But it didn't make me bitter. We worked, we struggled, we marched, we died. Those in the civil rights movement died. Dr. King was killed because he insisted on a place that the character of your integrity would not discriminate because of the color of your skin. Some have turned that around. But what he was saying is that race exists, and it still does, in discriminating against people that are different and diverse. Why did I have honors classes and yet no college recruitment came, or I was not invited to any college recruitment in my high school? Why did I not have an acceptance in any college because of not being drawn to any college recruitment? Because of
For what
the
purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I request unanimous consent to reclaim the balance of my time.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify once again, this office of the diversity inclusion officer should not exist. This office is functionally redundant to the extent that it has a mission. The responsibilities of the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer overlap with the Office of Civil Rights, which is charged with propagating fairness, equity, and inclusion at the Department of State. This is yet another unacceptable, ideologically motivated, politically charged senior office with vague goals and no yardstick for measuring success. That is why I'm offering this amendment to reduce the salary of the department's acting Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, Constance Mayer, to $1. Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
No. Oh, do I have any time? Mr. Chairman, how much time do I have left?
1 minute.
1 minute? Oh, I'll yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas to close.
I thank you so very much.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so very much. It is not an ideological office. The gentlelady didn't hear. There's been racism, there's been discrimination, and we have not accepted the fullness of the wonderment of America. We now insult a full-time, dedicated employee. Before the Charlie Rango Fellows, we could find little individuals who are diverse in foreign service. We now have many because we reached out and made a difference. This train wreck of attacking inclusion, diversity, and equity is disgraceful, and my friends should stop it. Because our cities are better, our states are better, the nation is better because of it. And this fine public servant, I want to lift her up and say thank you. And you should cease and desist eliminating civil rights, diversity, and inclusion, because it hurts people and harms people whose very heritage is tied up to a history of racism and people who died fighting for justice and equality for all of America, so that Houston and New York and California and all the states can be a level of justice.
The gentlelady's time has expired. All time for debate has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentlelady from California.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 50, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
An amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of Palestinian Affairs Officer George Knoll to $1. On March 13, the Office of Palestinian Affairs in the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem posted on Twitter photos of its director, George Knoll, visiting the tomb of Lazarus north of Jerusalem. The post referred to the tomb as, quote, an important religious site maintained by the Palestinian Authority's Ministry of Tourism, end quote. Mr. Knoll praised the Palestinian Authority's, quote, work preserving beautiful historical and religious sites like this throughout the West Bank, end quote. We all know the truth. Instead of preserving beautiful historical and religious sites throughout Judea and Samaria, the Palestinian Authority is deliberately destroying them. Shortly after this exchange, the State Department published its country report on human rights practices. The section on Israel was incredibly hostile. This report attacks Israel for denying prison furloughs to Palestinian terrorists, fighting terrorism, and preventing unrestricted illegal immigration. From Knoll's praise for the Palestinian Authority, which is committed to erasing Jewish history, to the State Department's denunciation of Israel's right to defend itself and enforce its laws, the Biden administration's abusive treatment of Israel needs to end. As we all know, the Palestinian Authority is also known to pay the families of terrorists lavish monthly pensions for attacks against Americans and Israelis as a part of their so-called Martyrs Fund. The taxpayers here in this country should not be footing the bill to pay a government employee to praise a terrorist organization. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Once again, the target of this amendment has been a career member of the Foreign Service for 26 years and served all around the world. Now, the majority already passed an amendment to defund the Palestinian Affairs Unit at the United States Embassy. It's very clear to me that what the majority is attempting to do is to decimate our Foreign Service and its public servants. And I hope the country understands what this means in terms of the lack of a presence throughout the world in our efforts to achieve global peace and security. Once again, it's a shame and disgrace, but the pattern is here. We understand the motives, and the motives are to decimate the State Department. Thank you, and I reserve the balance.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady from Colorado reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady from California has the right to close. Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlelady yields.
I urge my
Gentlelady from
colleagues
California.
to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 51 printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 51, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a point of personal privilege, my colleagues and I, my colleagues across the aisle and here with me in the room, we just want to thank staff for you being here. This is long days and long nights, and I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In August 2021, as America looked in horror at the beginning of what would soon become the greatest foreign policy disaster of the 21st century, then Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan praised the takeover of Kabul, joyfully proclaiming that the Taliban had thrown off the shackles of slavery. Some Americans may have been puzzled that Pakistan, a designated major non-NATO ally of the United States, would have been so bold as to support America's enemies back in 2021. However, a cursory look at Pakistan's history would clarify that this country, a country whose many Islamist groups support attacks against innocent civilians, has always supported terrorism and terrorist groups. The Haqqani Network, a designated foreign terrorist organization whose members now play a role of kingmaker in Afghanistan, is a proxy of Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence, or ISI, and has been for decades. Along with many elements of the Taliban, the network was regularly given safe haven in Pakistan to operate and evade apprehension. The coordination between the Haqqani Network and Pakistan was so strong that in 2011, then Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Mullen, described the network as a veritable arm of the Pakistani intelligence. The Haqqani Network is guilty of horrific terrorist attacks against U.S. service members. Perhaps not coincidentally, it was the Haqqani Network who was put in charge by the Taliban of security of Kabul 1 week before the tragedy at Abbey Gate. It claimed the lives of 13 U.S. service members and wounded many more. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Texas. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we all mourn for the loss of our brave soldiers, not only at the time of evacuation, but also in the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq and throughout America's history. But the State Department is the face of our international policies that will create the opportunities for engagement and collaboration and change. I chair the Pakistan Caucus, that is one of the largest caucus of members of the United States Congress who understand the relationship that the United States and Pakistan has enjoyed for 76 years. What my colleague speaks of is not the Pakistan government or people. Over the decades, both countries have built a multifaceted and diverse relationship driven by cooperation in areas such as defense, counterterrorism, trade, investment, agriculture, IT, energy, climate, health, and education. And during the raging aspects of the Afghan war, many Pakistan soldiers lost their lives fighting terrorism. The cooperation is rooted in our shared democratic values that they're still working to improve, and human rights as well. Today, the bilateral relationship is moving in the right direction. This past year, both countries have recently held dialogues on security and non-security areas. These include trade, investment, renewable energy, climate change, health, education, as well as security cooperation, counterterrorism, and defense. The Pakistan diaspora has doctors and lawyers and business persons in our communities, and they are contributors philanthropic to the needs of this country. And in the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, Pakistan assisted United States in safe and secure evacuation of its citizens. I know some who went through Pakistan. And so I believe this is a wrong-headed and wrong decision. This will have a negative impact. And in the midst of a horrific flood that has caused the loss of life of so many, and one of the most catastrophic floods that happened in years, 30 million people impacted. I was the first American to be in that area this past year. So I ask my colleagues to oppose the amendment. With that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And like my colleague, I too believe in relationships and dialogues. But when you're in a relationship with a country that consistently undermines and attacks you, then maybe that's not a relationship that's worth being in. Because billions upon billions of assistance to Pakistan, we learned a few things. Insofar as Pakistan goes after terrorists, it does so selectively. It often targets those who are allied with our friend in India. Second, despite the enormous financial leverage we've historically had with Islamabad, we cannot obtain several key concessions, including the release of Dr. Shakil Afridi, a man who assisted in the capture of Osama bin Laden. Instead, Pakistan has conditioned the release of Afridi on his releasing we have to release a known terrorist. Little wonder that President Trump canceled $300 million in security aid to Pakistan back in 2018 due to its horrific record of going after militants in the border region between Pakistan and Afghanistan. They are an adversary in the region. And I'm not talking about the people, but the government in control undermines the United States, our interest, and even our partner, India. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have?
Gentlelady has 3 minutes remaining.
I'm pleased to yield 1 minute and 30 seconds to the gentlelady of California, the ranking member of the Subcommittee.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank the gentlelady for yielding. And just let me make a couple of points. First of all, 2023 marks the 76th anniversary of our partnership with Pakistan, the 5th largest country in the world by population. Strengthening Pakistan's economy, education system, delivering humanitarian assistance such as the support we provided for the devastating floods that they faced in 2023. And I remember the gentlelady from Texas, we were in Africa, and she left Africa and went over to Pakistan to help with the response to the devastating humanitarian tragedy that occurred in Pakistan, and I wasn't able to go with her, and I want to thank her for her leadership in representing the United States. But we must maintain the stability of the country and the region and help spread the extremism that we see surfacing. So it's up to us, I think, to provide U.S. aid and assistance to Pakistan for programs that promote peace and security. And this is important just based on our humanitarian concern for people who have had the impact and have to live through the impact of such devastation. So I oppose this amendment, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding.
Gentlelady reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All this amendment aims to do is continue mainstream U.S. policy in the State and Foreign Operations Bill. In 2021, Country Report on Terrorism regarding Pakistan highlighted, once again, Pakistan's continued listing as a jurisdiction with strategic deficits in its AML-CFT system. Pakistan does not sufficiently support anti-money laundering efforts. It doesn't support laying waste to terrorists in the border region. And a Gallup poll of Pakistanis reflected that 72% of Pakistanis see us as an enemy. So we spend billions and billions of dollars. They attack us and they see us as an enemy. There are many needs that this country has, that our veterans have, that our border have. It's money that can be spent better elsewhere. There's no reason for us to continue to subsidize Pakistan or any function of its government until it changes its posture. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Texas is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, who has the right to close?
Gentleman from Tennessee has the right to close. Gentleman has 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bleeding hearts can argue all they want about wanting to support Pakistan despite the overwhelming support for their overwhelming support for terrorism in and without its borders. I'd say our money is better spent elsewhere. And for what it's worth, according to a classified Pakistani government document publicly released last month, the Biden administration apparently encouraged the overthrow of the former Prime Minister of Pakistan because he didn't want that country to abandon its neutrality stance on Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, it's important that we take a stand against terrorists and terrorist states. And if they're going to be our ally, if they're going to receive hard-earned American dollars, then they should act like our ally. That's all I'm requesting here. Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
How much time?
Gentlelady has 1.5 minutes.
Many of our allies and friends live in tough neighborhoods. And I'm very glad that Pakistan lives in a neighborhood with friends that is Indian Bangladesh, that at least they are engaged. But they also live in the neighborhood of Afghanistan, where the Taliban has risen again. And Pakistan soldiers have fought against the Taliban. You don't turn your back on a nation where 650,000 Pakistani Americans are living here in the United States. They're contributing, they're patriots, they serve in the United States military. Now, we have been able to facilitate safe immigration and relocation of Afghans with Pakistan. Pakistan has provided humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Following our lead, our bilateral ties are further strengthened by the presence, as I said, of nearly 650,000 Pakistani Americans. Pakistan is a democratic state working against challenges. Yes, it is. Its parliament has just completed its third consecutive 5-year cycle without disruption, and they are planning democratic elections. What we need to do is to ensure that Pakistan has access to migration and refugee assistance, economic support, international disaster assistance, global health, humanitarian assistance, economic development, and these are important taxpayer dollars that helps Pakistan become even stronger as a democratic nation and an ally. And for the issues my good friend has spoken about, diplomacy works these issues out. And I can assure you that the Pakistani government continues to work these issues out.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentlelady is recognized.
I'd like the yeas and nays.
Gentlelady asks for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 53, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Gooden of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to urge my colleagues to support Amendment 53 to H.R. 4665 that puts an end to international organizations from circumventing our immigration laws. The Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration is an anchor that ties down our nation's right to determine our own immigration policies and handcuffs our government from acting in its own best interest. The United Nations should not be making immigration law for our country. President Trump rightfully pulled us out of this compact. President Biden, I believe, wrongfully put us back in. And what this amendment does is it restricts any funding that will go to compliance with this. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the global impact for safe, orderly, and regular migration supports humane migration around the world. It is the first intergovernmental agreement to cover all dimensions of international migration at a time when we are facing a migration crisis, as my colleagues like to remind us of. The Global Compact's guiding principles and objectives encompass a range of humanitarian, development, and other migration management activities, most of which the United States government supported long before the Global Compact on migration existed. These activities include the provision of life-saving humanitarian assistance, countering trafficking in persons, border management, access to consular services, and also dignified return and integration. 2022 saw a 21% increase in displaced people around the world, the largest ever single-year increase and the largest number of people forcibly placed in written history. It's only common sense to work with others on this challenge. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. I'll also quote Ambassador Nikki Haley, who said, "While we will continue to engage on a number of fronts at the United Nations, in this case, we simply cannot in good faith support a process that could undermine the sovereign right of the United States to enforce our immigration laws. We don't need to outsource our lawmaking to the United Nations." One of the compact issues that I have is that it strongly encourages migrants who do not have permission to stay in the country of destination. They are able to return to their country, preferably on a voluntary basis. The United Nations should not be making immigration law for the United States. If we are admitting, which I'm happy to hear my colleague admit, that we do have a crisis, the last thing we are going to admit, I think, on either side is that it is in fact orderly, which is what this compact seeks to achieve in an international body. I support this amendment. I reserve, and
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I urge adoption.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Gentlelady from California is... No. It's now in order to consider amendment number 54, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Gooden of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment ends the United Nations International Organization for Migration taxpayer-funded slush funds, commonly referred to as the Refugee Travel Loan Program. And while this may be a noble idea, a lot of Americans don't realize that what this money does is it first flows through the non-governmental organizations, who then cheerfully take a cut of that. 12%, I believe, is the number. 25%, excuse me. 25% of all of these monies go through NGOs, and they keep 25%, and it's turned into a loan that's obviously never paid back. And these numbers of refugees are continuing to be encouraged, and the caps continue to be encouraged to be raised by these non-governmental organizations that are making money off of this program. And so I would say to anyone who is for this, I hope they will join me in reforming this program. And until then, I don't think it's wise to spend American taxpayer dollars on something that is just enriching these NGOs on the backs of the American taxpayer, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the Department of State, through the Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration, funds the transportation of refugees admitted into the United States Refugee Admissions Program for resettlement to the United States through IOM. Refugees admitted into the program and ready for travel to the United States receive interest-free loans from IOM to pay for their transportation from their overseas location to their domestic resettlement sites. Upon accepting the travel loan, refugees sign a promissory note to repay the loan over time. The transportation is provided in the form of a loan, not a grant, because the core belief of the program is that refugees' financial participation in making repayments against their debt will strengthen their determination to make a success of their migration. In a melting pot like the United States, which some have probably forgotten, I shouldn't have to remind anyone of the valuable contributions of refugees to our nation. But maybe I do need to remind the other side of this. Refugees from Afghanistan, Burma, or Yemen are seeking a new, more stable home, and they deserve our support. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
It is true that this is issued as a loan, but less than 1% of these have been paid back. So these aren't real loans. These are giveaways of taxpayer dollars to refugees. And I don't have a problem supporting refugees, legitimate refugees, but what really bothers me is that these non-government organizations are taking a 25% cut. And so the refugee's not even getting all the amount of this loan, but the enriched non-government organizations are. And that's why you hear from groups like Lutheran Family Services, Jewish Family Services, Catholic Charities, who say, we are happy to help with this refugee problem. We are happy to go down to the border. We are happy to help facilitate this loan program because we know that we're not going to be on the hook for any of this money. It's the American taxpayer. And in fact, we're going to get a 25% cut of whatever fake loan we give out. So I think it's really un-American, in fact, to force the American taxpayer to fund this ridiculous program. And the fact that we have charitable organizations profiting off of it and encouraging more and more of it is offensive to me as well. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I guess I need to either clarify or tell the truth about the loan repayment percentage. Approximately, my colleague indicated that less than 1% of these loans are paid back. But I have to tell you, approximately 81% of all IOM travel loan amounts are repaid within 10 years. And as the end of fiscal year 2022, 84% of IOM travel amounts were repaid within 15 years. That is the truth. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I urge passage and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlelady is recognized.
I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 55, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 55, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that ensures no funds to enforce or implement a COVID-19 vaccine mandate for international travelers. This simple, straightforward amendment will ensure that Joe Biden's bureaucrats can never, ever again implement or enforce another ludicrous and unscientific vaccine mandate for international travel. When this rule was in place from 2021 to earlier this year, it made everyday life so much harder for so many people. From tearing apart family reunifications to punishing companies overseas for doing business with America, just a few stories my congressional office has come across include the mother of a Dutch tourist who died on the Appalachian Trail was unable to come to the United States to collect her son's body. A woman's fiance who lives in Canada has been unable to visit her on American soil for the past 3 years. A man working for a company in the United Kingdom who is unable to travel to the United States for business meetings. And a family in New Hampshire with Canadian in-laws has been unable to have Canadian family members visit for Christmas in the United States since COVID started. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have already started ramping up the new round of COVID hysteria. Last month, it was reported that TSA team members were told that they will receive new guidelines on how the restrictions will evolve, and that by mid-October, pilots, flight staff, passengers, and airport patrons will be required to once again wear masks. Allegedly, administration officials were told that it was not a matter of if, but when COVID numbers rise. The Biden administration plans to roll out a new round of COVID restrictions. Moreover, numerous federal agencies have reported purchasing more COVID-19 equipment and have awarded contracts to private companies to help enforce COVID-19 pandemic-era safety protocols. Joe Biden's unilateral vaccine mandates posed an existential threat to our system of government. It is long past time Congress takes our Article 1 authority outlined in the Constitution to rein in Biden's overreaching mandates that are trampling on our liberties. The Biden administration fumbled the bag on handling COVID last time around. We should all be concerned that hysteria regarding the new COVID-19 variant will be used as justification to return to shutdowns, mandates, restrictions, and so much more, despite the fact that the evidence shows that these measures did nothing to combat this virus. COVID is over. Let's ensure Biden's bureaucrats don't have the power to impose unpopular and unconstitutional liberty-stripping vaccine mandates again. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and put an end to this COVID hysteria led by the branch COVIDians, Joe Biden. And Mr. Chair, with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me just state a fact. President Biden, Vice President Harris saved many, many, many lives. Secondly, this amendment would prohibit the use of funds to enforce or implement a COVID-19 vaccine mandate for individuals traveling outside of the United States. But guess what? Let me just point out that there is not and has not been a COVID vaccine requirement for travelers outside of the United States. I don't know why we would mandate people leaving the United States to be vaccinated, and the gentlelady knows that. Those requirements usually and always, well, usually and most of the time for countries that have those requirements, they're set by those countries for people entering their borders. Once again, this is disingenuous, and I'm determined to tell the truth about what the majority is trying to do and what message they're trying to send. You know, setting a health requirements for travelers coming into the United States may be an important health response, but that would not be a decision by the State Department. So I'm not sure what this amendment really is trying to achieve. As the COVID pandemic continues to remind us, and yes, COVID is still alive and well, infectious diseases do not abide by national boundaries. And while some would like to act like COVID is over, it is not. In the United States, more than 500 people die from COVID each week. That's a fact. That's a fact. It is clear to those families that COVID is not over. New variants are an expected part of the evolution of viruses and can be more aggressive, transmittable, or cause more severe disease than the original strain. That's a fact. Our nation's public health officials need to have options available to them to protect our communities as we continue to live with COVID as well as other infectious diseases. That is a fact. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Lady reserves. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
I don't know what you're saying. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the gentlewoman's concern for lives lost in America, and I would hope that the gentlewoman would join our efforts in securing our southern border. This administration has stripped Title 42 away that prevented illegal aliens from coming into our country who may pose some sort of threat with an illness or a virus. If they were serious about COVID-19, this should never be something that they would want to eliminate. Instead, it is American citizens and those who are trying to travel to our country and from our country who are restricted by these unconstitutional vaccine mandates. If the gentlewoman is concerned about the numbers of lives that are being lost, maybe she should join us in supporting our efforts to secure the southern border, where there is a flow of fentanyl coming into our country, killing 300 Americans a day, making every state a border state. It's hard to take any of the paper masks seriously when we know that they don't work, that we've been proven time and time again, while they're on their 7th booster shot and still supposedly getting COVID. Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment has nothing to do with securing our southern border or fentanyl or anything else. What this amendment actually does is misrepresent the actual reality of our policy. There is not and has not been a COVID vaccine requirement for travelers outside of the United States. This amendment would prohibit the use of funds to enforce or implement a COVID vaccine mandate for individuals traveling outside of the United States, which does not exist. This amendment has nothing to do with the southern border or fentanyl. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady has the only remaining time.
Okay, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 56, printed in Part D of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
I rise in support of the amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to prevent tax dollars from hardworking Americans from being sent to Mexico, allegedly in support of economic development, until the President of the United States of America informs Congress that Mexico has decided to stop the free flow of fentanyl across our southern border. My plan is a simple and strong response to the Mexican government's refusing to take action to address the crisis of fentanyl pouring across our border. The Mexican president continues to falsely state that fentanyl is not manufactured or consumed in his country. In March 17th of this year, 2023, Mexico President Obrador said at a news conference in Mexico City, quote, "Here we do not produce fentanyl and we do not have consumption of fentanyl. Why doesn't the United States take care of its own issues?" Close quotes. But the numbers do not lie. The Drug Enforcement Agency said in December that, quote, "most of the fentanyl trafficked by the cartels is being mass-produced at secret factories in Mexico with chemicals sourced largely from China," close quotes. There were 14,000 pounds of fentanyl seized last year at the southern border and more than 11,000 pounds this year so far. Fentanyl is pouring across our border because of the disastrous open border policies of President Biden and his Democrat allies in Congress. Meanwhile, Mexico refuses to act against the cartels. Todd Robinson, who's President Biden's Assistant Secretary of State for International Narcotics, testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in February 2023, quote, "To be honest, the challenge that we have with Mexico is their unwillingness to put sufficient resources into the fight against fentanyl, and we're pushing them to do that," close quote. Multiple administrations have pushed Mexico to do more, yet they refuse to act. Now is the time for Congress to step up and use the power of the purse to hold Mexico accountable until they change their behavior. I want to be very clear, this amendment is focused solely on economic aid. This amendment does not impact narcotics interdiction and border security assistance that we also provide to Mexico. Mexico should not be rewarded with economic support funding when they refuse to stop the production of fentanyl that has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. West Virginia in particular has been hit hard by the drug epidemic, and a lot of the poison on our streets can be traced directly back
to Mexican drug cartels. We need to secure our border, but we also need Mexico to partner with us. Our practice of giving them more United States taxpayer dollars as an inducement to fight against drug trafficking has failed. It is time to cut off economic funding until the President of the United States can report to Congress that Mexico is working with us to address the flow of fentanyl across the border. I call on all my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, United States relations with Mexico are strong and vital. Our two countries share a 2,000-mile border with 55 active ports of entry, and our bilateral relations with Mexico have a direct impact on the lives and livelihoods of millions of Americans. I was born and raised in a border town of El Paso, Texas, and I know the importance of the exchanges and the support between Mexico and the United States. Our significant cooperation on issues including trade and economic reform, entrepreneurship and innovation, and energy cooperation are as critical today as they have ever been. Cutting ESF assistance to Mexico would have severe detrimental impacts, crippling the work we do to reduce violence, build a better business environment, and address the root causes of migration. Without our continued support, our assistance to keep youth released from prison from recommitting criminal offenses and being recruited by cartels and other criminal organizations would not be able to continue. The work we do to level the playing field for investors, which includes bringing greater transparency to corrupt business practices and promoting growth in key sectors central to the United States businesses, and such as semiconductors, for example, all of this would be negatively impacted. And cutting ESF would undermine our work to create economic opportunities in high out-migration areas in Mexico's least developed areas and states. A prosperous and safe Mexico should not only and will not only benefit the Mexican people, but us as well. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from West Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 57, printed in Part D of House Report 118 through 216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment on the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Spartz of Indiana.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman, pursuant to the House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Spartz, and a member opposed each will have control of 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself as much time as I might consume. I have a very simple but very important amendment. All this amendment says that the Secretary of State cannot use any funds in this appropriation that are not explicitly authorized by Congress to be given to the United Nations. And I think it's very important. I've been in the trenches quite a bit with a lot of conflicts and where people are dying in many countries. And American people are very generous and help a lot of people around the world, but we want to make sure that this money don't go to very fancy executives that pay themselves big salaries in UN and drive in very fancy cars, eating steak dinners, and stay in very fancy hotels while people next door are dying, but actually go to the people that American people are willing to help with. So I think it's very important that unauthorized funds by Congress wouldn't be frivolously given by the Secretary of State. I think it's intent of Congress, and I think this is a very good amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I reserve.
Does the gentlewoman reserve?
I reserve.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman from California recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I recently returned from representing the United States at the United Nations General Assembly, and I would be happy to talk to any of my colleagues about the value of our partnership with the United Nations system. It is not perfect, no large bureaucracy is, but our ability to improve its operations, make sure its stances reflect our values, and have the United Nations serve its mission for peace hinges on the United States being an active, participating member of the organization. Organizations like UNICEF deliver last-mile education and health services in over 120 countries. If you have ever seen kids in South Sudan, and I have many times, walking with their blue UNICEF backpacks to school, or visited with one of the 365 million kids under the age of 5 who received malnutrition services last year, you would know that their presence is real and felt by millions of kids and their families around the world. This amendment would cut off contributions to UNICEF. What will these young people think about the United States, quite frankly, when they grow up? I don't think they'd be very happy to know that we actually cut off the humanitarian assistance, especially in what UNICEF delivers on behalf of the United States. United Nations Development Program worked with 26 countries in 2021 to implement national action plans to tackle radicalization, registered 38 million new voters, 80% of these 38 million, they were women, and helped 82 countries adopt digital platforms for commerce and governance, cutting down on corruption. This amendment would cut off contributions to UNDP and many others. So I fully support the authorization of these entities, but we all know that will not happen overnight. So while we work towards that goal, we can't cut off participation and support. Once again, we're retreating from our responsibilities as a global leader throughout the world. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I think gentle ladies misrepresented this amendment. This amendment says if Congress doesn't authorize these funds, they shouldn't be spent by the other branch and given to UN. That should preclude from Congress doing its job and actually authorizing the fund. And I tell you, this organization failed. Many people around the world. Let's see what millions of people are dying in Africa. And when I talk to these people, they haven't seen, the big impact that UN is doing. They failed to deter from conflicts, including like Ukraine. I haven't seen them on the ground. Ukraine and Poland. And we have a major issue around the world. I saw what's happening in countries in South America. Don't tell me when our ally in the Middle East says we're not giving money. I just went there to this corrupt organization. What's happening in Syria and other countries. Don't tell me that this organization didn't fail the American people, the people around the world. And if our Congress is going to continue this, we need to look seriously why they cater to Russia and China at the expense of American taxpayers with their hard-earned money. So I think Congress needs to do its job, and before any money will be given to this organization, they have to be accountable to American people, and they have to be authorized. So if Congress authorizes money and give it to Secretary of State to provide to United Nations, you still can do that. But we have to start doing our job because a lot of people are suffering around the world. And if America doesn't stand up for anyone, no one else will. And American people expect accountability from our hard-earned money. And I hope that it could be on a bipartisan basis because there are a lot of people make a lot of money around the world over there. They have a very high-paying jobs, but a lot of poor people, including Africa, are dying. And I think we have to be accountable and responsible for that, and it shouldn't be a partisan issue. We actually went just Cadell bipartisan Cadell, and both committee chair and subcommittee chair on the Middle East were concerned what they hear about UN from real people. Not exactly so that UN, they have this job and to protect their salaries and live a very good life, but actually real people that are suffering. And we're willing to help real people that are suffering. But we need to put pressure on UN to start be accountable to American people. And I hope and urge my colleagues to stand up with the people, not with large special interest groups that lobbying a lot of things here and destroying our republic and destroying peace around the world. These organizations were created for some purposes and they failed. So maybe it's a time to rethink what kind of structure we should have that actually benefit the peace around the world. And I reserve.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm totally confused then, because I don't know why we would want to cut off the funds for children through UNICEF, UNDP, and other agencies, when in fact the gentlelady should go on and then take this to the Foreign Affairs Committee. That's where her initiative belongs in terms of the authorizing process. That belongs in the Foreign Affairs Committee. It doesn't belong here on an appropriations bill to defund programs that are providing badly needed services, badly needed malnutrition services for children. We can't just cut off this. These are appropriated funds. The Authorization Committee authorizes, and that's where this belongs.
Does the gentlewoman reserve?
I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Well, I just want to tell one more time. Congress is supposed to authorize this funding, and if we're not doing the job, we shouldn't waive the rules. Congress either doing the job or not, and if Congress believe, based on the consideration, that this fund should be provided, the other side need to make the case, and we can authorize these funds, but they have to be accountable that the funds are used wisely. So all it says, unauthorized spending is not going to be waived by Congress. We need to stop waiving and neglecting our job. So maybe if we get a little bit more pressure, we'll start doing our job that should be actually authorizing funds and appropriating funds. And if not, then we have to be accountable. But I truly believe this is very important for Congress to start looking at spending and start providing proper oversight. And I truly believe that this is an issue that I hope will be supported on bipartisan basis. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Indiana. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Yes, ma'am.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Indiana will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 58, printed in Part D of House Report 118 through 216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will have control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in favor of my amendment number 58, H.R. 4665. This amendment would prohibit funding for the State Department's, quote, Office of Global Change. Mr. Chairman, the underlying bill rightfully targets the U.S. taxpayer dollars from being sent to globalists who foment climate change hysteria and that provides no benefits to the American citizens. And while the underlying bill provides temporary relief from these bad policies, we must target the actual source of this nonsense. That is why my amendment is needed. The Office of Global Change is responsible for implementing and managing the U.S. international policy on climate change. It is, in other words, the executive office that was created with the mission statement of funding our enemies and destroying our own prosperity. This is the office that oversees all of Mr. Biden's misguided policies, and we must therefore cut off the source of that funding by targeting the money, not just play whack-a-mole whenever a new issue arises. Any American that is concerned about the globalist agenda infiltrating our sovereign decision-making process should be concerned about what any office whose mission statement is, quote, global change, especially when this global change is all about disrupting and destroying our reliable, clean, and affordable domestic energy resources so that they can force a green dystopia that will cause energy poverty on a massive scale. The Office of Global Change seeks to force CCP-inspired policies on the U.S. so that we become more and more energy insecure, while the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, becomes more and more energy independent and secure. If this majority is to deliver on the promises that we made to the American people, which means substituting radical climate politics for actual real governance, we must identify and eradicate the source of the problems. That means defunding the Office for Global Change. My amendment would do just that. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it is clear from the science that the most existential crisis the world faces is from the growing climate crisis. It is an emergency. Without intervention, our warming planet will have negative impacts on the United States and throughout the world. This bill already ignores the changing climate and its implications for so many other global challenges, including promoting food and water security, global health, the protection of tropical forests, and other vital natural resources, and social and political stability in strategically important regions. According to the World Bank, changes in the environment could put 132 million people back into extreme poverty. That's by 2030, only a few more years. And it also could drive the internal migration of an additional 216 million people by 2050. The State Department, through the office that this amendment is defunding, must be able to work with other countries and use every tool available to us to prevent the worst of increasingly ferocious natural disasters, failing crops, loss of biodiversity, and the rise of new diseases. The climate crisis poses threats to the stability of countries, heightens social and political tensions, and adversely affects food prices and availability. And this, again, as I said earlier, is according to our own military. The need for foreign assistance will only increase if we do not address this significant driver of crisis around the world. At COP27, this is what we heard over and over and over again. And so it's critical that we continue to fund the work of this office, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Again, I think that all people that the folks need to understand is that the Office of Global Change is responsible for implementing and managing the U.S. international policy on climate change, the very purpose of which is to destroy the prosperity of the United States of America. As I listen to my colleagues on the other side talk about the, quote, existential crisis that we face because of climate change, or the other rote talking points that they use, what you find is that none of those talking points, none of that hysteria is actually rooted in science, other than political science. Every decision that has been made by the Biden administration in relation to energy poverty, or in relation to energy policy, has resulted in real, immediate energy poverty for thousands, if not millions, of people across the United States of America. The failed policies of this administration have been visited upon us from the very moment that Joe Biden took office, when he started canceling pipelines to be able to deliver affordable, clean, accessible, reliable energy. I find it to be absolutely astounding to listen to the other side talk about issues of poverty and things around the world when we have an administration who right now with their policies is creating that very policy here. We watch the border crisis as we see millions of people pouring across the border. We see what is happening in our inner cities. We see what is happening with people who have to make a decision about buying food or buying gasoline, and yet they want to talk about funding an agency that the very purpose of which is to visit energy poverty around the world upon millions and millions of people. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of Amendment 58. We do not need an Office of Global Change. We need to defund it. That is the purpose of my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wyoming reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Well, the gentlelady says that this office is going to destroy the prosperity of America, but I would suggest that this amendment will continue to destroy our planet. Our young people deserve better. I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming recognizes. I yields back, excuse me.
I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The question of the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. The gentlewoman from Wyoming will be postponed. The gentlewoman will suspend. It is now in order to consider amendment number 59, printed in Part D of House Report 118 through 216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will have control of 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in favor of my amendment number 59 to H.R. 4665. This amendment would prohibit the State Department remote work agreements, which allow a domestically assigned employee alternative work site to be located outside of the locality pay area of the regular work site. Now, that's a lot of words that may seem a little bit confusing, but let me explain what I mean. What it is at bottom is it is time for the federal workforce to return to work. This has been the policy of the Republicans in the 118th Congress majority, and my amendment would bring the State Department in line with this stance. Several concerns with federal telework and remote work arose during COVID. One concern, rightfully echoed by countless Americans struggling to make ends meet, was whether federal workers were receiving increased locality pay based off the cost of living in larger cities, while they were actually working remotely from a different location where the cost of living was much less. So, Mr. Chairman, you can imagine my concern when I found that the State Department's Foreign Affairs Manual defines its remote work agreements as full-time core telework arrangements in which the teleworker's alternate work site is located outside of the locality pay area of the regular work site for the employee's position of record. Remote and telework for federal employees should be used sparingly. It should be used to accommodate health issues. It should be used during a crisis. In other words, during select situations. It should not be used as a hidden benefit for federal workers and so that they can pocket extra cost of living cash. Our Republican House majority should be committed to reforming federal remote work so it is fair and reasonable and used only when needed. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the underlying wish for all of us to get back to the way things were prior to the onset of the COVID pandemic. However, a total ban seems a bit excessive. The government as a whole is in competition with the private sector for workers. The priority of where they live has changed for some workers, and without being offered this flexibility, the State Department may find it more difficult to recruit or retrain exceptional employees, which seems to be the goal of some on the other side. Technology now exists that was never contemplated only a few years ago, and it opens new possibilities for how to be effective, productive participants in any office, whether physically present or not. We need to ensure that our national security and effective diplomacy is conducted by the most capable employees. Options should be available to the department. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
One reserve.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a misunderstanding on the other side of the aisle as to the purpose of my bill. The purpose of this bill is very simple. If you're being paid to live in Denver and work in Denver, and your cost of living is associated with living in Denver, you should not be able to live in a little tiny town of 300 people 200 miles away that has a substantially less cost of living, but continue to receive your benefits based upon the more expensive cost of living that is in Denver, Colorado. That's just the purpose of this. If you're going to live in a lower cost of living area and telework, you shouldn't be paid as though you're living in a large city. That's the point of this. It's very simple. It's nothing more than about fairness. I think that the American people expect our federal employees to be honest about where they're working and the cost of living that they have, and I do not believe that it's fair, and they don't believe that it's fair that we're actually paying people to live in more expensive areas while they're living in less expensive areas. That is a benefit that we didn't agree to as Congress. I don't believe that it is appropriate, and I urge my fellow members to support amendment number 59. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming yields. Gentlewoman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the clerk, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
No, Victoria, no.
The chair understands that the amendment number 60 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 61, printed in Part D of House Report 118 through 216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Fox of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment. My amendment is simple. It would prevent taxpayer funds from paying for State Department employees to travel to or attend events hosted by the Clinton Global Initiative. The rationale is quite simple. The Clinton Global Initiative has engaged in blatant corruption and influence peddling that would make even Hunter Biden blush. In perhaps its most famous episode in 2014, Hillary Clinton approached the Moroccan government about hosting a Clinton Global Initiative conference in Morocco. The Moroccans fronted the money for the event by funneling it through a state-owned enterprise that was extracting and exploiting phosphates from a non-self-governing territory, Western Sahara. This sleight of hand amounted to condoning Morocco's sovereignty over this disputed land. You heard that right. It was cash for sovereignty deal formulated just as former Secretary of State Clinton began her run for president of the free world. This deal was so rotten that even the Huffington Post deemed Fox News' investigation into this matter a, quote, brutal, clean hit on Hillary Clinton's campaign, end quote. Indeed, the Clinton Global Initiative scandals are myriad and include an episode uncovered by the New York Times revealing undisclosed donations linked to the sale of U.S. uranium production to a Russian government agency. As expected, the Clinton Global Initiative was unable to withstand the scrutiny and shuttered shortly after the 2016 campaign. That is, until late last year, when the organization reconstituted itself. Its operations are no longer dark, and this is the first state and foreign operations appropriations bill considered since its resurrection. It has since morphed into a factory of radical elitist woke schemes. Just last week, the Clinton Global Initiative convened in New York to discuss how to reshape our economy to tackle the left's pet projects that will make life for ordinary Americans more expensive and worse. Given the State Department's enmeshment with the Clintons and the initiative, we need to send a clear message. No more coordination with the U.S. government, no more conferences with corrupt governments at the expense of the oppressed people of the globe, no more representation and participation by the State Department, an end to its commingling with official policy, and hopefully the beginning of the end of this corrupt organization's influence on U.S. policymaking. Americans simply can't afford more radical policies purveyed by an organization that allows the global elite to buy and influence American foreign policy. Join me in condemning the Clinton Global Initiative's misconduct. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, boy, is this the level we've gotten to tell the State Department what meetings they cannot attend? Will we start saying what meetings they have to attend? The Clinton Global Initiative is a platform for government, philanthropy, business, media, and academia to discuss identified problems and to brainstorm solutions. We should be encouraging such collaboration. The problems facing the world are daunting, and solutions will not come from one place. Let's take good ideas from wherever we can and not micromanage who goes to what meetings. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see that my colleague has not refuted any of the things that I've said about the Clinton Global Initiative. Why in the world, again, would we ask American taxpayers to pay for people from the State Department to attend these conferences when they're likely not to gain anything positive from them and support a corrupt organization? I reserve.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I understand what this amendment does, and I don't accept the fact that it's a corrupt organization, and I do know the importance of these meetings and conferences in terms of us coming together for solutions to lead us to global peace and security. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire as to how much time I have left?
1.5 minutes. 1.5 minutes.
1.5 minutes. Mr. Chairman, we have a terrific debt on our hands in this country. We don't need to be spending any money that is not absolutely necessary to spend. Curbing attendance at meetings such as the Clinton Global Initiative is a good way for us to chip away at that debt and to save the American taxpayers some money. I think this is an excellent amendment. I believe that my colleagues will see that it's an excellent amendment, and I will continue to advocate for its passage, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, finally, I'll just say what this does is another attempt to chip away at our diplomacy. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to offer this amendment. I believe, again, that it is good for us to highlight this organization and the fact that we do not need people from the State Department attending its meetings. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
And I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 and Rule 18, proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 62, printed in Part D of House Report 118 through 216. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 723, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, is a member, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're in a competition right now, it's undeniable, with a Chinese Communist Party-led country. We have been in that race for more than 40 years. Decades ago, we made a decision that engagement would change the trajectory of China. It was a fair and reasonable attempt. But throughout those years, as China has gained power, they have only gained a ruthless disregard for the norms of our planet, including those that they bid into. They claim to be a fair trader, they are not. They claimed that they would not steal technology, they did. As a matter of fact, they have ruthlessly become the largest spy organization, not just on our military and defense structures, but in fact on our industries. It is legendary, the level that they have one-sided done to. So for that reason, it's time for us to shift. Under the last administration, we began shifting. Under this administration, we continue to recognize China as a threat. In those years since we opened up our relationship, we did a number of things as a planet, as a world, as countries. Hong Kong and Macau were voluntarily given back, each based on a promise to their host nations that they would continue to operate in a way that was consistent with the democracies that had led them. In both cases, through a slow but steady change that has been completely eroded. A number of years ago, probably the greatest choice of the Communist Party, Vladimir Putin, or sorry, the other Vladimir, oh shoot. It is an old communist statement that I think bears repeating, and that is that when we will be hung, when capitalism will be hung, they will be hung with a rope that we sold to the communist. It is time to stop selling rope to China. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. For what purpose does this gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this Science and Technology Agreement, or STA, with the PRC was extended for 6 months this past August and does not commit us to a longer-term extension. The extension will allow the administration time to amend and strengthen the terms of the STA. Without the STA, the United States would lose valuable insight into China's technical advances. Additionally, many STA outcomes have been deeply beneficial to the United States and the rest of the world. This includes determining the importance of folic acid supplementation in preventing birth defects and decreasing China's air pollution, which blows across the Pacific, contributing to our West Coast air pollution. Opponents of this agreement cite concerns that the PRC would exploit civilian research partnerships for military purposes. However, all legitimate concerns about information sharing can be addressed through modifications to the STA rather than eliminating it entirely. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Earlier, I attempted to have the quote of Vladimir Lenin that the capitalist will sell the rope with which we hang them. This is exactly what we've been doing. But there's another truism that came from Einstein. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome. If the administration wants to negotiate something new and bring it to us in a way in which we believe the outcome will be different, let them do it. But to simply continue doing the same thing with decades and currently tens of thousands of actual hits on our country to steal our technology by the Chinese Communist Party daily, something that our administrations have said. And it's no longer one of those in which they're stealing ancient technology or they're trying to catch up. When one of our cabinet officers recently visited China, She arrived only to find them demonstrating 5G technology and 7 nanometer chip technology in order to show us that they had stolen the technology necessary to be cutting edge in the cellular world and in the chip production. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this amendment would not allow only renegotiation. That's why I oppose it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California has the right to close.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back.
In closing, every day this administration tells us the nature of the kind of technology theft that's going on. The conclusion of this amendment is simply the result of the very statements made, not by the previous administration, but by the current administration. And this supports the recognition that it's time to make real change. The amendment does it. And with that, I yield back and urge support of the
Gentleman from California
amendment.
yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 63, printed on Part D of House Report 118 through 216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on my amendment, which will reduce the salary of the special assistant to the
Gentleman wish to suspend? Does the gentleman have amendment at the desk?
Yes.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would do one thing. Will reduce the salary of the special assistant to the director of programming at Voice of America to $1. This amendment follows an internal investigation which concluded the special assistant to the director of programming at Voice of America had misused federal taxpayer dollars, and lied on her resume. She was fired under the previous administration and then rehired at the beginning of this administration. Mr. Speaker, I submit to you that people who misuse taxpayer dollars have no business being paid by taxpayers, and they should be fired. We need to get rid of corruption in our government. My amendment would do just that, and I'm requesting to reduce her salary to $1. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the woman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, once again, the subject of this amendment has been a public servant. This public servant has worked at USAGM for nearly 25 years, speaking truth to Iranians and promoting democratic values of American society. Once again, if we have policy issues, let's discuss it. But please, we have to stop demeaning our public servants. I yield.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd submit to you that the duty of folks that work for the American taxpayer is not to lie and not to take taxpayer money illegally. And I reserve the remainder of my time, I believe. All right.
The gentleman has the only time remaining.
I yield.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 64, printed on Part D of House Report 118 through 216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I rise to speak on the amendment. Is the amendment on the desk, Mr. Speaker?
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on this amendment, which will reduce the salary of the Chief Management Officer for the U.S. Agency for Global Media to $1. The Chief Management Officer of the U.S. Agency for Global Media is responsible for rehiring Satara Siege, who knowingly misused federal taxpayer dollars and lied on her resume. Whistleblowers have come forth to shed light on the rampant misuse of taxpayer dollars, and the Chief Management Officer at the U.S. Agency for Global Media is responsible for rehiring the individual that did so. There should be no place for this conduct in public service, Mr. Speaker. I'm requesting the salary of the Chief Management Officer at the U.S. Agency for Global Media be reduced to $1. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The subject of this amendment, again, has served in the government for 15 years.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Time in 2 Inspector General offices. Once again, the other side continues to try to really destroy our dedicated public servants. I don't quite understand it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We cannot continue to keep rewarding bad behavior. This isn't some soccer game where nobody keeps score and everybody gets a trophy. This is the American government. We are responsible to the taxpayers for this money. I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that this type of activity, if we turn the other cheek, it will be continue to be rampant in our society and in our government, and we've got to start somewhere, Mr. Speaker. We're $33 trillion in debt, and paying people that are doing things that are illegal should not be the makeup of this government. I yield.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Yeah. Bad behavior, Mr. Chairman, is not being rewarded. Public servants, they're doing their job and they're carrying out the policies of the United States of America. This is a personnel decision. All of these would be personnel decisions. But unfortunately, they're being politicized. And it's really a shame and disgrace that our public servants who represent us so well are the subject of these despicable attacks. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. Purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, while I commend the great job that the chairman has done, I now move that the committee do rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committees rise.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on the Whole House on the State of the Union having had under consideration H.R. 4665 directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4665 and has come to no resolution thereon. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good to see you. Ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 730 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 39, House Resolution 730. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 5692, making supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 30 minutes of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. And 2, one motion to recommit. Section 2, during further consideration of the bill H.R. 4365, making appropriations for the Department of Defense for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes, pursuant to House Resolution 723. The further amendment specified in Section 3 shall be considered as adopted. Section 3, the amendments referred to in Section 2 is as follows. 1. On page 10, line 19, after the dollar amount, insert reduced by $300 million, and 2, strike section 8104. Section 4, during further consideration of the bill H.R. 4367, making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes, pursuant to House Resolution 723, the further amendment specified in Section 5 shall be considered as adopted. Section 5, the amendment referred to in Section 4 is as follows. Strike Section 406 and strike Section 407 and insert section. Notwithstanding the numerical limitations set forth in Section 214G1B of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1184G1B, the Secretary of Homeland Security, after consultation with the Secretary of Labor, and upon determining that the needs of American businesses cannot be satisfied during fiscal year 2024 with the United States workers who are willing, qualified, and able to perform temporary non-agricultural labor, may increase the total number of aliens who may receive a visa under Section 101 A15H-IIB of such Act 8 U.S.C. 1101 A15H-IIB and such fiscal year above such limitation by not more than the highest number of H-2B non-immigrants who participated in the H-2B returning worker program in any fiscal year in which returning workers were exempt from such numerical limitation.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, my very good friend, Mr. McGovern, the ranking member, full committee, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on House Resolution 730.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported out a rule, House Resolution 730, providing for the consideration of H.R. 5692, the Ukraine Security Assistance and Oversight Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2024, under a closed rule. It provides 30 minutes of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, and provides for one motion to recommit. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in order to support that rule and the underlying legislation. Mr. Speaker, although I know my friends in the minority will express some consternation about today's rule, it sets up a discussion that I think is important to have. The rule takes $300 million in funds intended to support Ukraine out of the current defense appropriations process. It then makes an order a separate vote on those funds through H.R. 5692. The bill also creates a special inspector general for Ukraine assistance, ensuring that American dollars going to Ukraine receive appropriate oversight and supervision. Now, as my friends across the aisle are well aware, there is no mystery about how I will vote on this question. Ukraine has been and remains the victim of Vladimir Putin's unprovoked, unjust, and illegal invasion of his neighbor to the west. I firmly support continuing to provide funding to Ukraine so that they can continue to resist that invasion. It's not only in America's national interest to do so, but it's also the right thing to do. But for other members of the House and for their constituents, a vote on funding for Ukraine is a matter of conscience. Shifting these funds out of the defense appropriations process and into a separate bill allows those members for whom there is a question of conscience to vote to support our troops through an otherwise robust defense appropriations bill, while also allowing all members to vote separately on providing funding to Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, it was never a bad thing, it is never a bad thing, to have all members of the House take a vote on a question. It is especially helpful in this instance to give all members the chance to be heard. Some of my Republican colleagues are supportive of the overall defense appropriations bill, but want to vote separately on Ukraine. Conversely, the vast majority of my friends across the aisle support funding Ukraine, but are opposed to the defense appropriations bill. Voting on this issue separately through H.R. 5692 gives everyone a chance to be recorded on this important topic. But this resolution does something else that I think is very important. It sets up a debate about American policy toward Ukraine. This is a very valuable discussion to have, Mr. Speaker, and one that the American people would assuredly benefit from. A debate on American policy toward Ukraine is important. It would help answer certain key questions that Americans are asking, such as, what is America's overall strategy? How are funds being used in Ukraine? What oversight policies are in place? President Biden has never given a formal address to the American people outlining America's overall strategy with respect to Ukraine. But that does not mean the House cannot have such a discussion. In fact, the opposite is true. The Biden administration's failure to adequately explain to the American people what our overall strategy is means that it's imperative for the House to discuss the topic on the House floor. Today's rule will give the House, and more importantly the American people, just that opportunity. We can have an open and honest discussion about American policy toward Ukraine and about American dollars supporting Ukraine in its fight against Russian aggression. And when the debate's over, all members of the House will have the opportunity to vote on this important question. I'm confident that at the end of the day, the House will pass this measure to appropriate these funds to support Ukraine. The only difference will be that we had a full, open, and honest debate about it on the House floor. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge members to support both the rule and the underlying legislation, or underlying measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Oklahoma, my good friend, the chairman of the Rules Committee, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, in 57 hours, this government will shut down. Federal workers will be sent home. Members of the armed forces will defend our country without pay. Programs that feed hungry moms and newborns will stop. Travelers will face airport delays. Critical research on diseases like cancer and Alzheimer's will grind to a halt. So you would think last night, when the Rules Committee held an emergency meeting, that it would be on stopping the shutdown. That's the actual emergency, Mr. Speaker, that is facing our country. But you'd be wrong, because instead of a bipartisan CR that can pass, we're back at the 11th hour to amend a rule, the first rule this majority passed in weeks, because once again, Speaker McCarthy is letting extreme MAGA Republicans blackmail him. What are we doing here? What we are doing here is absurd. This assistance for Ukraine has been in the defense bill for years, well before the latest invasion by Russia. This isn't even the Ukraine funding that President Zelensky asked for, or the funding the administration requested. This shouldn't be controversial. First it was in the bill, then it wasn't, then it was. Then yesterday we had a standalone vote on Ukraine funding, and the House voted overwhelmingly 339 to 93. A majority of the majority, an overwhelming vote against stripping the Ukraine assistance in this bill. And instead of accepting that loss, extreme MAGA Republicans are blackmailing Kevin McCarthy. And here we are rigging the rules to undo that vote. They want to overturn the will of this House. They refuse to accept the fact that they lost. What is it with Republicans refusing to accept when they lose? Why can't you accept the loss? Why can't you respect the vote? I guess there's a pattern here. We see that when they didn't want to accept the presidential election. And here we see on the House floor, when the extreme MAGA right-wing Republicans don't get their way, when they lose overwhelmingly, they can't accept the loss. They go to the Rules Committee and they say, rig the process. Did Trump call them and tell them to do this? I mean, this is so unbelievably wrong. The gentleman from Oklahoma has said some members have very strong moral objections to assisting Ukraine. Okay. I have strong moral objections to the billions and billions of dollars in blank checks that were given to the Pentagon. I have strong moral objections to the fact that we refuse to ban the transfer of cluster munitions to other countries around the world. But guess what? It's our job as members of Congress to weigh the pros and cons and vote yes or no. If people do not want to make those tough decisions, don't run for Congress. And I appreciate that the gentleman from Oklahoma voted for and supports giving Ukraine the tools they need to defend themselves. But what the gentleman is doing here is making it exponentially more likely that this Ukraine funding will not become law. Because if this doesn't make a difference, if these bills are moving together, and this is all just about giving people yet another chance to vote on something they already voted on, what's the point? I mean, the rule provides 30 minutes of debate on this sidecar Ukraine funding bill. 30 minutes, 15 minutes on each side. Boy, what a debate that's going to be. I mean, come on. And I'll tell you what the point of all of this is. And let me read you the words of our colleague Marjorie Taylor Greene when she left the Republican conference meeting this morning. She told the reporter, and I quote, "We're not funding Ukraine. That's what I heard in there," end quote. Well, let me inform the gentlelady, we all had a chance to vote our conscience, up or down. Those who voted to strike Ukraine aid could go home and tell their constituents that they voted to strike Ukraine aid. It's not that complicated. And what concerns many of us is the signal these extreme MAGA Republicans are sending to Putin. Putin is an authoritarian thug. What he is doing in Ukraine is sick. His troops are shelling nuclear power plants, killing civilians, bombing hospitals, abducting women, massacring people. And my MAGA colleagues want to send him a message. And that message is, just hold on a little longer. Wait a little longer, and you can do whatever you want. This House had a vote, and we are here to overturn it. All because Speaker McCarthy is letting extreme MAGA Republicans blackmail him, because he cares more about keeping his job than doing his job. And I urge a no vote, and with that I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
That objection.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by reminding my friend, again, we agree on this issue. We both feel strongly in support of Ukraine. I know my friend will vote accordingly. So will I. The reality is this measure actually makes it more likely that Ukraine will get support, not less likely. As a part of the defense bill, that bill may or may not pass. My friends are united in their opposition against that bill for a variety of reasons. That's certainly their right to do so. But they actually do support this particular measure almost unanimously. Why not take it out of a bill that may or may not pass the floor and have a separate vote? My friends will actually be able to vote to move forward something they agree with, and quite frankly, something the majority of my conference agrees with. So, I don't see how this imperils Ukrainian funding. It makes it almost certain. Moreover, I do believe discussion on this floor has considerable merit on this issue. The reality is that we haven't had that discussion. And it's time we did. I wish the president, who I happen to support in this instance, not every nuance of his policy, I think he was too slow to commit here, too slow to get aid there, has been unclear about what the final objectives of this exercise is. And an exercise, I remind everyone, is extraordinarily expensive. It's over $100 billion invested and a request for more. I wish the president would do that. The House is going to endeavor to do that to at least some degree through this discussion. But again, I think it's important to note, if you support Ukraine, you should support this measure, because my friends, who I know sincerely do support that effort, are going to almost and probably unanimously oppose the defense bill in which it's contained. Why in the world would they be upset because we take it out, put it on its own, make it more likely to pass, and frankly do what we're supposed to do around here, actually let every American see how his or her a member of Congress votes on this issue and how they choose to defend it. I just simply think it's the appropriate way to go. Now, I'll be candid with my friend, as I always try to be. It also helps us pass the defense bill. We have some people, because they feel very strongly about this particular issue, that might not vote for the defense bill that otherwise will. So I'm not going to apologize because we strengthen our ability to actually move an important piece of legislation through. But the one thing we do, and it's really not disputable, is we increase the chances that Ukraine will get at least this $300 million of additional training aid that I think they ought to get, and that my friends agree with. So having one more vote on the House floor, particularly in a time when we're having so many, does not seem to me to be a high price to pay. Now, let me, too, Mr. Speaker, quickly address one other point that my friend made. He talked about an imminent shutdown. We are coming close, and my friend is absolutely correct in that. I do remind him that the Rules Committee actually passed a measure a week ago, I believe, roughly a week ago, that actually is a amendment that would continue funding the government while we work out our motions. That amendment's in the rules, come out of the Rules Committee. It can be placed on the floor at whatever time the Speaker and the leadership of the majority choose to do that. So there are vehicles in place to act. I also remind my friend, of course, the United States Senate is doing the same thing. So, I would prefer that we not get as close to the deadline as we are, but we're here. But it's not as if nothing is being done and time in other areas is being wasted. I suspect we will have a vote relatively soon on continuing to support the government, may or may not pass. I suspect the United States Senate will have a similar vote. I suspect that one probably will pass and move to this chamber. So the idea that nothing is being done while trivialities are being debated, I just think dismiss out of hand. I don't think that's the truth. Those issues are coming to a head right now. But again, I end once more with the obvious point. If you care about Ukraine, you ought to be voting for this measure. I will. I know my friends almost unanimously will, and that will ensure that that important funding moves forward. We have a fuller debate on the House floor about American objectives, goals, the price tag associated with that. I think these are all good things, all things where the House is actually doing the right thing, and frankly, where I think the majority is giving the minority an opportunity to move forward something I know they feel passionately about. I share that passion, and that many on our side do. But so again, with that, Mr. Speaker, I would urge support for the rule, which makes this possible, and the underlying resolution. And with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comments from my good friend from Oklahoma, who he knows I have great affection for him, but I'm dizzy from all the spin, quite frankly. First let me just say about the CR. What we know is that what may or may not pass in the House, based on the fact that the Freedom Caucus seems to be calling the shots, will never pass the Senate. So we know whatever is going to come out of the Rules Committee in the next 24 hours or 48 hours or whatever, if anything, will ever be able to get the votes, not just amongst Democrats, but amongst Republicans in the Senate. Secondly, we do know that the Senate is working in a bipartisan way. They already have cloture to move forward with the process to bring up a CR, an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote. But we know what they pass would pass this House if put on the floor. And the reason why this government will in all likelihood shut down is because the Speaker of the House is so beholden to a small group of the most extreme members that he won't put that on the floor. He will rig it so that we do not have a chance to be able to vote on it. That's how this government will shut down. Secondly, my good friend talks about how this is really no big deal. It's just another vote, and everybody should be happy. But let me ask, if this were good for Ukraine and Ukraine's ability to defend itself against Russia's illegal war, then why would members of the pro-Putin caucus even agree to this? If everyone genuinely thought there was no difference between keeping the funding in the defense bill and moving it separately, why insist on all of this? The answer is really simple. Republicans who seem to be enamored with Putin want this funding sent separately to the Senate because they know that's their best shot to prevent this money from going to Ukraine at all. In fact, when Marjorie Taylor Greene left the Republican conference meeting this morning, and I quoted it already, but I'll quote it again, she said, "We're not funding Ukraine, period." That's what I heard in there, end quote. And we all know that there are senators like Rand Paul, and Tommy Tuberville, who will block a separate Ukraine funding bill from moving forward. I mean, they're actively preventing the Senate from completing its work as we speak. This is not a flaw in the sidecar plan. It's a main feature and a goal. So let's be clear. This funding that we're talking about here is long-standing security assistance. It has been in the defense bill for years, even before Putin invaded Ukraine. This is not the supplemental funding that President Zelensky requested when he met with Speaker McCarthy last week. This is not the supplemental funding the administration requested in their emergency funding request, and it is not the supplemental funding that the Senate is trying to put in their bipartisan CR. So spare me the argument that somehow this is a good thing and it gives everybody a chance for their voice to be heard on this topic. If everybody wanted their voice to be heard on this topic, you would have speaker after speaker after speaker right now speaking on this bill and speaking about their concerns about our Ukraine policy. There's no one over there. Let's all be real here about what's happening. And the House already had its voice heard, and it overwhelmingly voted to support funding in the defense bill, a 3/4 majority. You can't get that many people to agree on lunch in this place. And it's a majority of your majority. The pro-Putin extremists didn't like the outcome, so they talked to the Speaker into rigging the vote. That is what this is all about. And Mr. Speaker, so I am here to offer the House the opportunity to demonstrate for a third time that we stand by Ukraine in their time of need. And I urge that we defeat the previous question. And if we do, I will offer an amendment that would strike the provision of the rule eliminating security assistance funding for Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss this proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Republicans spent 3 weeks trying to bring the Defense Bills Appropriations Act to the floor. 3 times it went to the Rules Committee. The first 2 times the rule failed on the floor. And it failed in part because a small minority of Republicans do not support any Ukrainian assistance, including support for Ukraine that has been in the base defense bill for 9 years. The Republican conference knew for weeks that this was a problem for them. And that's why they created this pseudo minibus that we're working on the past few days. It's loaded with extreme social policy writers to appease the far right so that their party can even advance a defense bill. Earlier this week, Republicans could have used the Rules Committee to strip out the Ukraine funding from the defense bill. They chose not to do so then. Instead, the Rules Committee made 2 Republican amendments in order to strike any Ukrainian funding. Then that amendment came to the floor, and they asked the House to do its will. The Biggs Amendment was rejected by this House by a vote of 104 to 330. The Gates Amendment was also rejected, 93 to 339. In a closely divided Congress, this is about as clearly bipartisan vote as you can get. In both cases, the Republicans and the Democrats stood together with Ukraine. But the Republicans found out that they still had a problem with the extreme right in their party. Even after the votes, the vocal Republican minority threatened the Speaker again to take down the defense bill, all because the votes didn't go their way. So here we are today. The Speaker has sent the defense bill back to the Rules Committee to override the will of this House in its most basic democratic process of amending bills. It's ironic that the Speaker is so focused on passing the defense bill in such an undemocratic way. He has wasted weeks letting the far right abuse the Republican majority, while at the same time failing to address the impending government shutdown. Today, these extreme members are abusing the entire House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, members, the lessons from the last 3 weeks could not be more clear. When you don't stand up to bullies, they continue to bully you. And that's what's happening here. The bullies in the Republican conference have won once again at the expense of this institution. And that's why I would ask my colleagues to defeat the previous question. Let's stand up to the bullies in this chamber. Let's strip this outrageous provision from the rule and return this House to regular order, where every vote matters, and where when the vote of the majority of the House speaks, it is respected. I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Yes.
Thank you. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I want to address 2 points, one that my friend from Massachusetts made about the potential of a government shutdown. As my friend knows, because we spend a lot of time together, particularly recently, I'm very much opposed to a government shutdown. And I'm pleased we have a vehicle out of the Rules Committee to address that. It's not up to me to decide when it comes to the floor, but there is one prepared, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to vote on this. I remind my friends that during the debt ceiling crisis, they said, oh my gosh, we'll never get out of this without defaulting the debt. My gosh, it's the end of the world. What did the House do? It actually passed its bill and had a negotiating position and sat down with the Senate and the administration and negotiated a settlement. Some like it, some don't like it. You know, it's like anything around here in divided government, it's a compromise, but the reality is we moved and acted before the deadline. We have that ability, and I suspect we will do that before the deadline. I also remind my friends, and again, they would agree with this, I think, the United States Senate is moving, will present a vehicle. We may be in a negotiating position. They, by the way, never passed anything on the debt ceiling on their own. They waited to have a negotiating position from the House and then finally woke up and sat down with us, never moved their own vehicle. This is a normal legislative process. That's an important question, but I agree with my friends about the virtue of the shutdown. I think that's actually the sentiment, the overwhelming majority of the House on both sides of the aisle. So we've got something working on that. The Senate has something. We'll see how that plays out over the next few days. In terms of this measure, again, I'm mystified by my friend's position. They're overwhelmingly in favor of support for Ukraine. I share that position, as does the majority of my side of the aisle. Right now, $300 million of that support is embedded in a defense bill that they themselves will oppose unanimously. And we may or may not get everybody on our side. The reality is it's a very narrow majority. People can have a different opinion. We might or might not be able to pass it. But they support that particular measure almost uniformly. Now, when we take it out and say, here's something you support, the majority of us support, why don't we just not risk this in a bill that could go either way? Why don't we just advance this portion of this? That somehow is a problem. I actually see it as something that ensures this particular issue will almost certainly move through the House. Moreover, I think it ensures a more robust discussion and an education on this important measure. The reality is, it's hard for the average American to follow this. We have not had a presidential address laying out the goals, the reasons, the strategy for this. I think more discussion about Ukraine on the House floor would be helpful, not unhelpful, particularly when I think the majority would very strongly, of the chamber, come out and support. So I don't see this in any way as somehow damaging our ability. It sort of clarifies where opinion on this issue in a very narrowly divided House actually is. I think that's a good thing. And I'm not going to apologize, quite frankly, if this helps us get another couple of votes on a defense bill that I think is a good defense bill, move toward a conference with the Senate on the appropriations front, then that's all to the good. I don't have any problem with that. So if I can remove somebody's moral objection or concern, give them an opportunity to express their opinion, whether I agree with it or not, and recruit additional support, I just think that's smart politics, good procedure. But more importantly, and I want to reemphasize this, if you care about Ukraine, you should like this. You should say, gosh, this at least makes sure that training money is going to get there. Gosh, our chances of going there. I won't have to vote against a bill that contains a measure I support. That measure is going to be taken out. I can support that measure, still oppose the bill if I want to. But at least this thing that I care about deeply is actually going to be passed. Again, I think that's a prudent way to proceed. I think it's the right thing to do for Ukraine. And I look forward at that time and that vote to actually voting with my friends in that measure. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, I have nothing but great affection for the gentleman from Oklahoma. But again, we have to deal with the reality that we're now living in. This is a quote from Minority Leader McConnell. He said, this was just tweeted out today. McConnell with a message to the House Republicans on how a shutdown would impact the border. And Mr. McConnell says, shutting down the government is a choice, and it's a choice that would make the crisis at our southern border even worse. And he says it's a choice because he sees what's happening here. He sees that the Republicans in this chamber have made a choice to shut the government down. And we didn't hear anything today about the border, but yesterday or the day before we did a lot about the border. And Senator McConnell says that it would make the crisis at our southern border even worse. So he is concerned. He's the Republican leader in the Senate. He's concerned by the action of the Republicans in this House. He sees that a small group of Republicans are calling the shots. I mean, they don't even represent the majority of the majority here. It is really quite extraordinary that we're at this moment. And rather than moving in a direction where we could get a bipartisan CR passed in both the House and the Senate, and one that will be signed by the President, my Republican friends in the House are going in the wrong direction. We're running out of time. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose this rule, and it concerns me that my friend, the chairman of the Rules Committee, and I believe I say this correctly, described this as part of the normal democratic process. If that's true, then sir, that's the new normal, and it's more evidence of dysfunction in the inability to govern than it is anything else. A few years ago, Fiona Hill said that polarization in this country is now a national security threat because it shows the rest of the world that we can't function, we can't govern. And no one outside this body is going to see this rule and this tactic as anything other than at least an attempt to defund the efforts to help Ukraine. And I get it. The Speaker has the sword of Damocles over his head because a few number in the far right have disproportionate control. We're not talking about the tail wagging the dog. It's the tip of the dog's tail. And the rest of the world is watching this, understanding the underlying reasons why this so matters. That Ukraine's fight is the reason we fought the Second World War. Ukraine's fight is the reason we formed NATO. It's the reason we formed the United Nations. And that we simply can't let a sovereign democratic country get wiped off the face of the earth. And that we grew up hearing and believing never again. Yet, as I stood in Bucha in Ukraine and saw the mass grave and heard of the horrors there, it will happen on a more massive scale if we don't act. To quote FDR in his last shortest inaugural, we have learned that we cannot live alone at peace, that our own well-being is dependent on the well-being of other nations far away. He was right then, he's right now. Thank you, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I hadn't particularly come down here to discuss the border, but I'm delighted to discuss the border. I'm glad my friends are finally interested in the border. We've watched for 2 years as this administration has turned a green light on the border and has escalated dramatically the crossings. The border has been the biggest single disaster of an administration that frankly has been a failure in many different areas. But the border uncontestably is a problem that is created by the administration, owned by the administration, and my friends on the Democratic side of the aisle that actually have presided over this mess. As a matter of fact, when we bring something onto the floor to keep the government open, I suspect there'll be a border measure attached to it. My friends could then eagerly embrace that and actually do something to help on the border, a place where they fought us on H.R. 2, our border security bill, where they've done no oversight, or excuse me, have done nothing but support the administration that has engineered this incredible crisis. I remind my friends, a former Democratic Secretary of Homeland Security, whom I admire a lot, Jay Johnson, was once asked what constitutes a crisis at the border. 1,000 illegal entries a day. What was the number yesterday? 10,000? 11,000? Have my friends done anything about it? No. So we'll probably put something on this floor pretty quickly. We already have with H.R. 2. You didn't vote for that. We'll now give you an opportunity to both keep the government open and vote for border security. So you should be happy about that. So we're going to talk about the border. We'll do it all day long on our side of the aisle. Finally, again, with all due respect to my friends, you're not going to support for the defense bill. I don't have any problem with that. That's your right. You have some concerns. You have some criticism. You are going to support, you do support, aid for Ukraine. So we take it out, we put it out there, say this is something you can support. Majority of our members support it too, but we have some that certainly do not and are vocal in opposition. Why don't we make sure this gets through? I mean, I'm just mystified that this is somehow a problem. We guarantee you something you want is going to pass the House, and you're upset about it. Again, you can express your displeasure in whatever way you want. I suspect when the deal is here, the measure is on the floor, you'll actually vote for it. I'll be happy and proud to vote with my friends on that because of this issue. I share their point of view. So as somebody that supports Ukraine, I think it's a good thing to make sure this portion is going to pass for sure this portion is going to be visible to the world. There's strong bipartisan support, and we can move on. Finally, again, I just go back to the shutdown discussion. If we're going to have that, I suspect we will in the next day or two. They're having it in the United States Senate. Let's see how that plays out. But I do remember my friends telling me the sky was falling on the debt ceiling. Didn't exactly happen that way. Once the House actually passed something, it triggered a serious discussion, actually got the Senate, which had done nothing to actually act and sit down, and we bargained a position. We got it through. Not everybody on my side of the aisle agreed with that. Not everybody on my friend's side agreed with it, but it got done. I see the same process, I hope, working out now. But on this one at least, why don't we make sure we take care of this particular piece of Ukraine funding? I'm sure at some point in the not too distant future, we'll have a discussion about a larger supplemental, and I look forward to that particular debate and discussion. But again, please don't be upset because we're giving you what you want in this area and ensuring that it actually passes and are trying to work with you on it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, a lot of Democrats were sounding the alarm bells over the debt ceiling issue because our credit was actually downgraded. And that's not a good thing. And then after we got a deal, which thank God we got a deal, the extreme MAGA Republicans blackmailed the Speaker of the House into not respecting that deal. And so we have a problem right now. I should also point out that we had a long discussion on the border, and again, I'm still puzzled why you're bringing a Homeland Security appropriations bill to the floor that actually cuts funding for border security. I don't quite get that. And you added a provision that says that even if you pass a appropriations bill on Homeland Security, it is kept at the desk. It can't go to the Senate for a vote unless this crazy bill, H.R. 2, is passed by the Senate and signed into law by the President without even changing a comma. I mean, it is absurd that is, I don't know what brilliant legislative mind thought that up, but the bottom line is this is not serious. And let me again read a quote from Senator McConnell. He said, "A vote against a standard short-term funding measure is a vote against paying over $1 billion in salary for CBP and ICE agents." So I don't know how my Republican friends are going to defend the border, maybe with volunteers. But come on. I mean, at some point we have to get serious. Let me also just say, and again, you can't make this stuff up, Republicans are holding their first impeachment hearing today with just hours to go until a shutdown. What is wrong with them? I mean, in breaking news, it was a failure. The hearing was a total failure. Republican staffers are telling reporters that it was, and I quote, an unmitigated disaster. Another GOP staffer says, quote, Comer has lost control, end quote. Then there was another GOP who said Comer botched this bad, end of quote. This was supposed to be their big bombshell, and it was a total dud. Not a single one of their witnesses could come up with a shred of evidence against the president. Let's see what they said. And here's their lead witness, Jonathan Turley, who they roll out every chance they can, who's on Fox News constantly. He said, "I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment," end quote. That's their star witness. Oh, here's their other lead witness, Bruce Dubinsky. Quote, "I'm not here today to even suggest that there was corruption, fraud, or any wrongdoing," end quote. The list of members on the other side saying this impeachment inquiry is a sham is getting longer and longer by the hour. And the clock keeps ticking toward a shutdown. And instead of a bipartisan CR that can pass, here we are wasting time. Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Daily Beast entitled, "Star GOP Witness Immediately Pours Cold Water on Biden Impeachment."
Without objection.
And again, the gentleman mentioned, what's wrong with sending this separate bill to the Senate. I thought I explained that. Let me explain it in 2 words. Paul and Tuberville. I mean, these senators are unhinged. Tuberville is holding up military promotions. Paul delays everything. And we see that he's trying to delay Senate consideration on the CR. But I mean, sending this over and expecting that there's quick action, I mean, we all know what's going to happen. And we all know that the people like Marjorie Taylor Greene who insisted on this, did so because they think they have a better chance of derailing everything. I mean, I find it interesting, Mr. Speaker, that nobody put their name on this amendment. I don't know whose idea this was. I don't know who's the author of this particular provision to strip out Ukraine money. But anyway, that's a mystery that we'll have to try to solve. At this point, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, the distinguished ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Smith.
Members are reminded to refrain from personal attacks on members of this body or the U.S. Senate. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you support Ukraine, you cannot support this rule. And my overarching concern here is for Ukraine. I mean, let's start with the fact that there is a Ukrainian supplemental that is needed to continue our support that the House Republicans are refusing to bring to the floor in any form and have given no indication whatsoever that they're going to bring that bill to the floor, which is frustrating because we've had a number of votes on support for Ukraine. And it is very apparent that over 300 members of this body support that, overwhelming majority of Republicans. And yet, as of October 1st, our ability to continue to support Ukraine also dies. So for all of those members on the other side of the aisle who support Ukraine, why are you letting that support die? Why aren't you insisting on moving forward with some kind of vote on the supplemental to help them? And then let's focus on this particular rule. What this rule does is it takes out the funding for Ukraine. If you support Ukraine, you can't vote for this rule because it undoes the vote that we did yesterday. It very publicly, for Putin and all the world to see, shows the U.S. House voting to cut the funding for Ukraine. That's what it does. And the only reason it's here is because the people who don't support Ukraine want it to be here. Now, tip of the hat to Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz and all those other folks who don't support Ukraine, who seem sympathetic to Putin for reasons that I really don't want to think about. They are forcing this vote to advance their interests, and that's fine, okay? But for all the people who claim to support Ukraine on the other side of the aisle, how can you vote to take out the money that you voted in favor of yesterday? I will share the chairman's mystification at what's going on here. Now, I know there's a separate bill that will then fund Ukraine, except that that separate bill is dead on arrival in the Senate. It's not going anywhere. And also, the vote on the rule strips out the money from Ukraine. That's what it does. It undoes the vote from yesterday. And believe me, the Russians are good at propaganda. I have seen this propaganda, and I guarantee you that what they will use and what a lot of our allies will wonder about, why did the United States House vote to strip the money away from Ukraine that it had voted for the day before? It will be played as America backing off of its commitment from Ukraine. So if you support Ukraine, you have to vote no. The people who don't support Ukraine are the ones who brought this motion. And again, it's a free world. You want to not support Ukraine, that's fine. Good for you for advancing this. But the people who support Ukraine standing up here and voting for this, it's just unbelievable to me that we would undermine the support for Ukraine given how important that fight is. We should support Ukraine. Please vote against this.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, we'll talk a little bit about the border, which we're always delighted to talk about. We're happy to see our friends interested in it because they've been so uninterested. And I appreciate what Leader McConnell in the Senate had to say about it. Frankly, it would help anything that he sends over here in terms of keeping the government open to actually put some border security measures in that particular piece of legislation. I understand there's some consideration about that in the Senate. I would encourage the Senate to do that. I think that would be a good thing. But again, the reality is my friends haven't cared about the border. We're going to probably give them a couple opportunities here in the coming days to show us that they do, because the policies they've pursued and supported and this administration have advanced have been a disaster. You know it, I know it, we know it. There's 70,000 dead Americans thanks to the fentanyl flow. There's tens of thousands of children that have been illegally trafficked across the border. Many border agents will tell you we don't have operational control on the border. You guys don't want to do anything about that. But if we want to put it in a measure to keep the government open, then maybe you'll vote for that. We're going to hopefully give you that opportunity. And again, we would encourage our friends in the Senate, a democratically controlled Senate, to be fair, that have not done anything about the border, that have not taken up any legislation. Maybe they'll finally do something. That's part of the frustration over here. With my friend from Washington, for whom I have, frankly, great admiration and respect. I think he's one of the best legislators in this chamber. I just disagree. The reality is, none of you guys are going to vote for the defense bill that this money is in. What kind of message will that send overseas? If you bring down the bill with Ukrainian support and you're going to vote against it unanimously, that's a great message. We're for Ukraine, but we're not for the vehicle that has Ukrainian support and the defense of the United States. That's your choice. You disagree with the bill. I get it. That's fair. But so you're concerned because we actually put it in a format that you can vote for it and that it will pass with an overwhelming majority? That mystifies me. That just is bizarre to me. If you're worried about Russian propaganda, the reality is when and if, and I hope you do not, but if you manage to bring down the defense bill with Ukrainian money in it, you think Russian propaganda will say, oh, well, gosh, that's okay. We won't say anything about that. Of course they will. And your members will have voted to do it. We're offering you an opportunity here to actually make sure the money moves through the legislative process. So I think it's an incredibly fair thing to do. But again, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to have had a robust debate on the border, on keeping the government open. The reality is here, we ought to do this for Ukraine. We ought to make sure the money is going to be set aside, move forward with the bipartisan majority. I look forward to voting for that. I suspect my friends will certainly oppose the rule, but when that legislation comes down here, I bet you they all vote for it. And I hope they do, and I encourage them to do that. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The question is on ordering. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. Massachusetts.
Is the gentleman prepared to close?
I'm prepared to close whenever my friend is.
Okay. All right. I will. How much time do I have remaining, Mr. Speaker?
5.5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I yield myself the remaining time, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me thank the gentleman from Oklahoma. I think he did the best job he could defending this. He is very skillful in utilizing the English language, and always appreciate listening to him on these matters. But we all know what this is really about. We all had a chance to vote our conscience up or down. Those who voted to strike Ukraine aid can go home and tell their constituents they voted to strike Ukraine's aid. It's not that complicated. But the fact of the matter is Republicans have not done a single productive thing this week. They passed only one appropriations bill all year. And they are sitting here wasting time while the clock runs out. And it's not just me saying that. Listen to our Republican colleagues. Listen to Mike Lawler. And he said, quote, "This is not conservative Republicanism, this is stupidity. The idea we're going to shut the government down when we don't control the Senate, we don't control the White House. If the clown show of colleagues that refuse to actually govern does not want to pass a CR, I will do everything we need to do to make sure a CR passes," end quote. Congressman Mark Molinaro, he says, the goal here is to avert a shutdown. Guess what? This procedural vote is his chance to stand up and show the extremists. Instead of wasting our time, end the clown show, vote against this rule. Congressman Anthony D'Esposito says he's ready to explore each and every option possible to make sure that we don't shut the government down. If Mr. D'Esposito is watching, vote against this rule. Congressman Dusty Johnson says the government should not shut down. That would be an exceptionally stupid thing to do. Well, I agree. So he should vote down this rule so we get to work on preventing a shutdown. I'm going to say directly to all of my colleagues, this vote is their chance to end the clown show. The only thing that matters around here is your votes. Everything else is BS. Maybe they should focus less on getting quotes and more on how they vote. Vote against this clown show. Vote against this rule. And by the way, it works. It works for the Freedom Caucus and for the most extreme elements of this chamber. They vote down rules and they get these crazy things put into rules. They get everything they want. You know, it's enough of the talk. If there are moderate Republicans out there who do not want this government to shut down, now is the time to put your vote where your rhetoric is. Enough of the talk. We need action. And finally, let me say to the chairman of the Rules Committee, let me say, the chairman said 5 days ago, quote, "We will see how this week unfolds," end quote. Well, this week has unfolded, and the Republican Party is still at war with itself, and we are still no closer to avoiding a shutdown. What's happening here is so painfully transparent to anyone that's watching. It's because all Kevin McCarthy seems to care about is keeping his job. He should care about what a shutdown would do to his constituents, but he doesn't. He appears to care more about keeping his job than doing his job. And as I said last night, and I will say again, calling Republican leadership a clown show is doing a disservice to actual working clowns. This process is one of the most rotten, corrupt, rigged things I have seen in all my time here. Shame on the Speaker. I have never seen anything like this. Using the rules to overturn a Democratic vote on the House floor. Again, the vote was 339 to 93. 339 to 93. I mean, we don't get votes like that around here, and yet one member, we don't even know who's responsible for the language that we are dealing with here today. No one put their name on it, but this is awful, and I strongly reject this whole process. But I again make an appeal to the moderate Republicans, if there are any out there. You know, stand with us, show us with your vote that you want things to change now, that you do not want to shut down. Vote down this sham rule and force the leadership to go back up to the Rules Committee and do what they should have done a long time ago. Work on a CR that can get a bipartisan vote in the House, a bipartisan vote in the Senate, and we can avoid a shutdown. And we can prevent a lot of misery for millions and millions of people in this country. Shutdowns, contrary to what you hear by many on the other side of the aisle, are a bad thing. It represents a failure of this institution to do its most basic job, and that is keep the lights on. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on the rule, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time, and I certainly want to begin by returning my respect to my good friend, the ranking member of the Rules Committee. We argue, we fight, we disagree, but I know we have great respect for one another. I certainly do for my friend, great personal affection for him, and when we disagree, we might, the tone might go up a little bit, but we remain good friends, and the reality is we have a good working relationship, one which I treasure. I will say on this one, didn't come here particularly to talk about the shutdown, but let's wait and see what happens. This has nothing to do with the shutdown. Absolutely nothing. There's nothing. So saying beat this rules and to say where you stand about the shutdown, they don't connect. This rule is about something else. It's about Ukrainian aid, and frankly, it's also about enhancing the prospect that the Defense Appropriations Bill will actually pass this body. I think that if you actually look at what this does, it enhances the chance that Ukraine aid will survive no matter what. My friends care about that. They're going to vote against the defense bill where the current money is at. They're going to vote against it, every one of them. They're right to do it. They have disagreements with other parts of the bill. So we take a part of the bill they like, put it out on its own. We're going to get a bipartisan vote on it. I think that's a good thing. I think that's something that should be celebrated, and I think Congress will have a chance to make a strong statement about Ukraine. I'll actually be voting with my friends on the substance of the bill. That'll probably be lost in the debate over the rule, but the reality is we'll be on the same side on that because we have the same view of the issue. I think that's a very good thing. I think more discussion about Ukraine in the Congress of the United States is a very good thing. Because I think we have some profound differences on our side of the aisle about the merits of this. I actually agree more with my friends, but I want to have the American people more involved in the debate. Sadly, the administration hasn't really done that very effectively. They've been afraid for the president to address the issue for whatever reason. He ought to lay out our goals, lay out our timelines, lay out the resources he thinks we need to be committed. I would give him the benefit of the doubt. I think war is pretty hard to plan and lay out. It's not like you're building a bridge. You know where you start, you know where you end, you know what you need. War is a contest of wills. And the president, my free advice would be, it's time for you to talk to the American people and get them more deeply engaged in a project that you and I happen to agree on. We need you to use the bully pulpit more effectively than you have. In the meantime, let's do what we can in the House of Representatives to educate people on this particular issue. Again, I remind my friends on the government shutdown issue, we're probably going to put something on the floor and give you a chance to help on the border because you seem so anxious to do it. We certainly hope that Senator McConnell, and I know he's working in good faith. I have great respect for Senator McConnell. Add some border security to whatever the Senate does. Then I hope we do what we did on the debt ceiling, sit down, negotiate, find some common elements. I thank my friend for reading all the Republicans that think a government shutdown is a bad idea. You probably didn't know that the Speaker thinks that too, but most of us on our side do. How you avoid that, how you fund the government, what other things you do is another matter entirely. We're working on that, and we'll see how the weekend goes. Finally, Mr. Speaker, before I yield back the balance of my time, I want to once again thank my friend for a robust debate. I look forward to working with him on the Ukrainian issue on a variety of fronts going forward. I would encourage my friends that care about Ukraine to look at the defense bill as well. It needs to pass. We're worried about $300 million. A lot more important to pass a $880 billion bill that defends our country and puts us in a position to defend liberty. Do that. You'll help Ukraine, and then we can help them separately with these funds, and I'll work with my friends on the supplemental. So, Mr. Speaker, I will yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Thank you. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker? Mr.
For
Speaker?
what purposes, the gentleman rise.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. What person, the gentleman, seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote. The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number have arisen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. One more. Vote the yeas are 217, the nays are 211. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 723 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4367. Will the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4367, which the clerk will report the title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
She done? When the Committee of the Whole House rose on the legislative day of Wednesday, September 27, 2023, Amendment number 80, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-216, offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malio-Tacos, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-216, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 66 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 67 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 69 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 74 by Mr. Rosendale of Montana. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 66, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 66, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote. Say it again. Question. A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this will be a 2-minute vote. Members, you have 1 minute. Members on this. The yeas are 169, the nays are 261. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business request for a recorded vote on amendment number 67, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes were prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 67, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A significant number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Members, you have 1 minute. On this vote, the yeas are 165, the nays are 263. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 69, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 69, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A significant number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Members, you have 1 minute. Have all members voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 170, the nays are 260. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 74, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 74, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, the recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 75, the nays are 347. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendments, under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 4367 and pursuant to House Resolution 723, I report the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
Gotta get my cheaters on. The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 4367 and pursuant to House Resolution 723 reports the bill back to the House with certain amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Pursuant to House Resolution 730, the further amendment specified in Section 5 of such resolution is considered as adopted. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 4367 is postponed.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 4665. Will the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, kindly take the chair?
The House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4665, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of State, foreign operations related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole House rose early today, a request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 64, printed in Part D of the House Report 118-216, offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part D of the House Report 118-216, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment Number 8 by Mr. Crane of Arizona. Amendment Number 10, Mr. Crane of Arizona. Amendment Number 13 by Mr. Crane of Arizona. Amendment Number 15, Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment Number 17 by Mr. Getz of Florida. Amendment Number 18 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment Number 20 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment Number 22 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment Number 23 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment Number 27 by Mr. Kelly of Mississippi. Amendment Number 36 by Ms. Plaskett of the Virgin Islands. Amendment Number 42 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment Number 43 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment Number 44 by Mr. Stubbe of Florida. Amendment Number 45 by Mr. Stubbe of Florida. Amendment Number 46 by Mr. Getz of Florida. Amendment Number 47 by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment Number 8 by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment Number 9 by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment Number 50 by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment Number 51 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 54 by Mr. Gooden of Texas. Amendment number 57 by Ms. Sparks of Indiana. Amendment number 58 by Ms. Hagman of Wyoming. Amendment number 61 by Ms. Fox of North Carolina. Amendment number 63 by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee. Amendment number 64 by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes maximum time for an electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business request for recorded vote amendment number 8 presented in Part D of House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
A request for recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 134, the nays are 298. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business request for recorded vote on amendment number 10, printed Part D of House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, on which further proceeding were postponed and which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.